Oh, it's okay.
Dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Oh my god, we are back. We are back once again. We are so Where's my fucking... Huh? Huh? Where's my camera at? Wait, where's my camera at? Where is it at? Wait, this is actually fucking broken or what? Don't say finally, everyone shut up. Everyone shut the fuck up for 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we're back. Oh, yes. There's an echo. Is there an echo? Chat, how are you doing? How are you doing? 6 is good, 9 is bad. When is T1 Gen G for the finals? Bro, it's crazy that there's no T1 Gen G finals. It is crazy. Actually, it's not crazy. It's fucking criminal. It's a crime. It is a crime. So tired after work, watching the stream is chill. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How did scrims go? Scrims went great. I can't reveal, but we won the block. How did T1 win? Well, they got the Nexus 3 times in a row. What is that? What is he linking? What is he linking? Watch the Uzi documentary? Yeah, we'll get around to watching it. We'll get around to watching it. I want to watch it, and I will watch it, but it's not screaming at me to watch, you know? I feel like the Faker one, I felt like I had to watch it now. The Uzi one, I feel like I'll watch it eventually, you know? That's just how I feel. What is this? CFO is the only team from first hand to get the MSI. Everyone else is knocked out. Everyone else is knocked out. Are you excited to watch G2 get knocked out by BLG? I'm not adding that emote. Are you excited to watch G2 get knocked out by BLG? I mean, that's exactly what will happen. G2 will draw BLG and get fisted. And that'll be the end of that. Okay. Chat, is Boaster playing in the Valorant right now? Oh, he's winning.
And Cushy falls. It's just too simple. Fnatic, I've got
Boom! There it is. Boaster diff, baby. Oh yeah, little dance. Someone's sign says, Boaster is my daddy.
They came in looking mean today.
They've got all the moves, Lauren. Everything is ready for a lower bracket run. On the
Goatster.
other side, we see an RRQ showing off those maps without.
Oh my god, it's a drawing of someone twerking. Chat, I don't want to be that guy, but do they have seats to sit in? Or is everyone standing? They got rolled by Genji.
I work my ass off. I'm still getting paid though. And I just enough to get up in this club. Have me a good time until my time was up. Hey, let's get it now. Yeah, hey. Oh, baby, now. Give me the time of my life. Yeah.
Boaster's winning that tournament. Boaster's winning that Valorant tournament. I heard that you have beef with someone. You heard that I have beef with someone. With who? How we're pulling up to Vancouver. Bro, how do they always make it, those fucking rats? They always get there, those fucking rats. Gonna be my lover. Is a second seed team at MSI gonna win MSI? Possibly, possibly, possibly. Someone links me a clip and says this is how insane tennis is. I don't get it. To put up, no. Out, out. That was out. That was out. What else? What else?
Oh, I saw Caedrel was playing, I did notice that Caedrel was playing some Mass to Do. Please, Caedrel, collab with me. Let me cook now.
Neos? Yeah, but this was unlucky.
Why is it, like, so bad quality?
Why is he laughing at me?
What?
Neo?
You know what's funny? He didn't even realize until it said defeat. Like,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, well, you know.
League of Legends pros don't read.
I mean...
Caedrel, if you're watching this, let me teach you a thing or two about Yu-Gi-Oh! I'll teach you how to read, okay?
Hey, listen. I thought it was fun. Until I queued up like 10 games off stream. Every game, they're summoning the fattiest fucking monsters on cooldown on the first turn, and it makes me angry. I feel like, okay, I only played about 20 Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel games. But I feel like they should ban special summon for the first 2 turns. They should ban it. You're not allowed to do it. No special summon for 2 turns. So people can draw some cards and play the game a bit. Alright, what else? What else happening? More links. Is this going to be a better series than AL versus B versus Gen G? Is there going to be a better series in AL versus Gen G? There is going to be a better series in AL versus Gen G. Do you know what that series is going to be? It's going to be FlyQuest versus G2 and Koi, baby. Because EU versus NA is all that really matters at this point. Because I know for a fact both of us are going to get shit on by T1, AL, BLG, and Gen G. We are. Both of us are going to get shit on. But who's going to get shit on by Europe or NA as well? Who's getting shit on by everyone, and who's getting shit on by everyone except for NA or EU? Who is it? Because you motherfuckers... I'm an LCK fan, and I'm so disappointed that we only made the World Finals 9 years in a row and only won 4 or 5 of the titles. Well, I'm an EU fan, and I made the World Finals twice 45 years ago and haven't beaten anyone since. So beating an A would be a good step, because we've been losing to them too. I had to see my fucking Twitter mentions for another 6 months until Worlds of these fucking rats telling me how much better their region is. And I'm done. I don't want to see that shit. All right, NA LCS. Should I change my title to LCS Finals? No, I don't want to. What is this?
Hello.
Ooh, new daily dose. Did we see this daily dose? We saw this daily dose. We saw it. We saw this daily dose. I don't need to. Sheep Esports. Sources. Photon is set to join Dignitas in the LTA North. Sir T is out of the starting roster. Really? Really? Dignitas signed Photon? Huh. I thought... Hang on a second. I thought Sir T was supposed to be this, like, god tier top laner. Isn't it been, like, one split? The fuck? What happened? 80 carry Hans Samdi is set to join Navi. Listen, I'm all here. I'm here for Hans Samdi to go to the LEC. He's a really good player. What I will advocate though for, however, is I advocate for a name change because he named himself Hans Samdi because he was a huge fan of Hans Sama. He was a huge fan of Hans Sama. I feel like he needs to. We need to drop a name change because like I feel like if he drops a name change, he can become like a god tier AD in the league. I feel like Ham Samdi is just gonna. It's not gonna make him unique enough to like a lot of fans because a lot of fans don't watch a lot of league and they're like, oh, the best AD in the LEC is Han Samdi, and then the guy's like, wait, you mean Han Sama? You know. So maybe he should go back to like Samdi, or come up with a cool name. I feel like a cool name would be great. I'm just advocating for a name change. Good signing, though. Good signing. I feel like a lot of people have been saying that he should call himself Sam D. Hammer. What the fuck are you on about? Sam D. what? Sam D. Hammer? What else? What else? I was about to click on something. Oh yeah, someone linked me a clip. What is it?
Okay, this is bad. We lost. Oh my god, we actually lost. My team's gonna swing on me. Oh my god, we legit lost the game.
That is clip farm. What are you doing?
Getting kicked into a well is the least of your worries.
Oh my goodness. Is that rage bait? Because it's working on me. I swear it's working on me. Oh my god, I'm getting baited. This is what happens when the one tricks go to other roles. This is what happens when the one tricks go to other roles. Exposed! Alright, what else? What is this?
Porqueria.
Huh?
Bro, what is this? Bro, what the fuck did I just watch? What the fuck did I just watch?
Nice.
What the frick did I just watch? Chat, everyone shh. Everyone shh. Everyone be quiet. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Nice. Alvaro, you are the GOAT. Envenenate, envenenate, envenenate. Envenenate.
I want to listen to the comms. Wait, let me do the thing. Let me do the thing where I put this thing here. I put that thing there, and then I put window capture. What does it say? Chat, it's the LTA finals. I'm gonna pop a Red Bull. We're gonna get some big pace on this LTA finals. Hold up. Boom. 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 See that? That's not bad, huh? Nice little timer. Wait a second. Bro, why? Why does the timer have yesterday's series on it? Get rid of it! Get rid of it! Just put FlyQuest for a C9! Eh? That's annoying! That's annoying as fuck! The fucking timer pisses me off. I've been live for 30 minutes and I've been rage baited 6 times.
Pretty hot.
Yeah, I know. We're working on it.
Okay. A ver, yo tengo algo, pero no sé si te ayudará.
¿Qué? Tengo un poquito de permatrago.
¿Qué es permatrago?
¿Qué has dicho, Álvaro?
Álvaro, ¿qué acabas de decir?
What the fuck? Are these subtitles trolling me or is it real?
Chavales, que estoy solo warmapeando.
Supa. Muy buena, Supa.
Qué buena esa,
muy
no lo
buena
había
esa.
pensado, bro. Claro, ¿no? Porque han aplaudido.
Porque han aplaudido, bro. Hostia, qué buena, David. Tú eres bueno en esto.
Yeah, but I don't, Shadi, you say you speak Spanish? No, I don't know what fucking ligma is in Spanish.
Look, guys, look, guys, look, guys.
They're ulting with Pantheon.
We win slowly, okay?
I will go Pantheon,
Pantheon.
Kalista has ulti, careful, okay?
I recharge.
Akali no here.
Slowly.
Ulta Kali.
I charm. Has R2.
I will go.
Nice.
I go top, midi.
Me?
Right.
Keep going. Reach. Call on the flank.
Get a Kali.
I charm Kali when he shows.
Oh, we missed.
1 HP. They're 1.
Wait, which series is this? Is this the second
nice
series or the first?
Nice
It's
try.
the second,
No
right?
info on Akali still. Akali here. He's going on Supa.
I'm dead, okay?
Look at Kali, he's low.
This is the second, yeah.
I will ulti.
Lose.
Nice try. Cold fucking head, guys. Smile, everyone, eh?
Smile.
Even after mid-win performance, you have to smile. So
Guys, if I can still smile, you all can.
Facts.
Can you not draft like 3 losing lanes?
And a
like
losing
losers?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I mean, bot shouldn't be losing, you know, if you don't fuck up at level 2 like you did.
Hostia puta.
Hostia put. Right.
A tomar por culo.
A tomar por culo.
A tomar por culo.
We push
A
this top,
tomar
I will
por
start,
culo.
okay? Nice. Qué cabra.
Nice, no flash.
Qué fucking goat, Álvaro.
Azir's not there.
I can go Javi, look.
Álvaro, I'm ready.
Damn.
Nami's dead.
I will go then on the other, okay?
With you.
The combo's
Azir
clean.
can TP, okay, soon.
Nice
Azir me up.
Álvaro, you are the goat.
Queuing for.
Look, Azir slowly.
Ulti. Ace, no Zonias.
Can we go?
I can flash queue here.
I'm winning Nida.
Slowly, okay?
Nida no Ginso. I mean,
Later.
Lucian, no flash, guys, okay?
I have ulti still.
I go. Coming.
good point.
I have second ulti.
Nice, we play right.
Mirwin
yeah,
was
yeah.
a bot this
I'm
game.
looking at Azir, guys.
I will go.
I
Raise it as well.
No flash
I'm going
corner.
anyways, I'm
Yeah,
going
no flash corner.
I
I
start
have
pushing
ulti
mid,
for the
okay?
other 2.
Look super. Nami no flash.
I'm in deep, super.
I
Up
can
super.
I can Solaris.
I go.
Oh, that was crazy by Supa.
Lucian is up now. And Nida too.
Mid,
That was crazy by Supa.
Look at this dog. What the fuck? Bro, we cannot trade Yoni Azir, guys,
Bro,
because
this matchup
guys,
was actually
they're so
unplayable.
happy. They're so happy in this matchup.
It was unplayable.
By the way, Mini, we still didn't clap, eh?
Yeah, that's
No, really?
Bro, Mel's,
And we
if you
won.
forget this time, you're just sabotaging us.
Okay, that's not true.
No.
I'm coming.
We
I'm
still
coming,
didn't clap what?
They're looking at me.
I'm coming, Javi, maybe.
R1. Doctor no flash, no R. I'm out.
We win, Álvaro.
coming.
Go Nocturne. Has
Yes.
nothing.
I kill.
Supernova.
Flash.
5 seconds.
I'll base and go bot.
Care. Rumble going.
Okay.
I reach Suba.
I can lock in
Nice.
soon, okay? Do it.
I'm coming out of flank.
Nocturne is free, guys. And they are on the boost. The Jin is...
Coming.
Jin in 2. I can go in Jin.
I like Victor after.
I have combo.
I like Victor.
I hit
You're in
Nida.
combo with what?
Abby. Oh.
This Cassidy
flash
pick
in.
was mental.
flash.
Actually good here, I think.
Get his flash.
I kill.
I'm going.
Going.
I can flash as well.
I can't believe the T1 series was this morning. That's
Can we
crazy.
see try end? No.
I have flash. Yes. Vete, ratita, vete.
This
Vete,
means yo-yo that
ratita.
in screens
Telepata.
you don't try hard enough.
El fucking
No,
telepata.
we take every fight in screen.
If you don't win with Ambessa, we retired, you know? And again, we didn't clap.
But hey, now we know we don't need.
Told you, Miri, you won the drafts there.
No problem.
I mean, there's two things that we swap maybe.
Question, we clap or no?
Don't clap.
What we do?
I think I go after shock.
Ooh, the first one, guys. This one is.
He's ulting.
And then they lost.
I'm fine. I will W.
Or
We will win
or
this, okay,
did
now?
they
They have
yeah, they
nothing.
lost this. They lost this. They got
Sion
mega
half
stumped.
HP, okay?
I'm dead.
I stopped him.
Can you play, Jojo?
Slowly.
Just leave.
Wait, super.
They got mega
I'll go,
stumped this game.
No
Oh, he flash.
Nice.
Not the worst.
Lilian no flash.
Can you finish the Uzi documentary? Brother, I didn't even start it.
My bad. It's fine. Lilia flash.
Bro, what a massacre of game, no?
Yeah.
Bro, it's just like game 5.
Yeah,
It is
like
what it
the
is.
game 5.
Okay, guys, it was my fault because I clapped with melee, okay?
I told you.
By
I
the way,
told you.
flaming top.
No flash Johnny.
Jinx arrives.
Oh, the Mirwin Cassante.
Nice, cabra. No flash Johnny.
I'm coming.
Good job, Supa.
I'm coming.
No Q, no Q, no Q. She's dead, yeah. Can only go to tower.
If he goes here, I stop.
No Q, okay? Still no Q.
Stop.
Cabra,
Same.
maybe.
You want to play for Cabra? Look, look, look. They're looking, they're looking.
Coming.
Cabra. Cabra is
Coming, I'm
goat
coming.
in
And
Spanish.
Memphis coming. I'm also coming.
I can hook him. Look here.
I'm coming soon.
I'm not
We don't
Super.
play, okay, Jojo?
Yeah, we don't play.
Just back off.
I mean, Super got a double kill.
Barton will be low.
I'm here, I'm here, I'm here.
Oh, I will go.
We're fighting, we're fighting.
it's good fight.
Blitzcrank Maokai.
Leave after, okay?
Yeah, Maokai ult, Maokai
That's
ult.
my ulti.
Or
No, no,
Use Kerker,
we are fine.
No flash?
I wonder what Koi will look like against T1 and shit, and G2 will look like.
No plans.
I really wonder what EU is gonna look like against these fucking teams.
Nobody said.
Envenenate, envenenate, envenenate! Envenenate!
Nice.
Drake, okay?
Yeah.
Like, how's the game
MF
gonna
no
look?
plans.
Look here, look here.
I look, I look, I look. I look after MF. If MF ults, I'm gonna
Do we
ult.
win those?
If MF ults, I'll ult.
Reset Supa, come. No se Yuku, no se Yuku, no se Yuku, no se Yuku.
Do we win those?
Look, MF, no flash. MF no flash.
Okay, entry
On
ball.
both,
Next bow wave, next bow wave.
both way. I'm going.
Okay.
Careful.
Here,
Focus,
he has
okay?
no flash, no flash, okay?
Bro, I
There's
expect
two.
these voice
Give me
comms to
five,
be way
let's
more
get over,
intense.
let's
It's
get
game 5 and they're just fucking.
Jinx.
We are going to fucking MSI.
We're going to my country! We're going to
And one last reminder as well, there's this big Maokai looking ass tree right in front of you guys. That one is going to be moved away during game 1. So do not be scared if it starts
sounds
moving
good.
suddenly, yeah?
Yeah.
What do you see? Big as
Always.
Maokai?
I'll figure it out.
Small
Can
chance.
W the Kalista, he's worthy now. I go.
Till you basing.
That since that W hit, it did, right?
I mean, I think we can try, Miri. I will stand with ulti, okay?
Yeah, Tilly's in orange, okay?
Yeah.
Fucking yoke, yeah.
Has
Damn.
Yeah, this is good fight, okay? Fucking good fight. Go Nar, go Nar.
We're killing Nar, guys.
Hitting Kalista.
I'm with you, midi, I'm with you, midi.
Coming. We win.
Calista, no flash, Calista, no flash, no flash, Calista, no flash, Calista.
League players are being told
Nice.
Maokai
Push
because they don't know what a
I'm
tree
getting
is.
up, guys.
It's
I'm
mini, okay?
A
Guys.
tree?
Look here.
Slow, slow, slow.
I'm gonna reach.
Well, I threw it on the chair and it fell off. Great.
I just with him.
Great.
You playing with Yo-Yo?
Kalista half.
We win this.
I'm on HP,
Uh-oh, the
okay?
Talia ult. Uh-oh.
I'm on HP, I can base.
I'm
guys.
playing.
They have no
Uh-oh.
jungler, guys. Don't let Tilly ulting on me, Tilly ulting on me. I hit.
Can we look forward?
We look at Talia.
They are not in Drake.
The
They're not in
Talia
Drake.
ult
No,
incident.
no.
I'm still going on an adventure right now. Oh, they want to fight, I'm coming. I have a flank. I'm gonna ult in 1 second.
Go watch Boaster Smurf in
I'm
Valorant.
ulting.
You win it after.
I don't know if I can watch Valorant on stream. Maybe I'll get arrested.
Supa is fine, Supa is fine.
Help me, help me.
Kill Kalista, kill Kalista.
Nice.
Good job. I think
He's
we can
dead.
end. I think we can end.
I'm going now, okay? Yo-Yo?
I think I'll get arrested.
Nar half.
Play friends, play friends.
Nar dead.
A la torre, Supa.
It's
have no
being,
come
it's
now,
super
I
one-sided.
look.
Dan,
Play
dan,
Valorant,
dan.
and you win.
Solo ball.
Okay.
Baus leaked scrims
Bye,
versus
bye,
oh
brother,
T1.
he's fucking down.
Now yes. Now yes.
Good job.
Vamos.
Nice.
Vamos.
FF top lane, Broken Blade is the GOAT. That's it.
Hombre, hey, more like
Thank you,
broken
bro.
ass.
Just be confident, guys. Just be confident.
Chow, what's your prediction today? FlyQuest versus She9.
Quite a Zev joke.
No,
So it
Fake-
was a
I'm
good
kind of
one
ashamed it
against-
came from you, midi.
Wait, Fnatic are
Yeah?
losing?
Wow, what the fuck?
Giving 7.
Push mid. They are ulting
Fighting
combo.
buds, fighting buds.
I have ulti.
I reach.
They're all
I'm ulting.
I'll match rise.
He's alone, okay? Only Trundle maybe.
Good job.
Holy fuck,
Yeah,
ult him to stab. Holy fuck, this music.
I
feel like I'm in a puzzle game.
Just kill the Naughty and go.
Bro, they're moaning in their mid-fight.
I think we win this.
Flash out after.
We're fighting, guys.
Yeah.
We're fighting. No flash.
Bro.
Okay, go atacar, ¿no? No.
They use all ults. I still have the E, okay?
I can flash here.
Oh, Alvarito.
Oh, what the fuck?
No flash. I'm gonna ulti.
Alvarito.
Two.
Yeah, the music doesn't really fit.
Bro, how the fuck did that almost work?
I woke up now.
Yeah, I can arc.
Okay, Camilo on me. I'm fine.
Senna, no cleans. Senna is dead. Play with super.
Bro, Senna.
Look my W.
I feel like Senna was in the meta for like a week.
I'm fine. Hit front.
And every Senna game was like complete flip. Either instantly stumped or was insanely broken.
I'm watching Alvaro, okay?
Okay, Camille. He cancel my combo, okay?
I'm on Senna.
Rise no flash. Look, kill Rise, guys. Kill Rise.
I'm dead most likely.
Chat, this video doesn't have the pace that I thought it would. You know what I'm saying?
I'm Senna no flash. I'm really low. Look me. No flash, Senna.
Play with super.
I will flash super.
Camille.
Senna no flash.
Guys, any other links? Watch this short, it's so funny. Hall of Legends Uzi, yeah.
Kitty open fish shop. Every day, kitty sell fish. So many fish, so many coins. But then, government kitty show up. Give small coin to help build kitty roads and kitty schools.
Bro, what are you talking about?
I think I did it.
Navi League announcement, yeah. Great.
Finals weekend.
Okay, we kind of just watched that.
That's right, moonlight coming at midnight when the sun goes down.
What else? Come on, chat. That's not bad.
This. You're about to watch a master at work.
That is fucking... That is a beat to die to.
This is like a beat to die to. Like,
that
fuck me, fuck this shit. You know, fuck, I'm done. I can't do this. Bro.
Don't give up.
Everything I do sounds like it's for Christmas.
Hold up. This sounds like a mixture of like entering a cathedral and someone's got a beat playing behind you on a fucking spin setter. What the fuck?
I swear to God, if you guys press the O button one more time, I'm gonna fucking lose it, dude. I'm not playing another one of these fucking stupid brain dead games, okay?
그런 말을 하지 마쇼. 우린 계속 하이에. 괜히냐?
Okay, listen, brother. I don't understand what you said, but look, I got the entire total price money in one USB stick in a city that was somewhere inside the world, okay? Don't even touch me, man. Money in one USB stick in a city that was somewhere inside the world, okay? Don't even touch me, man. Don't even touch me. I can give everyone the top prize 10 times, okay?
Daniel, so.
Chat, he actually had it down there to be honest with you.
46 months. Just got into flight school chat.
Welcome to the Thanos.
Hey, good luck,
man. What?
What else? Bro, you've linked that like 4 times.
Wireless does make sense. Oh! What my face! Oh my days! Oh my days! I forgot what it feels like! Oh my days!
Oh my days!
And that's one of my favorite fates as well! It is not high fate percentage. If you nerds come in and say, oh my god, but that's low fate. I like that! Pink and purple, just how I like it! Joe! Well, it is not
What?
high fade percentage if you nerds come in and say, oh my...
What else? We saw that. Chat, where are the good links? $8 million views. What the fuck? What? Chat, how did we go from this?
I don't like your T-Series. We're gonna be completely fucking done, cause we only just begun. I review you, zero vibe is gone. So come on, T-Series, looking hungry for some drama. Here, let me serve you bitch lasagna. Bitch lasagna, bitch lasagna. T-Series ain't nothing but a bitch lasagna.
How did we go from that 6 years ago to this? What happened? What happened to us? What happened to content? What happened to like... What happened? What happened?
Bitch lasagna, bitch lasagna.
TikTok has ruined music. It's actually... TikTok has actually ruined music. It actually has.
Look at T-Series, they just crying for their mama. Bitch lasagna, bitch lasagna. T-Series ain't nothing but a bitch lasagna. Bitch lasagna, bitch lasagna. T-Series just whip himself in their pajamas. So who the hell is Bob and why you wanna kiss him? Ew. I'm a blue-eyed Star Dragon while you're just dark magician. Oof. You got a fifth of the population in your nation, but I got 90 rolls of worlds to hold your defecation. Oops, multipatlo, what the fuck is that even supposed to mean? Your language sounds like it come from a mumble rap community. No papa, yes papa, Johnny. Now download the sugar and let's throw this fucking party with some bitch lasagna, bitch lasagna.
Chat, this was peak. This was peak. Chat, this was peak. This was peak. No, don't link this. Wait, that's at 900k views. Not bad. Not bad. Hey, not bad for my first song. Hey, we'll take that. We'll take that.
The snake's eyes aren't very good, but they can detect movement.
I'm not watching it.
So if the hatchling keeps its nerve,
why do you want me to watch my own song? That's kind of weird. Why would I watch my own song, chat? You don't watch your own song, like with people watching you watch it. Chat, it's not accurate. The Shy's not back. He's back home. What is this? Rabbit. Question, would he one-tap him? Yes or no? Would it be a one-shot? I think it's not a one-shot. I think he puts a dot on him with the venom. Then he spaces him and he escapes. Not a one-shot. No CC. It's no CC. Oh my god, dusted him. Wait. This... Hey! Hey! There's like 20 of them! What the fuck? This is like my chat when I queue up in Mario Kart. What? Wait, he got eaten. What the fuck? Oh, he lives those. Bro, why is there so many snakes there? Why are there so many there? Look at the cleanse, look at the moves. Faker. Oh, he stood on his head. Does he have tail whip? Is that a spell? This is literally bows on side lane every game. That is literally bows on side lane every game.
A near miraculous escape.
There's Reckless. Hola. Okay, what else?
Darn you, cock.
I can't watch this, chat. It's a classic, but it needs to stay the way I remember it. I don't need to rewatch it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't... No. Oh, oh, poor monkey. Hey, hey, someone help him. What the fuck? Wait, am I getting cancelled? It's a Twitter link. Huh? 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 What is that? What is that? Why did someone say hear me out in chat? Bro, what the fuck are you on about? What the fuck is that guy on about? Hear me out, he says. Classic. Electric Avenue.
Final time here in the National Speedway Stadium. Round number 5.
What is this?
Speedway
Zmalaric stun. Bro, are you done? Zmalaric stuns in British SGP final. What is this? Is this with... What are they driving?
And what a conclusion we have. We've got the top two in the world.
Are they on...
going head to head. We've got Jack Holder trying to get on amongst it again, and Freddie Lingren, who never knows he's beaten. This is a fabulous
Chat, what is this?
conclusion to a night of Grand Prix Speedway.
It's been a great couple of days. We've got 3
He's
of last
cheating.
night's finalists here as well.
Yeah.
In Lingren, Smarslik, Kurtz, and throw Jack Holder in.
Back straight for the final time in round number 5.
Oh my god, they drift them!
Last night, the championship leader wins his 3rd Grand Prix of the season, Bartosz Smarslik. What a way to do it! Polish
They drift them! Damn. That's cool. That's a strange one. Not available in your country.
You must be imaginative, strong-hearted. You must try things that may not work. And you must not let anyone define your limits because of where you come from. Your only limit is your soul. What I say is true. Anyone can cook, but only the fearless can be great.
True.
Who is Limfao? Yes. Would you like me to spell it? L-M-F-A-O.
Oh, it's not a name.
He's a hacker. He's a Chinese hacker. Limfao. He's working for the Koreans, isn't he?
What?
You've heard of him, haven't you? You have.
I think you have. It stands for something. Laughing my arse off.
What about the F then?
It's a swear thing. Laughing my bloody end.
Bloody. L-M-B-F-A-O. Limfao.
No.
Is that his...
When I first saw this, I was like, there ain't no way that town is actually built inside a meteor crater. I mean, look at that. It's just too good to be true.
Attack on
Look at how
Titan.
circular that is. So I looked into it, and that's where I found that this town is absolutely built inside a meteor crater, and that this town is probably the least interesting thing about this meteor crater. This is the town of Nordlingen in Germany, and it's located inside the Nordlinger Rice impact crater. And you gotta be like, yeah, no shit, look at how circular that is. Of course it's an impact crater. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But here's an actual map of that impact crater. It's 15 miles in diameter. While technically that's true, it's a little misleading because it makes you think this is the crater. But the real crazy thing about this crater is it has a mineral found nowhere else in the world. It's called moldavite. It looks like this. It was a type of projectile glass that was formed when this meteor impacted the ground 15 million years ago. If you like geology, it's super cool because it's really fucking rare and only comes from this one crater. And if you're a crystal girly, it's really cool because it's super fucking powerful and can make you explode people with your mind. If you want to learn more about cool archaeology and natural science, come check me out over on YouTube.
Chat, what does a chromolodonite do?
Years ago, the ground 15...
Molodavavite. What does it do?
This is the most polite rat I have ever seen.
Nothing. Oh, he's kind of cute.
This is the most polite rat I...
He's kind of cute. He's kind of cute. The sound that everyone loves.
Make it better. A vocoder. It's as if I had a synth in my throat. As used by Daft.
I need to hear the full song again.
Not a vocoder. Imogen Heap is a cool form of vocal harmonizer that
Because we got the game starting in a sec.
Into whatever she plays on the keyboard. It's a very nice technique. But it doesn't rely on a synthesizer, unlike a vocoder. What I love about the vocoder is that it's almost unique for every song.
Wait, Norris is what?
Could be any synth, any vocalist, and
okay, there's no song at the end. Norris is what? Is he cooked? Na 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 na. I use moldavite sometimes in glass blowing. I put it on bongs, pipes, and other art. What the fuck? Wait.
This weekend is finally here. Today, we have a Cloud9 who narrowly lost to FlyQuest in a 5-game banger, taking on a Shopify Rebellion.
Wait, is Boaster
who's won
losing?
6 of their last 7
Ow, ow,
games.
ow.
The LTA starts right now.
What do you mean he's one of...
Blabber's gonna fall as well.
It's 10-2? How is it 10-2?
Here's the bad news. Thanatos is behind you. You got no flash. You got no chance. B-Boy is gone. Palafox Jordan following. C9 crushing the fight. Next is Fudge on the chopping block as Loki's going to get in the backline. Steals the Azir. The Bard ult does not connect, but neither does Palafox's ult over the wall. Loki going to flash in, and he scoops.
When are the draws? I have no idea. Are the draws today?
What an ultimate from Loki. They're taking over the fight.
Slowly. That looks good. Kind of fast.
When is LTA? Look at this shit in the top left. You see that?
Did you guys see that? That was crazy.
You see the thing in the top left?
Didn't see. Don't care.
Nice. Loki, nice. Nice, guys. One more.
They are all moving in, but there is the faded steel coming across multiple members. B-Boy going in aggressive. Contract's already down. B-Boy trying to get in there, trying to make a kill happen, but he's not going to be able to get it. The bailout expires. The equalizer is good, but it is not good enough. As on the other side, Loki kills another.
Chat, if Fnatic in Valorant lose this series, are they out?
I can kill for you, Thanos. I can kill for you.
Oh, look. Looking us? I'm fine. You only better news?
Really?
Loki's in their nexus. I'm going to take me back. Okay, never mind. I might be dead too. I'm on Aurora. I'm holding here, Blabber. Yeah, maybe you can kill. I got it.
Let's look.
You got it? Okay. I'm staying a minute. Can we go mid and end, guys? We can end. Yeah, you...
Chill in 2 seconds, but... Yeah,
nice,
I'm fine.
We can end. Go mid.
Go mid.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
Hello, welcome to the LTA North Split 2 Finals.
Woo!
We have upgraded the size of our waiting room for the finals.
Yes.
We also have Seos. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I want to say congratulations on a top 3 in this split. You guys showed a lot of growth throughout the split. I'm sure you're still disappointed about yesterday because you had eyes for something bigger, but talk to me a little bit about what you guys were able to accomplish this split.
Chat, Fnatic are getting
Yeah,
fisted.
I'm really proud of everyone on Shopify. I think in the start of the split, no one really think we will be like on the last week of the split. Of course, no one really wants to lose. We want to go to MSI, to EWC, but in the end, it was a great journey for us, and I'm excited for next split.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Nice.
I mean, you guys have definitely gotten a lot of new fans just
You're going
based
to bed?
off of like
Good
that
night,
underdog
yo, good night,
mentality that you
Micah.
guys had. Tell me about the lower bracket
Good night.
run, because the journey, I feel like, for Split 2
Sorry,
has
I was
been
looking
crazy.
at this Valorant
Yeah,
stream.
and like for me, it feels like
I'm watching
I don't know,
Boaster
3 different
lose.
championships, to be honest. Like in the start of the BO1s, then the group stage, and then the playoffs. For me, it was like.
Chat, is the volume
really
super
fun to
low for
play,
anyone else? What the fuck?
Especially on playoffs, like when we lose on upper bracket to FlyQuest.
I wonder what the
think we're
opening
kinda,
ceremony will be like, chat. Oh,
after
opening
that lose,
ceremony.
I think we really become a team. I think because it was really close and everyone was really confident after that, and our
Norris
screens were really
just
well.
crashed.
So when we go to
Did he?
lower bracket, I feel like everyone was really confident.
It's going to be great to have you here all day. We're going to talk a bit more about the series you had yesterday, though, with Loki really popping off throughout that whole series, Emily.
Yeah, he was absolutely phenomenal.
Wait, is
In
Piastri
particular,
out as well
I
or
really
not?
loved his Silas game. I thought it was great. I want to get your opinion, Seos, because one thing I actually did think Loki did a pretty good job with was marking
Nope.
you, especially when you were on the Nico. So I guess talk
Are you
to me
excited
about what
for
it
the
was
finals?
like to go up against him.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun, no? I feel like finals are always fun.
Yesterday, I think all 3 games.
Last time the
C9
series
played really
happened,
well,
C9
and
almost
especially on game 2, I think
reverse swept
Salas is a great
FlyQuest,
pick
but they
against
didn't.
Nico, because when you get his ulti, you are just so strong, and I feel like he really
At
played
chat,
well,
I know
especially
this is a
in
league
teamfight. I
stream,
think
but I got
his
my
position
masters
was
first time on
really good,
TFT.
and
I want to
he did
share
really
G,
really well for his team.
XDD,
And yeah, that
Rats
feels like the
Unite.
story for Cloud9
Yo,
has been
congrats,
members,
my guy,
especially Loki,
congrats.
really standing up and
Congrats
proving
on
a point,
getting
because he
masters in
was monstrous that
TFT.
series, like you said, and now that means that they're going to be having another meeting with
Yo,
FlyQuest.
Kenny from Canada,
'Cause
you gonna come to
that's been the
MSI?
story of the
I
split.
might be coming
It
to
really
MSI,
has been.
yeah.
I mean, for me, yesterday's series was a different
I
player
might be coming to
stepping up in
MSI.
a different game. Thanatos game 1, Loki game 2, Sven in game 3. And if you look at this bracket here, FlyQuest and C9,
I'll say
if they don't play each other, they don't drop games. It sweeps across the board. Upper bracket in the first round, Fly
Check
3-0,
Sheet
Shopify and
Esports,
TL.
what is it?
Yesterday, C9 with another 3-0. So FlyQuest and C9, it's really been building towards this matchup. They were the top 2
Oh
teams
my God.
in the group stage.
I opened up
They were
Twitter
the
and
top 2
Sneaky
teams
just
in the
dropped a new
positioning
tweet and I
phase.
just got
They're
fucking
the top 2 teams
like
here today.
And it felt like this was going
my
to be the
God.
case. I mean, I remember in positioning phase,
That's
C9
enough Twitter
taking
today,
that win.
Jesus.
And then when they faced off against each other again, it did not look
Jesus.
good for C9 at all. That
Show
was
it to
like
us,
the
chat. I
crazy
can't show it
historic,
to-
like the 2-0 that FlyQuest gave them. And so it shook a lot of people's confidence, saying that FlyQuest was the team to beat. And the fact that it went to 5 games gives people a lot of hope today.
Chat, who is this?
Yeah, I was going to say, by contrast, the next time they met, it was really close, right? And
Who is that?
It took us all the way to a game 5. I fully expect to see that again, as we see this
That's
was the
Faker,
group stage
Caedrel.
previously. These
Oh,
are absolutely
no,
our
is
top
it?
2 teams. They've
No, on the
consistently
left.
been our top 2 teams, all split. And now they're going to face each other again. Also, I believe the only 2 teams to give us that full fearless best of 5.
Yeah, we want to have that happen one more time. There's an interesting note, though. C9, since we've switched to double elimination, is the only organization to have actually won from the upper bracket. They've done it several times, but FlyQuest is coming in now from the upper bracket, trying to make their own organizational history.
It's crazy because even
Chat question.
Glover in the
Actually,
interview
no, I
yesterday
won't spoil
talked
it. I
about
won't
how
spoil
he's,
it.
like,
I
never
won't
really
spoil
won
it.
from the losers bracket before. So like that dichotomy is really funny to see, especially with like how Cloud9 is so hungry to be back on this stage. Now they are, and to be back in like winning.
Hey
position
Caedrel, I
again.
just finished my PhD with masters on the way. I want to thank you for carrying me in late night streams. I wrote my thesis and defended this past week. Next time you will get silver in
I
league.
want to get your thoughts on the supports in this matchup because you've been scrimming against
So
them
you just
and playing
finished your
against them this entire
master's
split. So what are
thesis
some of the strengths,
PhD.
of Vulcan? Let's start there.
And your
I think
goal
first
is
things I
achieved, and
arrived
your
here,
next goal is
I
silver
already
in
feel
league.
like Vulcan and Busho was probably
Bro,
the best.
stay
And I
away
think
from
they-
league.
Especially
Stay
Vulcan,
away.
I think he's really smart about the game. I think his movements on the map are really on point. I think he plays really well with
Stay
both side
far
lanes, with
away.
Thanatos and with Loki. And I think
Run
on team fights
while
he
you
plays
can.
really well. So for me, he's just like a
Run.
complete player.
What would you say is like the biggest difference between those 2 players?
I think Busho plays more champions. I think Busho likes to innovate more. I think he don't I think he's really good with the meta champions, of course, but he and Masu, I feel like on lane phase, they play well together. A little better than C9. I think especially on lane phase is when I feel like Busho can do better than Vulcan.
Why don't you put Banger in the title?
Because
everyone's telling me this is a 3-0 for FlyQuest.
When you talk about FlyQuest, a lot of the
everyone says this is a 3-0 for Fly.
Top side of the map, but like
I say this is a 3-0 for C9. I think FlyQuest is going to get cocky.
We saw the Janna from Busio.
C9 3-0.
Like, oh, we're willing to play Janna. Like we can play basically anything. So that's the scariest thing about this team. It feels like, especially in a fearless meta. I want to see that the most if we go to like 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, I think like Busho already play like Rumble support, for example. Then I feel like if the games goes to 4 or 5 games, especially looking on bot lane, I think FlyQuest will be a bit
what is this link?
better, I feel like.
Small thing, what do you think about Vulcan's Alistar? It's been one of his pocket, like, I'm not a pocket pick, it's been his main for 5 years, and he played it so many times this
Yeah, no, I think he's really good Alistar. We are talking last week about his Alistar 2. We thinking maybe I should pick because I can play 2 and he's really good. But yeah, he didn't really play yesterday, but I think
3-0 HLE, what an iconic VOD. I never said that.
Really looking forward to that matchup as we get hopefully
Hey,
5
what
games.
is this
And also
propaganda? You said 3-0 HLE.
I
I never said those
we have
words.
An old friend and current member of
if
the Balance
anyone
team,
can
David
find
Freak
me a
Turley's
clip
here.
of me saying freaks here.
Biased freak apparently with the FlyQuest jersey.
Here to cheer for
What is
FlyQuest.
this?
FlyQuest, of course, clearly the best team here in North America.
Freak.
Famously the greatest. Sorry, I'm wrong about that one. Apologies.
I see.
What are you doing?
He's
What is this man
He's
doing?
got something more.
We're
It's
already
everybody white.
Cloud9 is the best, right? Who's with me, right?
He has another
Cloud9's
6
going to
t-shirts
win.
underneath
I
that.
clearly believe in Cloud9 via how many layers I have on right now. This bit is not going to keep going.
I don't know what layer you have underneath that. He's going to keep going, by the way.
Just kidding. It's FlyQuest all over again. Eat it, Cloud9. You guys are trash.
Wow.
Okay, I'm
Good to
sorry.
have you back.
Yeah.
That was for winter bracket, right? That was in winter bracket.
Sure,
They
sure,
won a
sure.
winter bracket. My real allegiances, obviously.
A master showman.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, baby, it's Cloud9. They're gonna win. These guys suck.
I'm fairly sure you don't have more shirts
Yeah,
on.
I definitely don't have one more shirt on for the entire best of 5.
Okay, what have you been up to? It's been good. It's good to see. Oh, he's doing it again.
Oh my God.
Freak's doing it again.
Let's go, FlyQuest!
He has another one underneath.
I see an undershirt. You need to stop.
Wow.
You need to stop.
This is for the cast.
Okay,
We're good.
we're waiting. We're gonna
Wait, is
talk
he
to you now.
casting?
We're done with the bits. How do you feel like Fearless has been going, and how have you liked watching LTA this split?
It's been great. I mean, a little unfortunate with some of the best of ones earlier on, but you guys solved that. But no, it's been really, really cool. I mean, it's great to see.
Bro, Freak's casting was... Hey.
Especially
Freak's
a big
casting
fan
was
of, like,
god
Whippo
tier.
constantly bringing out new champs, and he's even more reason to now with Fearless, where it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna start figuring out what your 3rd, 4th champ is. We're like, here's Set Gwen. It's like, yeah, that's pretty.
I
cool
think as
stuff.
the years
So
go,
it's
went
really
on,
exciting.
he was a lot
one
more
of the
like,
things that I've
why
loved
would
about
you do
Fearless
that?
Is a lot of the players that have been around for a long time
But his
end up
play-by-play
being
was
able to
great.
pull champions out that they played or mained 4 years ago. Do you feel like that was something that was intended with Fearless, or is it one of these like happy
This
accidents? of
is
the
what
format?
peak League of Legends
I think
looks like,
it's-
and it comes
It makes sense that it
from
lines
Europe.
up, right? People who have played through
It
some
never
of the different
came back
metagames
to
where
Europe,
different things
though.
were the best thing to play. It makes sense that they're like, oh yeah, I played back when Set was the best champ in the game. I played back when Gwen was the best champ in the game. Like, they're ready to go instantly right there. York's out of nowhere. Grats. Like, that's just meta now for some reason.
Well, didn't you work on York?
Yeah, I'm
you had something to do
I
with
kinda
that.
call
There
it
we go.
that. Yeah, gave him a lot better laning phase, and turns out pros really care about the early game a lot. Who would have thought? So, yeah, a lot of York out there, which is fine. I think it's cool to see like that spice come in.
I wonder if Freak's enjoying
That's
the
the
balance
thing, because
team.
I feel like the story with FlyQuest a lot of the times is proving teams in the league that you can play a lot.
You
like,
can.
The Vladimir, the York, as you mentioned, the moment the York came through, I think it was in the DSG game, suddenly, like, Castle's playing York, like, we're seeing a
Chat.
lot more York within the league.
Some
Even
guy
the
comes in the
Ziggs
chat and
game
says,
that came through from
22K
Zen
viewers
just
today
yesterday, so there's a
compared
lot
to
of diversity.
90K
How
yesterday.
have you felt about Fearless coming into play?
Bro,
I mean, it's been
I
huge.
don't
think
care
it's been really,
how
really
many
nice,
viewers
'cause I
there
agree
are.
with you completely. Like, a lot of things have been
It really
viable.
doesn't matter.
My opinion has always
I'll
been
watch
that
what I enjoy
there's
watching.
only so many bans, so pros don't
You
need
can't
to
just
learn,
compare
like, champions,
viewership and
right?
say
Like,
good
you
or
have
bad.
tanks no matter what they ban.
Because
You have champs no matter what they ban.
comparison
Like, your
is
champ
the
pool can be
thief
5
of
champs,
joy,
and
and when
you're
you
good in
compare
every
things,
VO5
all you
forever
do
in
is get
perpetuity.
sad
And I
that
get
it's
that,
not
right?
like
That's fine to
something
practice.
else, but it
Best
doesn't
things
need
you
to be
can,
like
of course,
something
and you're
else.
gonna have a stack rank
It
or
can be
patch.
exactly
But
how
I was
you
like,
want it
well,
to be.
no, you literally must know 10 tanks. If you want to play a tank in game 5 and you aren't picking first, you better know.
So
one.
if you're
It's like,
enjoying
okay,
the games,
well,
let's
actually,
enjoy the
turns out
games.
that This is a good
If
pipe
you're not enjoying the
angle, or
games,
this is a good
then
Leona
feel
angle,
free to go
or
somewhere else.
people finally realize Brahm's actually the best tank in the game, basically. And that's great, right? It's like we get to see the metagame evolve, we get to see things jump up over time, and that's great.
When is DK
What's
versus
been your
IG?
favorite,
I
like,
can't find it
weird-
on the
I guess
website.
weird or,
Bro,
like,
what is that
off-meta pick you've
DK
seen
versus
Fearless? And
IG?
then what is a pick that you hope pros bring out that you haven't seen yet?
When would that ever
Oh,
happen?
man. I mean, it's got to be the Zed jungle coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Zed Jungle's starting showing up as of like 3 days ago, and I'm like, That's sick. That's so cool. Because we've been like, man, we'd love to get Assassins back in mid lane. And top lane as well, and jungle will be fine. We got Nefiri, that's great, but you know, she's kind of played fighter. But it's like, okay, what would it take to like get Kiana back? The old Demonte status, you know? Like, what does it take to get these champions back in the game? And it's like, that's gonna be tough. We can certainly try and, you know, move the game around and whatnot, but it's like, wow, we're actually getting the best jungler in the world playing Zed, and it's like, all right, we're gonna see some Zed jungler around the world now, aren't we?
Did you just call Tarzan the best jungler in the world?
Another Jersey bit, or are...
No, we're good.
We
we're
reached
done.
the
It's for
end
5
of the
games.
We're definitely done.
Yeah, we're definitely done.
He's going FlyQuest 3-2, apparently.
Yeah, that was...
Freak.
Or
he went through all the jerseys.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, too.
Thanks for coming here.
Of course.
Thank you, Freak.
Hell yeah.
W Freak.
And right now, it is time to honor our Split 2 Kia MVP, Inspired.
Inspired.
Going up against Inspired, always a test in the jungle for anybody. Inspired's ready to try to shut this down. Playing on the knife's edge, trying to stay close enough to bait their opponents.
Oh my god. Chat, I need to mute. I just realized I need to call my dad. I forgot to call my dad for Father's Day. Give me a couple minutes. Hell, son.
They don't quite have it, and finally they get it, but it's still going to be a 1-for-1, making a 2-for-1 as the Super Mega Death Rocket sets it up for Inspired to knock it down. Inspired jumping in after FBI here, putting on a little bit of pressure. Thursday, the third talent strike takes him down. Oh, immediately Vulcan and Sven are killed before they can do anything. The CC break won't be in time to save you from what FlyQuest is bringing to the table. Nice stun, and Inspired shows up, and it's easy peasy for FlyQuest. Ready to come here for the smite fight, immediately stolen away by Inspired. It's Inspired roaring through the fight over the top, and it's over before it even begins.
Please join me in welcoming your 2025 Split 2 MVP, Inspired! And officially presenting him his award, Brad Mays from Kia.
Congratulations, Inspired. On behalf of Kia, the entire LTA community, we're proud to present you, our GOAT, with this Kia MVP award.
Thank you very much, Brad. Inspired, another MVP trophy. Congratulations on the win, but not your first. That is your third and your second in North America. So I want to start off by giving you a chance to reflect on what's different between this one and the last time you won in 2022.
What's the difference? I think the difference is that this time I'm gonna win the final, so that's the biggest difference, because every time I won the MVP, I didn't manage to win the whole thing, and hopefully today will be different.
All right, that would put you up there with a very short list of other players that share the accolades that you've acquired. So I want to get your thoughts on this statement. Right now, in 2025, Inspired is the best Western player. What do you think about that, Inspired?
There are still like names like Caps, Jankos, I think maybe even Bjergsen, so double lift. So I think it's a bit hard to put me up there already.
Somebody out there shouted JoJo. What do you think about JoJo?
He definitely is not there yet.
Well, a win not only means a lot for you because it would mean that you win MVP and the split, but you would also be going to MSI. You'd get a chance to play against JoJo. Yeah. So talk to me about the pressure, about the match in front of you, and your thoughts on the match.
I mean, obviously, I think the game is gonna be pretty hard. I think Cloud9 is the team that always pushed us towards like maximum. I think in practice is the team that we struggle the most against, even though we don't really struggle in practice. And I think it's gonna be a very close series, and hopefully we win. And I really wanna go to MSI. Same for my teammates. We already spoke about it, and we really wanna play against the international competition again.
Now, final point here is that if you win this finals and win finals MVP, there's only one other player in history to do that. That was Bjergsen in spring of 2015. That would stamp your name next to a legend. What does that mean for you?
I mean, that would be cool. But jungle is kind of weak right now, so it's easier to do as a mid laner.
All right, fair enough. Well, congratulations on the award, Inspired. That's it from us here on stage. Let's hear what the casters think about Inspired's MVP.
Thank you very much, Kangas and Inspired. Congratulations
Congrats,
once again
Inspired.
on that MVP. You can go get ready for the games, which will be very exciting. We're going to talk a bit about the jungle matchup, though, with Inspired and Blabber, because the last time they faced off, Blabber did say he had an off series, But Inspired and Blabber, like to me, Blabber was super locked in yesterday, and he might be able to carry some of the momentum through to the series today.
Yeah, I absolutely loved so many of Blabber's setups, especially on the Maokai. I thought that game in particular, like, obviously we've joked about it in the past, Blabber's Maokai, formerly undefeated. But like, his setups, and especially around neutral objectives, were really, really strong. I don't know if Blabber kind of gave you guys trouble yesterday.
Yeah.
What do you think about these two junglers going up against each other, and like what makes Blabber unique and what makes Inspired unique?
Yeah, I think of course Blabber played really well yesterday. For my
Thank you.
yeah, but I think Blabber, he see angles for me that other players
Okay,
don't
chat,
see.
I'm back. I just had
like
to
invade angles or gank
call Dom
angles
for
or
Father's
even
Day.
engage angles.
Uncle Dom.
I think he
Check on
normally
him.
takes more risk than
He's
Inspired.
good. If you're
I think
wondering, he's
Inspired
good.
is
He's
just
taking
a
his
really
meds.
solid
He's
jungler. He don't really
getting ready to go to
like
bed.
to take a lot of risks. But like for me, if Blabber can find these good angles again against FlyQuest,
Getting ready to go to bed.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy because you're right. Like a lot of engage angles specifically, you will always see from Blabber, like an amazing team fighter.
He's off the crack.
And that's why even just hearing that interview from Inspired and how much he respects Cloud9, even though he says like practice isn't that stressful, but specifically going into Cloud9, that has been something that he's been really focused on. So I'm hoping for a really close series.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really close.
Chat,
and
hang on, if
what's
Doran
interesting to me is this FlyQuest roster
is Zeus'
has
father.
stuck together, right? Like they've taken that
And
success,
Krugs
they've really grown together,
are
and now I
Doran's
believe
father.
they are
that
currently
mean
in this age of
that
League of
Zeus
Legends, the longest roster
is the
consecutively
is
that's
the
actually
mini
stuck
Krug?
together. D plus Kia
Doran is
right
the
behind
medium
them
Krug?
at
And Krug is the
187
Krug?
days, but FlyQuest is a year old. They're celebrating their first year.
It's pretty amazing just
He's
with the way the
literally
schedule
the
has lined up
grandson
when
of a
they
Krug.
kept the roster together
So
all
he's the
throughout
tiny
Worlds, all
Krug.
throughout Split 1, and the fruits of that labor are showing through. They look so organized, they look so coordinated within so many team fights and game states. It seems like they're always on the same page of what to do next.
Yeah, I remember at the beginning of the year, Inspired wondering even like, is that an advantage for them, right? Because like, but I just firmly believe that it is. A lot, like knowing your teammates, their strengths, their weaknesses, the feedback that you gave them at the end of the year, you're not being useless, like going into the next year, like all of that, especially knowing how rigorous the feedback system is within
How
the
did LR
FlyQuest
scrims go?
system, like this is what makes
they
them a
went good.
successful team. And now knowing the players you're working with, and like I think it can attribute to a lot of the players like Busio or Masu having incredible improvement within this split. Like finding themselves in first team All-Pro. A lot of that is because you still have the same people giving you feedback last year as you are coming in this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, in talking about C9 and FlyQuest, you can see here on the screen, they hardly lose to people who aren't each other. So the combined record
Friday
here is
with
32
meetings
and
with
3
me be like
throughout
nothing
all of
from
Split
me,
2
thanks.
when C9 and Fly aren't playing each other, and over 90% win rate. So I think it is very fitting that they are now playing against each other in the finals.
Yeah, and you kind of heard it from Inspired, right, where they felt like
What the fuck is that?
C9 were the team that actually gave them trouble in practice. Usually they don't have as much trouble in practice, so that gives us a little bit of insight,
Oh
not
my
only about how they've been
God.
pushing each other on stage constantly, but also how they've been pushing each other behind the scenes.
And it's funny, like Seos, these losses, some of these losses are literally against your team.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I think like these two teams since the start of the championship is really good. And even on practice, not only stage, when we practice against FlyQuest or we practice
Gamer
against Cloud9,
posture?
normally
That
it's a hard
posture is
day
not that bad.
Because even on screens, they took the game serious. You know, like they are trying to simulate the stage as much as they can, and they take practice really serious.
Yeah, and one more hit on the near historic nature of this FlyQuest team. Of teams that have won the split, which FlyQuest hasn't done so yet, if they do, they would have the third best regular season win rate of a split champion in North American history, about 24 splits all in to have this record. They're also one of the only teams ever to have all 5 of their players be first team All-Pro. What I find interesting here is that the last team to do this was 2020 Spring C9, who you see up
Regular
on that
season
screen
high win
at
rate
17
leaderboard.
and
2020
1. So
C9.
they have a little bit
Who
of
was
history that they're
2020
playing with,
C9?
because what we are seeing
Was
is
that-
currently one of the best splits we've ever
That
seen
was
in North
that was
American history.
Niski,
Yeah, it is
wasn't
by far the best
Niski,
split
Sven,
for FlyQuest.
Blabber.
Like they already celebrated the fact that this is the
Licorice.
best they've done in their organizational
That was the
history.
year
And like a lot
before
of those teams that flanked them, yes, heavily
Perks.
C9, but also you can see TSM underneath it, are like well-known, historically strong organizations within North America. But for FlyQuest to really like basically punch through that and say, no, we're going for a back-to-back. Like we are going to be the future of North American League of Legends is crazy, and they're making a big point for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is if they are able to, again, go to international competition and also do well, because I feel like a lot of North American fans, myself included, still have that kind of Gen G series in mind. So we know that they're really capable of this. And where I think it starts is in the top lane.
We gotta bring this board in. We gotta bring this board in for this next bit,
Okay.
Emily. Yeah, it's about the top lane champion pools, because this was the big story the last time these two teams played, was whether or not Whippo and Thanatos and how they'd be able to interact in their
Man, I just want to get into the games.
We're going to flip this board around right now.
I just want to get into the games.
Show you the champions that they played this split, Emily.
Yeah. So I think this is super interesting, and we talked about this.
I want to see the opening
last time
ceremony.
These two teams matched up.
I bet
These
is the
are
opening ceremony going to be
Whippo
similar to the
only
LEC one?
champions thus far. These are
Where
their
they play the
shared
Spirit
champ
Blossom
pool.
music?
And then this is the Thanatos only pool. And the thing that's super interesting to me is you have stuff over
And they're
here
gonna introduce
like
them name by
the
name?
Gwen, right? And the Gnar, we all know him for his Gnar. And Bessa, super popular earlier on, just had a phenomenal game on that.
That looks...
But FlyQuest seems so content to just be like, you know what? Thanatos, you can have your picks. It's fine. We've got this Shen pick. We've got the Set pick that ended up making such a massive
A bit demonic.
in team fights. We have all of these picks that we're able to pull out. And it's so fun watching these two teams draft.
Wait, chat, keep me
because
updated on if
in
posts
so
or
many
wins or
drafts, I
loses.
feel like both of these top laners get exactly what they want. And then it's just a matter of execution.
Yeah, and even just taking a look at the counter pick right in front of you, like, Whippo is getting counter picks, like they non-stop.
Damn, Raz's
like,
cut looks kind of fresh.
It prioritizes like basically what works for him. The counter
Are you
pick,
excited for
not only
FlyQuest
just the
C9 chat?
individual draft who he's landing versus, but the team's draft as a whole. And then
I don't
Thanatos is
understand.
like,
Oh,
yeah,
it's
just blind
top
pick
lane
me what I
counter
want.
pick percentage.
Is it the Mbessa?
I feel like
Is it the
Korean
Gnar?
top
And
laners,
he is so good at the champions
every
that
Korean
he
top
plays,
laner is
that
just
this is
a
the matchup
Rumble,
that people talk about
Renekton,
in pros
Gnar,
about like, oh, this is
Cassante player.
when Whippo and
They
Thanatos
just
go
are.
up against each other in scrims.
Every
it's always
single
just
one.
like a slaughter. Like
they will play those champs.
Or when you see them on stage,
maybe a bit of
this
Jace,
was
maybe
just
a bit of Camille, maybe a bit of Ornn.
Who's the best top
but
laner
they're,
in the
they're
league?
Yeah, and Seos,
they're
what has it been
built
like
to
playing
fucking
against some of these players? What are the unique things that they bring to the
these
game?
Gnar,
I think
Renekton,
Whippo and Thanatos,
Rumble
I think
champs.
they're
Korean
both
tops
really
are
good
so
on lane
good at them.
phase for me. And like when we draft, especially against Whippo, if you know, like if game goes to game 4, game 3, game 5, he'll have some weird pick that you'll not prepare, you know? And I feel like Thanatos, he's just really comfortable player. So if Gwen is open, he'll just first pick Gwen. He don't really care about matchup. If Gnar is open, he'll take Gnar. I think Thanatos really likes comfort picks, and Whippo likes some crazy picks, yeah.
Yeah, I also want to talk a bit about the other
Where
side of
does
this
your
board that
hate
we have
from
set up
Valorant
here.
come from?
It's whether or not...
My hate for Valorant comes
and
from
C9
Riot
fans,
Games.
you can help me out if this is accurate, about how strong you've been feeling about C9 this split. So I'd say throughout the regular season,
It's
the
not about the
phrase of
community or anything
C9
like
being
that.
back,
It's just
what's
I
there?
feel
So I
like
feel like C9, they were back.
so for example, the LEC studio was kind of mid. But because Valorant was going to play from the studio, they upgraded it. And it's like, that pisses me off. Why couldn't they just upgrade it? Because it needed an upgrade. So like that shit just lives rent free in my head, and I hold a grudge. That's all.
At the 2-2 until they lost
I feel like
the series
Valorant became
2-3.
like the golden
But
child,
now
but
against
League is
Shopify
still
Rebellion,
fucking god tier.
You're here. This is us right now. What will happen today? Will
And
it
they
be
like tried to
doomed,
move
or
everyone's
will they be
schedule
so
around to
back?
make sure
How many
Valorant
C9
was
fans
prime.
do we
I was
have
like,
here
bro.
to say that they're going to be so
Or like
back
LEC
and
had
take
to like do
down
this so
FlyQuest in this
Valorant
game?
could. Bro, fuck off.
That's quite a few people, chat.
That's a few people, Raz.
That's quite a few people.
Where the crowd
like
at
what I'm
then?
hearing
Yo,
already.
guys.
Okay.
Someone, yo,
Like,
sub more than €3. Just
God.
want to say that my merch fund around 30.
That is just the question whether they can make it back to the promised land. Because already you can hear the C9 fans. Anytime, like throughout the split, you talk to, like, there was one person even when I was heading back home.
Yo, sub
you
my
go
merch
back
fund,
and he's
man.
like, yeah, I'm an
$30
old
crazy.
C9
What the
fan.
fuck?
Like, I'm just here to see their success. And obviously it hasn't been like
that.
the best during the last year.
So I've
But
seen a lot of
seeing
like
the strengths
C9
that they've been able to
placements,
take
win rates, and champion
to come
pools.
back to this level,
So what are
this is
people's
honestly the
predictions?
past few
Because
splits
I
that
need to
they've
see
had.
some fucking.
Yeah, they haven't
Bro,
been
I
able
need to see
have
some
a better
evidence.
playoffs finish than their regular season finish since the last time they won
Valorant
a
is the
title. But
youngest
we have a
child,
few
so the
minutes
oldest
left
child
to
gets ignored
actually
whilst
say
Valorant
who
gets the
we think
attention.
is going to
Yeah,
win the
that's
series.
how I
Emily,
felt.
what's
So
your
I got
prediction
jealous.
why?
And I got upset
I'm
and I
really
threw a
boring.
tantrum. And so I don't like
I
Valorant.
think
Fuck
my
Valorant.
fault as an analyst is I kind of default to
Oh!
what the most expected thing is. So I also still stuck with FlyQuest 3-2. I do think that extra dash of creativity that FlyQuest do seem to have,
C9 3-0.
in addition to their setups and map play, will slightly carry them. I'm a
I
little
feel
bit
like
worried about this prediction after yesterday,
just
because
the
C9's neutral objective
split
and
of
teamfight
opposites.
setups looked so good.
Things
but yeah, I'm sticking
things
with my
happen that you
FlyQuest
don't
3-2
expect to
for
happen
Seos, you and
all
I have
throughout
the
every
3-1 for
playoff.
FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think it will be a really close series for sure. But I just feel like FlyQuest is a really patient team, so I expect maybe even some games Cloud9 will be ahead. But I feel like FlyQuest knows
will
how to
choke
come
and
back on the
collapse.
games, and FlyQuest and Cloud9, I think sometimes really just try too
Called
much.
it. You align with that position, Jat?
I mean, listen, I'm aligning with it because he's agreeing with my prediction. I would say a lot of this is going to hinge on Bwipo. He was playing so well in the first 2 games of that series. He knows he reached too far in games 3 and 4 to prove a point. If he lets the game come to him, uses his counter picks, I feel like he will neutralize Thanatos and the rest of FlyQuest will be organized enough to beat them. But Raz.
I already feel like Jack's not going to like my position here because I curse his team a lot anytime I predict him.
Chat,
But
count,
right,
count,
much
count.
like a lot of the
55,
people in the crowd,
54,
I'm a prisoner
53,
of the moment.
52,
I feel like
50,
that
51,
series that they
50,
had versus
49.
FlyQuest,
Are the
they
ads
were winning a
buffered?
lot of
They
those
are,
games
they
before
are
those
buffered.
throws. They're feeling like they're scaling throughout the playoffs. Seos, I'm sorry, but when they went up against you guys, I was like, no, now I'm confident. So I feel confident. As
Are they gonna
C9
play the
fans,
song?
Do you feel confident? I could not hear you. Do you guys feel confident? Surely we have some FlyQuest fans. What about you guys? I think it's time to start the show.
How do you do that then? 9, 8, 7, 6. Now play the Spirit Bossing song and shout the names out. Let's get it then. Bam, 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 bam. Cool trophy. Oh, hell yeah, everyone's pumped. Ash, and
this finals for me is just a chance to prove myself again. I haven't won in
Ganked by
almost
Blabber.
2 years now.
I think there is a lot of ego on the line in this final. I think both us and Cloud9 think that we are like better.
Give C9 an opportunity for an outplay here, but again it's inspired with the tackle into the wall.
Ganked by Blabber, ganked by
Onapixel.
Onapixel.
He dashes over the unraveled earth. Everybody on C9 is just dropping
fuck,
like
that
flies.
violin.
I think we just act confident because we believe in ourselves. I don't think we think that Cloud9 is bad or anything.
Chat, I've
I
had
think
my
every
Red
game
Bull.
we play
I'm happy.
against
I
them
got
is
my
always
energy.
close.
I got my
They are
pace.
good
I'm fucking
players,
locked in
but,
for this.
It's important to stay confident when it comes to winning.
FlyQuest go the distance against C9. They take the
I would definitely say I expected to play
Not
against
a
FlyQuest
hashtag
in
ad.
the finals again. I felt like throughout
Actually,
the whole
really good.
split, it was just us and them.
That'd be
The
really
last time we played them, we honestly could have won. We'll be able to close out the games this time around.
Blabber is for sure a very good player. He won a lot of titles. When
Is
you
FlyQuest
wanna
gonna be
win
too
the
cocky?
split, we have to beat Blabber.
Vulcan wants to keep going for it though. Masu having to spend both summoner spells.
Bro, how long's
as
Blabber
now
been playing?
Blabber ready to try to flash forward to grab the kill.
I think Inspired's been playing very well recently. He just won MVP, and I think it was deserved.
Okay, let's see what we can get. And there it is, the Grand Starfall, and Fudge is not looking too good. First blood over to Inspired.
Fudgy cake.
Yeah, I do think that every split I'm the best player in the league. You have to have that type of mentality in order to win the MVP. Blabber is 2 times MVP, but I'm 3 times MVP.
I obviously want to prove that I'm still the best. I think this finals is going to be my time to show that I still am the best jungler in the league.
That Dome's got to be careful. He tries to get back away while Blabber gets a massive 3-man impale. C9 running over FlyQuest.
After getting All-Pro on every single role, getting MVP on your team, losing the finals, I think that would be very embarrassing. We really don't want to lose.
I'm just excited to win again and flip a new trophy.
There was Lucio looking to keep him alive as well, but Whippo has made his way into the fight, and now Loki's going to be killed. That was a wide haymaker from Whippo.
I love putting on a show. Let's have some fun.
Thanatos is still trying to
What the helly? What the fuck was that?
Z9 are looking good.
Time to prove I'm the best top laner.
Let's see what we can get, as there it is, the Grand Starfall, and Fudge is not looking too good. First blood over to Inspire.
Time to show why I'm the MVP.
Team Liquid looking to secure it, but Blabber jumps in to steal the Baron at the 11th hour.
Back where I belong. 2 years since my last win, that changes today.
They're reading scripted lines. They're reading scripted lines.
Fox about to drop LifeQuest, just run Shopify over.
Need to get incoming.
He has no teleport, he has no ult, and he's about to have no mid laner. Loki going in looking for the solo kill on APAs.
Bring it on. Expect the unexpected.
Masu's trigger finger.
If someone says he cancelled, I swear to God I'm flying to Los Angeles right now.
Looks like a good target.
If you want to win, you'll have to get through me. Good luck, you'll need it.
Inspired still making his way down towards the fight instead.
Bro, the scripted lines are killing every aura point that could possibly be taken.
They tell me I still got it. I never lost it.
Lucio using his heal there on the Alistar, goes in for the engage, and now the
I wish Sven should have just said good luck in esports. That would have been so much.
So easy. I can't wait to flex on them.
Bro, it sounds like an NPC quest giver.
Not gonna find a whole lot just yet. Inspire finally does drop.
Yeah, at least you can be happy that you got second, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, please
there we go,
put
that's
your
flowers.
hands together for Cloud9. In the top lane, the dealer of death in every duel, Thanatos.
Damn, there we go.
In the jungle.
Wait, I thought the walkout was a second ago.
The greatest.
Wait, didn't they just walk out? Hey, they walked. The double walkout. Damn, didn't expect that.
Proven himself time and again, Loki.
Is he high key?
At 80 carry, one of the only men to claim a title in both NA and EU, Sven.
Woo!
And at support, one of NA's best, a Canadian player looking to book his MSI ticket, Vulcan.
Woo! Check clap. That trophy looks kind of good, though. I'm not gonna lie. W trophy, big W trophy. That's a good trophy.
And
That's
across
a cool
the
trophy.
rift from them, the #1 seed from the regular season.
Weepo.
Please welcome FlyQuest. In the top lane, the man whose champ pool is as fearless as it is wide, Whippo. In the jungle, the regular season MVP looking to become finals MVP too, Inspired.
Let's go, Ona!
In the mid
Gold,
lane,
gold, gold.
the man who fought Chovy to 5 games just last year, Quad.
Quad kind of goated.
At 80 carry, a mechanical monster fighting to represent Canada at home at MSI, Masu.
Masu.
And at support, he's been playing since he was 7 years old and he won his first pro title last year, Busio.
Bussin'. Damn, we are pumped in here. Let's go.
Please make some noise one last time for your Split 2 finalists, FlyQuest and Cloud9.
Bum, bum, bum. He's been playing since he was 7 years old. League came out 15 years ago. So that means he is 22, maybe.
Team Liquid is erased off Summoner's Rift. Nice double knockback with a seismic shot from FlyQuest. Masu is popping off. FlyQuest can't do a thing about it. A double kill for Loki. A triple kill for Sven. A clean 8.
Someone says there's riots happening in LA. That's why no one's in the studio. They stayed at home. What the fuck? What's happening in LA? What are they rioting over?
Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. Welcome to the Split 2 finals here today between
You know what?
FlyQuest and Cloud9.
I feel like that's a big question, and it's probably got a lot of loaded context behind it. And I don't know enough about politics.
Gets to represent North America on the
If it's not about buffs and nerfs on a patch, then bro, I have no idea.
Nothing better than an international event right
I hope you're
close to
safe
home. Ladies
wherever
and
you
gentlemen,
are.
I'm Captain Flowers.
I hope you stay safe.
Joined by Azale
And
Kobe
lock in.
Here for the TriCast
Lock
for what
in.
is, I'm hoping, a full best-of-5 run back.
It should be a really
Ice?
fun rematch
Oh, they ran out of
our
ice?
upper bracket finals that went the full
Drought.
fearless 5 games the last time these two teams met up against each other, and now battling.
Doesn't
to
LA have
see
drought?
who
California?
Gets to go say hi to
Queen
JoJo
of
in Canada.
It's going to be a really exciting one. Now, these two teams all year long have been
Can't
so
lock in.
close, back and forth, back and forth. You know, FlyQuest leads the series this year 6-5 overall.
They have a Lux
It has
on
been
one side and an
incredibly
Ari on the other for the draft.
Pretty much every time, with the one exception
Wait.
being the one best of
Quad,
3 that
sit
they did
down.
play this split.
Sit down.
Right.
Oh my
But
god, he's doing
I'm
his
really
twitches.
expecting a very close series.
Look
and
at
a
all
very
these
competitive
roses.
And I love the stat that they gave on the lounge, that these two teams, this split, are 32-3 in game score against anybody that's not each other.
Yeah.
There is a clear line of
32-3 in game
separation. At the
score
beginning of the
against
split,
anyone
we were
that's
saying
not
it's
each
a top
other?
4, bottom 4 type of
Was?
state of the league, but it's clearly a top
Wait, so this
2
is just ran
and
by 2
everybody
teams.
else, as
Isn't
C9
it crazy
and
there's only
FlyQuest have
one
just
spot
been
for
a
MSI?
world apart.
Absolutely. I mean, they're 1 and 2 in the positioning phase. They play off, you know, for first
Hell
place
yeah, how do
there.
you do that
They
then?
both win
How do you do
their
that? That one?
groups. They play off for first
Gwen
seed.
ban,
They
Yone
meet in
ban.
the upper bracket. They're meeting again in the upper bracket grand finals here. So it is just such
Ta,
an
yeah,
even
man.
back and
Wow.
forth matchup between these two teams.
All right, let's go ahead and
Any
hop into
Azir
chance
first
select
picks?
As our bans have already finished for the first half. Gwen,
Any
Yone,
Azir
and
first
Talia
picks?
banned by Fly, as
Any?
C9 removed
Does
the
Whippo play
Casio
Rumble
and
actually?
Azir is up, and with Talia being banned, that seems like a very prominent first pick.
Or is
The
it just
champion
Azir
right
first
now
pick?
just scales so well, does so much in the meta.
No,
but
yes.
FlyQuest have often crafted very
I feel like Azir
tricky
first pick's
drafts,
pretty solid.
even in the beginning of series.
Or Pantheon.
Absolutely, and we've seen
or
Loki, you know, even yesterday,
I like Azir
very
first
happy
pick.
to play the Sylas into that matchup. Was popping off
Whippo plays
yesterday
anything.
on the Sylas. Had a
Azir first
monster
pick for
performance.
FlyQuest.
So there is the Azir.
Varus 1 and
is also
Wukong 2.
popular
Very
these
good
days,
champ
and they're just
Wukong.
slamming the
Good
1-2,
choice.
So expecting the Azir to come through, they're going to answer with some power picks of their own. The Varus, by far the highest prized AD carry in the league right now.
What are you
and
playing to
Wukong,
Varus?
a really dominant team
Do they
fighter
pick
here
Jin
for
now?
Blabber.
Wukong shit
picked up
champ,
for
Fly
Blabber.
win
I
game
wonder
1?
if
What?
FlyQuest are going to respond with inspired
broken.
pick here before the second half of the bans come in. When you're looking at the first half, there's not a ton of jungle bans so far. Vi in there.
Masu,
Poppy
if your
can be a
KDA
flex,
was
but
your
there's still
phone
plenty of
number, what
durability.
would your KDA be?
That sign is crazy.
That was some good
What?
riz. I actually think that
W
was
Riz.
that was
Kaisa Nico into Sylas on 3.
All right, I missed the
You're gonna
sun.
have to watch the
We're
VOD.
gonna have to go back and watch the
be
VOD
there.
because right now we have Kaisa
I
and
like
Nico
C9's draft
locked
so
into
far. I like
You
C9.
already mentioned it, but we did see
Time
Loki
to fly.
play the Sylas matchup into the Azir, so
I like
this
C9
should be
side.
a super fun one. Very confident on the pick.
And it's also, you know, the Nico as well, right?
Varus
These are the exact
Wukong
two
1-2
champions
into
that
his
had
ear.
those kind of
Good.
prime ultimates that he wanted to steal
Sylas
yesterday,
into Nico is
and he
here.
was looking
Not bad.
incredible on this pick, so we'll see if he can have a repeat.
Now they're gonna span out
FlyQuest.
junglers.
And I
Any
will
good
say,
junglers?
in that game, even though
Is
he
that
was
a
the one
Cho'Gath?
with his
That's a
name in
Raptor.
lights, getting all these kills at the end.
Pantheon ban, not
Blabber
bad.
also was
He was there too.
exceptional.
The problem with C9's draft is that C9 is playing it. Oh! Woohoo! Good one.
He had a Smurf
He was killing
Wukong
it,
game
yeah.
as well. And
Good
the
one.
coolest thing about you know, that series yesterday, I think, from that perspective of Cloud9, was all the comms listen-ins that we actually got. Really
Hello,
well done.
Caedrel!
Blabber talking about
Totally agree.
enemies plays right before it
sign.
happened. And
What
on
up,
this
Micah?
champion, you know, Wukong, we also just had an amazing owner performance just last night on it, so it will be very fresh in people's minds. We'll see if Cloud9 can kind of keep their momentum from the
What the
Shopify
hell?
series rolling.
And it's interesting.
Nemesis
because now
is
Bard
having a
banned
chat
out, which
war
was also
telling you,
paired
hey,
with those
Wukong's OP,
champions in their
fuck
series
off.
Yesterday.
Oh my
I fully
god.
agree, Blabber in the
Oh my
comms
god.
lessons, if you guys missed that, it was incredible. You know, he
He's
was
getting
calling out the
fucking
plays that their opponents were
pressed
gonna do
by
before
chat.
they were going to do them. He's saying,
You know what
"Get
the
ready
good ban
to
here is
Bard
Trundle
off
ban.
here. You know,
Trundle-
I'm gonna
oh,
bait
big
to
W,
engage,
big snipe
essentially."
ban.
And it happened multiple times in this series.
Nemesis,
where
are
he
you
had
pressed? Are you
his
good?
opponents
Are you good?
completely
Hey,
downloaded.
hey, Neme, you good?
And I especially love that with him locking the Wukong here in game number 1. Wukong is a character that needs to full send all in, right? You need to be able to play tricks on your opponents, play around your own teammates, and I love the
Let's
fact
go
that
Fly.
Blabber is in his zone when it comes to the shot calling.
Jace
But the
ban.
Bard and Jace banned out by FlyQuest, the Pantheon and Trundle banned out by C9.
It's crazy,
They're
I guess
recognizing,
the Rumble
hey,
Prio is just not
Inspired
there.
has not locked his champion yet. He's a massive performer for FlyQuest. We want to pinch that pool a little bit further.
So the one big difference so far from the previous
He's
series
crashing
is
out.
that Cloud9 are not blind
Tom
picking
Kench,
for Thanatos.
what?
That's what they did regardless when they were on blue side
Okay, that's
or
better.
red side.
I like
They just
Rel.
kept blind picking because they had confidence in Thanatos picks. But obviously, C9 have rethought
What
the
the hell?
situation. They are not saving 5-pick red for a support counter pick or anything. They're just going to do it here since Nico's already showing.
Hot girls
so
love
they can
FlyQuest.
actually have one of these games where Thanatos doesn't have to blind
Wait,
pick
the
into
rats are
Whippo,
just swarming in the
which
chat.
is completely different. I think very, very huge here.
And it's going to make it really interesting because it could have pretty big knock-on effects for the rest of the series.
Crowny
Assuming that
saying
Whippo
what the
then
hell
just
he
goes
is like my
towards meta
favorite
picks
thing
because
ever.
he is blinding. That means that the meta picks are going to get thinned out of the pool much more quickly because the
Renekton.
entire last series was blind meta pick for Thanatos, weird counter pick for Whippo over and over and over.
In the
So
time
even
for
when we got to
Thanatos,
Game 5, there were
actually, it's
still
going to
meta
be
picks
Sejuani, isn't it?
available
Renekton
for
Sejuani, and
Thanatos.
Thanatos is
But
going
with
to be
Renekton getting
like,
taken
I
off
will
the
play
jungle
Gnar
here,
here.
Sejuani
And I'll pick
obviously
Gnar in
very
5.
strong pairing does make a lot of sense. You know, assuming Thanatos goes for a meta answer, already we're going to be knocking through a lot of those top lane champions very quickly. So when we get to a Game 4 or potentially Game 5, you might have to be playing some weird stuff on both sides.
All right, Renekton Sejuani, a known and
Was there an
deadly
Inta sign,
top
chat?
lane jungle combo there for those early skirmishes. Can give you a lot of power, particularly
Rumble,
around
Rumble.
the grubs early
Rumble
on
channel,
in
what
the
ads, if you
game.
know what ads, you can
And
just on
look
Twitch
at
Prime, you know,
FlyQuest
have to sub to the
comment,
channel if you
they
don't
are
want to, you
ready
wait for the game starts,
full
because
send,
after any
and
ads, so you don't get the ads during the
C9
game. If you
decides
sub
they
now,
wanna
you won't
roll
get
out
ads
the
for
red
MSI
carpet
as
for
well.
Rumble for Thanatos.
I'll see you in a
I
sec.
mean, they're ready to engage. They're ready to go in, but you look
Neme,
at
you okay?
Wukong,
You wanna talk about it?
Silas, Rumble, Rel,
Are you okay?
like, all of the engage on both sides is very explosive, and then you're realizing, you know, it's not
Neme,
just that Silas going in.
get
it's
your favorite
Silas
snack,
with a stolen Sejuani,
fill up your
Nico,
water bottle,
and a Zero, all of these
get
ways
comfortable
to
in your
engage,
chair,
you know,
maybe
there
turn
to
the lights off in your room and lay in your
amplify
bed and
all the
watch
other
this
tools
from
that
your
they have.
monitor.
This is going to be a
And
really
watch this
explosive game. I
Wukong
think it's going to be
carry
so
the
much
game
down to the
alone.
preparation before the fights, because the team that engages first, if you get hit
Nocturne
by 1
first
CC,
3
you're
months,
probably
now
going
Wukong,
100 to 0 in CC
GG.
on either side.
And I really want to pay attention to especially how this mid lane does go. Loki,
If
obviously,
Wukong carries
he had
this
a really
game-
good Silas game into his ear, you know, previously versus Shopify.
First pick Wukong.
But your jungler here
Deal?
is
Deal?
more of
Deal?
a level 6 jungler, more of a power farm jungler. And you don't usually get
Okay,
to
I put
go,
all my points on
even
C9.
in
I expect
CS
to win a
and
lot of
have
points back
such an
according to your
easy
prediction.
time,
Yep, if not,
as
then
we
I'll
saw
let
last time. So we'll see
more
if
of
they
your
can
mobs
actually put
free.
out some pressure.
I am so excited
Oh
to see
my
what
God,
they've
what did he
got
say?
cooked up, considering how
Coach
close
US better
that
draft.
series was just
The
last
Wukong draft.
weekend, right?
Wukong draft
Considering
wins.
how close C9 came to being able to win that one. You know, it was a 3-2.
Cloud9
but I think
3-0,
it very
baby.
easily could have gone the way of being a 3-1 for C9 if they would have been able to lock in that second game at the very
Absolutely.
end, not end up giving it back the way of FlyQuest. And I feel like everybody on both teams has to recognize just how close that series was.
Absolutely, and we're going to have to see, are there any finals nerves here? So much on the line for both of these teams. You're coming in
Chat, wait.
game 1 of the finals.
Oh wait,
title on the
wait,
line,
Aglan,
the
you
trip
actually
to
did predict
MSI
C9.
on the line here. Are the teams going to be able to play with the same levels of confidence? You know, are they going to be a little bit shy out of the gate? I'm excited to find out.
All right, let's get on to the Rift. Now, normally, I feel like a lot of times when we get into these high-stakes best-of-5s, game
All right,
one can
C9,
be a little
please
bit,
win the series.
Touch your toes in the water, test it out a little bit. I wonder, will we get that aggro?
Well, already we're seeing something. So this is actually a play that's going on the bottom side of the map right now. You had a delayed invade where I saw on the minimap. We didn't.
I never thought I'd say this.
Three-person move down here.
But I'm a
to try and
C9 fan
catch
today.
If anyone from FlyQuest was in this
I'm a
brush.
C9 fan.
But FlyQuest had already preemptively warded
Why are you a
this
C9 fan?
brush, and nobody was
Because
there to
I
actually
feel
get
like
caught. So
Uncle
no
Dom
Summer
needs
spells
a
went
dub.
down.
Listen,
There was no
I don't
actual
want
combat
Uncle
or
Dom
anything,
to go
but
dubless.
it's that type of
The
prep
Rudy
for
Sacks
level ones
losing,
and those types of
C9's
plays in
losing.
best of series that
Wait,
show that you
Dom
take
needs
this so
a W.
incredibly seriously,
So I'm
and
here
the
for him.
losses, last
I'm
time
here
that they
for him,
actually had
and
to
I
them
feel like
were partially due to
EU
some
playing
very good
C9
level one
is
prep.
kind of funny.
Absolutely. This is
Because
gonna
then
be
I can
an
make fun of
exciting
Dom when he
game
loses
to
at
watch
MSI.
side. You know,
But he needs to
generally,
get
you're
there
gonna be
first.
favoring Varus over the
Like,
concept,
I need
of
to
course,
make,
there's
I need to
Nico
call the
involved
guy
in
after
support
NA
space.
and EU.
All the different
And NA
times as
low key.
just barely got in tower range there, and that turns that trade from pretty nice to a little bit catastrophic.
It's Dom
you wanna
versus
talk about
LS.
all the difference. Level 1 turret
Yeah,
shot,
but
that's an
LS
entire
doesn't work
potion
for
now that you're gonna
FlyQuest
have
on
to drink
the
to get that
competitive side,
HP
does he?
back.
But
Feels
Dom does.
pretty bad, but it does show that Loki really wants to play aggressively here on this Silas.
I
think
bet
everybody
my
who saw
entire
his last
academic
performance as a
scholarship on
champion there
FlyQuest.
yesterday is hoping to
to see a repeat of those kinds of moves here again, except maybe FlyQuest.
He does? What do you mean he does? They first gamed
C9
Renekton.
with Loki here in the mid lane on this pick, obviously looking to him to be a huge playmaker. Blabber pathing his way through the backside of the jungle right now.
And the last time these two teams met in finals was back in 2020, so it's been quite a while. These
LS
were the
loves
rosters
Renekton now.
back then.
My
Blabber
guy.
still around. Sven and Vulcan still around. Even though they took some trips elsewhere, they are back. And Loki getting aggressive
C9
once again
2020
here, but it's always
spring
gonna be
finals.
Azir who gets the trade
Well, mid's
on
lost.
the back end of
Yep,
these.
mid's
Once
open.
the spells go on cooldown, Azir is going to keep hitting you. And you can see all pro results. It was 5 of
So the
Cloud9
imports on
members
both
in
sides are
2020
solo
spring
lanes.
who all got first team all pro. This time it is all of the
How is
FlyQuest members who
Inspired
got it.
is NA,
And
right?
it's
How did
C9
he
looking to
get
prove the
NA
voters
residency?
wrong here.
That's crazy. He got it so quick.
Anytime in any league that you see one team's players fully dominate that top all-pro,
Did he
you know
marry
the other
someone or
squad's gotta
something?
beef
What
with it.
a-
We're getting the first roam timer.
Wait, he
for
actually
support
married
right
someone? He has a
now.
wife?
Good toggle here by the observers.
the
because
hell?
Vulcan, he tried to sneak out of bottom lane during their recall and try and make a pass mid. It's
Inspired
that sort
is
of pressure that we were
married?
talking about in Champ Select. You know, sometimes if your jungler is a Wukong farming to level 6,
Inspired is here. They are waiting. Great ward from Sven. Wow, he has sniffed that out.
Yeah, very good heads-up play there from Sven, making
He
sure that
married
he does
Dom.
not fall victim to that. If you walk right beside that brush, that's got to be a flash at minimum.
yeah, both teams right now actually working very well around the other team's timers and countering several of the plays that we've already seen come out. FlyQuest playing pretty safely
-1,
around
-2,
the Vulcan timer, and then
+1.
Sven as well playing safely around their counter invade.
Yeah, I mean,
Chad, if
that's
I
just
want
a
to get
great
5
read
EU
that
players
they
in
could
NA,
be
is there
there.
anyone
Could
in NA
actually
who
be,
could just
you know,
get like
behind the
5
wave,
people in NA who
punishing
need to
you
get like
on this
married
move
real
back.
quick to get the 5 players
And
in?
Sven, as a result, doesn't lose his summoners, is able to actually get there and pick up the wave that was at his tower as well, and then is now going to be able to get the push out here. So going to be feeling pretty good about his position, but Busio will be annoying
I
and
can
just
give you, like,
stays
a
around
plushie
here, and he's going to try to
as a
force them
thank
to
you.
stay.
And they use the Whippo teleport here for the swap, keeping this minion wave.
Okay, big swap.
Looks like he is going to be able to hold it here for the next one to arrive, and that one will be a freeze until it's broken, so Vulcan sticks around as the teleport answer comes out.
You can see Vulcan trying to interrupt the tempo there on the recall for Busio. Shattering Strike does not hit the target inside the brush, though. Thanatos now teleporting his way down into the bottom lane as well, as we'll send both of our top lane.
What, a
our
Rumble
bottom
Q
lane
does
duos,
so much
excuse me,
damage.
Up into that
What?
top side. Kaisa and Varus just farming alone up there for now.
Yep, and Whippo obviously would have loved to hold the freeze, but he knew that Vulcan had
You
the
missed
later
it.
recall.
Missed
That was
what?
revealed by that Shattering Strike, so he cannot contest the wave. He's going to have to allow it to crash because he doesn't know if Vulcan had stayed around or
Missed
not.
what?
Of
Missed
course,
what?
Vulcan did base. He's heading out towards top side, so now all 4 TPs have been used. Both mid laners returning there as well, and you can see the Azir about a full wave up, but Loki will collect this here at his tower.
All right, it's about that 5-minute point into the game. Kobe,
What?
all junglers know
What?
this well.
What the
For
fuck is
chickens
that?
as they
What is that?
respawn.
How did somebody?
One of the tastiest
What?
camps on the
What the
Rift
fuck?
as
How is that on the
wants
broadcast?
to try to contest for
6
these.
though.
How is that on the broadcast?
Still thinking about maybe an angle
What?
here. Yeah, the fact that the Azir
What?
has the ultimate, that just
What
feels like
the
a lost fight
fuck?
already.
Exactly. If Loki was 6, maybe you're willing to contest, but with him still being level 5, the Azir at 6, I think that's pretty much a guaranteed loss. So all you're going to do is see, can I smite away that camp?
What?
Can I defend it a little bit without actually committing? But again, Busio,
Bro.
we saw this all yesterday, with Seos
That
utilizing,
is fucked
utilizing
up.
it. You can scout out so well
That is
with that
fucked.
Nico clone. And they
That is
spot
fucked.
Blabber as a result.
That is
Extra
not cool. That is not
information in
right.
this
That is
game
fucked up.
Doesn't show up on the scoreboard like, gold and
Chat, my
items and
nose
all
is
these
normal
objectives do,
sized.
but
Look.
it is so critical.
It's normal sized.
Meanwhile, we are going to have Blabber going right back down to wrap around. Does walk over the ward, though.
Yeah, that Nico clone really is one of the best vision tools in all of League of Legends.
Sven
as
wants level
Vulcan
5.
doesn't really care as much about the vision as much as trying to put some pressure on here. Gets the
Oh, he didn't
cleanse out of
level up.
Asu
Was?
with the attempted play.
Yep, nice going to be able to get that
Oh,
out.
Quad just smoked his ass.
Beautiful use of the Emperor.
Bro, that was so
Divide there to knock
smooth.
Loki
That was so
back into the turret,
smooth.
force the flash out of the C9 mid laner.
That greatly changes the mid-priority rules here for the matchup because you have to always be able to threaten. We've seen Loki, camera on him the entire time, going for these trades. Trade after
Why
trade
is
after
C9
trade
getting
after trade.
fried
Now
in this
that
early
you
game?
don't have your flash, you are very vulnerable to getting punished. Meanwhile, on the bottom side there, of course, FlyQuest do get the dragon for their time, and it does mean Blabber already well, he's almost to his level 6 as well, so he should be able to answer his level 6 as soon as he finishes up his blue buff. But
Did
then
the person
you get to
putting
see
on the broadcast
junglers
not
looking for
look
their
at the
play.
pictures first?
Wukong on level 6
That
and
sounds
20 on
dangerous.
level 6. They're immediately looking to use those ults.
Yep, and Loki just trying to shove in this wave and then get his own reset off here. But that was just great timing from Quad. Sees the Abscond Duck coming out, times his ulti to hit him back right as he arrives.
and as a result forces that flash, and now it's going to be Loki having to play pretty safe. When you're playing these melee into ranged matchups, the only way you actually put on any pressure is by trading aggressively.
I apologize, Caedrel. I'll fire the intern who used that tweet. No, you fucking won't. You're gonna fucking promote them. Shut the fuck up. You're lying.
Try to punish that. Thankfully, they have this deep ward here that they did spot.
They're now head of marketing suddenly.
That he is clearing down from that top side.
And honestly, there are a couple options there for Inspired. Since Thanatos also has no flash on the Rumble, it is so much better for junglers to have multiple options.
Man, I feel like FlyQuest is one wave up on every roll.
Fortunately for Inspired, he is on a ward right now, so the guessing is going to be really accurate.
Pretty easy guess
when you're on Vision.
Pretty easy stuff to read those. But we do have the Void Grubs spawning now as 8 minutes strike the clock. Inspired will move into this top side of the river. Looking at the mid laners, Quad, importantly, does not have the Emperor's Divide available again just yet. That cooldown is almost
Wukong
there,
level 7.
but not quite.
Why does he have a Ruby Crystal and Longsword? What the fuck happened to his items?
Sitting on 1,400 gold, so I don't think he's going to look to fight here. He hasn't based in quite a long time.
Okay, Quad moves over now.
So in one of the LTA finals, the minions ended the game. In the other LTA finals, they got a pentakill and stole Baron. So in this LTA finals, they're gonna
and FlyQuest secure all 3 grubs.
Yeah, they've got their mid priority with the
Do what?
flash advantage, as you say. They've got the buy timings correct for themselves. So all 3 grubs.
Wukong looking really useful, guys. Exclamation mark, smiley face, capital W.
Left to try and mine that.
Yeah, Sejuani's looking great here. Look, 200 gold down. 200 gold down, building giant spells and ruby crystals. Wow. Wait, the jungler with Cryos got the objective. Wait! The jungler with Cryos got the objective! Oh!
Okay, all right, just a technicality. Freak comes back in the building, and now all of a sudden it's back to technicalities.
Yeah, just wait for the puns.
Oh no, okay. We all got our lines here, all right? Let's see what's going on in mid lane. As Loki, once again, just back underneath the turret, still has quite a while to go on that flash timer, and you guys already mentioned how, that changes a lot about the dynamic of this matchup. Playing a melee character into a ranged character when the melee guy doesn't have flash is just tough, man. As Bwipo goes for the dominus here.
Yeah, that's going to be a top gap right there.
Yeah,
that's going to be a top gap.
Yep. Is cut down for first blood.
Really nice. We said Inspired has options. He goes for option
Wait, here comes Wukong. Wait.
Bwipo sets it up perfectly
Wait.
there. You know,
Look,
the CC,
watch this.
Very
Watch
good from
this.
FlyQuest. And that timing means that they do get to use their pack of grubs, because the 2 turret plates have been annihilated instantly after the kill. So that kill is not just that money, it's a huge balloon.
Look at that, 600 gold.
Didn't want to show his positioning on the map.
Favor of Bwipo there in that top lane.
Didn't want to show his positioning on the map. Hey,
really nice
nothing to blame him for.
I also really like how they actually just juggled the aggro. Bwipo pulled aggro on the initial play, then stepped back so Inspired could move forward, make sure he's the one actually tanking it. So even if some reinforcements came in, Bwipo, the one doing more damage, is the one not tanking the tower, could always finish off the kill.
Ooh, as Inspired now looking for another
Wukong solo kills here. They don't need TP with Wukong.
Bwipo teleports in. The Rumble is going to get chopped up again, back to back. Inspired.
Sorry, I'm allergic to bad takes. Nemesis is really giving me some fucking allergies.
Had to do it twice.
His flash was
the
still
top diff's crazy.
Cooldown, you know. I mean, he matches the swap basically. He's hunting him on Summoner's Rift. Kill him on bottom side, then kill him on top side.
And remember, this is FlyQuest on blue side. This is not a Bwipo counterpick. This is just Bwipo and Inspired doing what they do best.
Hey, these meta picks are pretty good for a reason. This was that earlier play. Perfect setup there. Lands the stun.
Why are people flaming me saying they lost their points? Bro, the game's just started, yeah? Relax, wait till Wukong gets Triforce, then you can start talking about your points, buddy.
Of the map. It's also within Inspired's all normal clear. So Inspired has been clearing down towards bottom side the entire time. Yeah, exactly. There you go. The Rumble camp has been...
He's not flash, he's dead. Got him. Nice job.
Yeah, simple as that.
They're 2.2k down.
Also worth noting, the top play was even more like the bottom play than we originally thought, because they
Bjergsen
also
2015 spring, also the only time this ever happened. Last MVP to win finals MVP.
Was Bjergsen back in 2015, Inspired looking to do that here today. Off to a great start, you have to say.
I'm gonna pour one
For
out.
anybody that doesn't have the context on time, 2015 was actually a decade ago. That is a whoa.
Bro, what is this fucking top diff?
Oh man, we're doing it again.
Nice flash.
Going right back in.
Ah, Wukong kills there.
One last
First time Thanatos with the flash manages to survive this one. But FlyQuest have a game plan, and that game plan is smack Thanatos around.
And it's interesting, Flowers, because the game plan that Bwipo said last time they were heading into the best of 5 versus Thanatos, he was like, I just got to neutralize Thanatos.
Bro, I swear, I see this chat message once every like 5 minutes. What the fuck is LTA North? What happened to LCS? What the hell? Well, top tower's dead.
FlyQuest now, they're looking to grab themselves this first turret of the game. Now, it is important to note that feat that you announced earlier,
I need to stop
Isaac,
saying what the hell. Crowning has mentally infected me. It's crazy. He's absolutely infected my brain.
C9 to get the boots,
or was it Velia? I don't know who said it
a lot
first.
closer to it.
And it's really just so much about the objectives they're getting afterwards. 2 kills. If you say 2 kills in isolation, you're like,
but is C9 there?
Fine, right?
Hello.
No, because they keep getting so many turret plates and the actual turret afterwards, these objectives that they're getting after these kills are so much more of the value. And that's why you have over a 3,000 gold lead here, which makes it seem like getting those feats is very far out of reach for C9.
Absolutely. And I mean, when you see this much of an isolated lead up in the top lane, that is so problematic. I feel like Bwipo has this legendary Renekton, and we've seen how he plays around Sterix, so many times before, how much of a monster he can be in these team fights. And he is just off to the races. He is going to be playing in their face. He has the early Shojin. He has the early Merc Treads to deal with any sort of CC coming through from the other side. And we know he is going to be a beast in team fights.
Yeah, the Shojin completed with the tier 2 boots as Thanatos is still fumbling with the
Let's go
components
C9.
of the Andrews trying to get those put together with his brown bag shoes. This is not a very even comparison. Loki jumps in there, but that's only a clone.
He's got the IKEA set there. He's trying to,
trying to
fit
put
the
it
pieces together.
We've all been there.
There's that Leandri's code.
Stop is even. What the fuck?
Words are really hard to read on those things, all right? The pictures can be a little bit confusing sometimes.
I can still do math, Caedrel. I know 25 minus 1 is 4.
So he can start contributing more
Shut up.
when the bigger fights start breaking out. There are first item power spikes coming in on both teams, though. You can see the 80 carries, both hitting their first items. Also,
3 minutes on Drake.
Trinity Force completed on the Wukong.
I thought that's a Pirate's gold.
To try and get C9 back in.
This plate.
Take a look.
That's a lot.
The gold plate difference here.
Yeah.
That is massive, and it is funding a lot of these completed items on the side
It is just a lane diff.
You can also see that Quad is going the double mask build here. This has become pretty popular on the Azir. You go double mask, the passive stack, then you're building in toward the Leandries, as your first completed item, but it's a lot of HP, a lot of AP.
We need a fight. We need a team fight.
Really
I had a Teemo build 3 of those in my top lane.
You only got one face. How many masks
the team, we were talking to him. We were like, are you going to build 4 of those?
I had a Singed build 5 of them once. It did not work out well.
They're TPing in for the Herald. Need a fight.
Not that crazy. But yeah,
need a fight right now.
Both of them. The first one here immediately turned into the Leandries, so already ready to fire there. Cloud9, though, they are starting up the Rift Herald, and FlyQuest are here.
Here we go. Here we go. Wukong time.
C9 have the Herald down to about 5,000 HP, but there's still plenty of work left to do. Inspired jumps in, going after Vulcan here at the very start. Vulcan with the counter engage.
Boom, there he is.
But Boostio with the Pop Blossom finds 3 of them as he goes down. Inspired's going to be careful as Loki wants to kill him off, but he ain't going to find the damage. Fence piercing arrow over the top. Gets it done, but it's still FlyQuest winning the fight.
This game's
3 for 2. They will claim the
This game's fucked.
Prize
This game's fucked. Not gonna lie. This game's fucked.
What an ulti there from Busio.
Renekton is too OP.
Members from Cloud9 right as Bwipo arrives with the teleport. Quad hits him with the sweep. It is perfection from FlyQuest. They are crushing game 1.
Yeah, Cloud9, they went straight
Flowers
for Quad
casting
to try
is
and get
quite
him,
mental.
But his defense
team is very spread.
Yeah.
I can peel.
I'm looking on Rumble here on this side.
I'm peeling. It
looks really good. It looks really good. They're gonna get cooked here. Kill 2.
Holy fuck. You should see Bwipo's cam. I kind of blocked it. Bwipo was like this. Bwipo was like this. I'll reenact it. He was like, yeah, it looks good. I'm going to look on Rumble here. And then Busio said, this looks really good. And he went, yeah, this looks really good.
Which made it end up only being 1 extra
His face just went instantly close to the monitor when the knockups hit.
On top of it.
Yeah, the Herald going over, plus now you're 4,000 gold ahead, 16 and a half minutes into the game. You've secured the feats for the extra stats that the Enchanted Boots are going to give you. This is a massive lead for FlyQuest. There's 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns.
And if I'm maxing W second?
I'm not looking at this as a fight that I have much of a chance at all in.
And it's so problematic
3 points Q into W max
as well. Like, you are a 4 melee team here as Cloud9. down 4,000 gold against this team that has the counter engage from the Nico, that has an Azir's in a great position.
Boaster's winning.
That's Renekton that you're trying to
Good.
fight through to even get towards the carries who's monstrously fed. It is going to be so hard for them to actually reach these carries and take them down.
And look at how Inspired is actually just mass stacking magic resistance here. He is not worried about the physical damage at all. And playing the front line here does seem like it is working out as they're trying to move in. Thanatos has his teleport ready, but the Rift Herald down mid means FlyQuest are guaranteed mid-prio before the Dragon fight anyway.
All right, the mid lane tier 1 is already down. FlyQuest will not stick around long enough to try and escort
Baus
the
does
Herald
5
further
points
forward
Q&T.
towards the tier 2. They're going to back up towards that Drake now as Blabber has to leave
Baus
behind the
Renekton.
clone and try to
Holy.
exit before FlyQuest
TP
start things
behind.
up, but TP's coming in from C9. FlyQuest could have
Quad caught. Quad caught.
Nice engage there on the quad.
What?
The
He
Azir gets
survives
away for
that?
now. Whippo
Dead.
trying to cover the exit,
Dead.
but
Where's
Thanatos
Wukong?
goes
He will
in
carry
for
the rest now.
shutdown. FlyQuest
Boom.
still
There he
shut
is.
down a little bit here, but again,
Solo killing
it's
Kai'Sa.
Loki this time trying to use the Pop Blossom.
Kai'Sa
Whippo's
dead.
rampage as Thanatos falls.
Low key. Low key.
Loki's on the
Bwipo.
run.
Bwipo dead. There we go. C9's back. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Get a 3-for-1 with a beautiful pincer attack.
What a setup, Flowers. We have
There we
to
go.
see the replay on how Loki flanked around the back of the Dragon Pit.
There we go.
within Fog of War, and Cloud9 dissect FlyQuest here. You could tell at the very beginning, they all have the target on Quad's head again. They surgically
Everyone at Nemesis and say
removed
Keck wait.
that Azir from the game.
Wukong
And even
diff.
with how tanky he was, the CC layering was just excellent here. You talked about Loki coming around from behind. He's sneaking in behind the rest of the team. You can see him right on this
Good
ward.
positioning by
and then
Loki.
watch Vulcan. Vulcan is going to find the initial engage, and then the follow-up is all there. He goes in, then the chains of
Quad gets
corruptions
caught.
come through. You can see the Abscond of Abduct
Quad
hits,
Inta.
the piercing arrow hits, the equalizer hits, everything committed to kill him off.
Yep, Thanatos flashing to finish it, and then they're able to take the rest of the team.
Then
fight.
Busio gets
And
focused,
the
Sven's free
Dragon.
hitting.
Let's get
Love
a
to see it.
listen in on the comms from their side to see how it was set up.
It looks cooked there. Sorry, Mabi.
Nice, 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 nice.
And you can see there, the Renekton, tried to go for the flash stun onto Loki, but Loki flashed at the same time. He gets out. And now, Loki, Blabber, they are creating some big differences here for the team in these fights. And this was back to yesterday, game 2.
Yeah.
The monster performance that this duo had. They took over once they got ahead. We'll see if they can try to work their way back into this one and really look to do some damage.
Obviously, it is still a FlyQuest lead, but that lead is now half as
First
strong
time
as
message.
it
Hey
was
guys, what do you
before.
think is the
Plus,
best low elo mid laner
Cloud9
that's fun to
securing
play?
another Drake for themselves
The best
means
low elo
less
mid laner
pressure
that's
going
fun
forward
to
of
play.
having to go to these objective fights. And Sven
a low elo
now
mid
with a
that's fun.
1,400 gold lead individually.
Ari,
You can see
Ari,
he's on 35
Ari,
farm. He's
Ari,
about to hit the Murloc
Ari,
power spike with a fully charged
Ari,
Marune
she's
as
got
well.
loads of
This
cool
very
skins as
much
well.
could be the difference maker as C9 are ready to start up the Otacon.
Or Veigar,
Quad is in the bottom
Veigar.
side river, and he does not have teleport
Veigar's
to try to
kinda
join
fun.
this if FlyQuest want to stop it. Now Whippo is nearby, Busio making his way over, but everybody else on FlyQuest is just not
Wait, this
there.
Herald is just
If
dead.
C9 can bring
It's
this
just
down
gone.
fast enough, they might
It's just
be able to
taken.
force it before FlyQuest
It's
can
just
really
yoinked.
respond. Vulcan
That's a
using
volume
Magnus
increase.
defensively. C9
Ult
have
hits
claimed
onto
the
Loki,
Otacon, but now can they get
but
away?
he's
Loki's
outie.
gotta try to
Or
get out.
is he?
Bozzu flies in there with a
Looks
killer
like he's
instinct.
dead.
Loki's gonna be in some danger,
Bwipo
but
is
now
getting
too.
Wukonged.
It might
Dead.
just be a 1-for-1. 4v4 on the map as Whippo and Loki are both isolated and
fight their
picked
way
off.
out.
But now C9 are going back towards
They have
FlyQuest
rumbled.
lines. The tier 1 turret is still
Lock
up,
in,
so
C9,
they can't
lock
keep
in.
going that
Just
direction.
don't get
Blabber
roaded.
with the re-engage, looking to find something here as Busio
Nice.
goes in for the
Wukong
Pop
tanks
Blossom,
that.
but Blabber is still
Now look,
alive.
Sedge.
He's trying to get him
Now look,
back
Sedge.
away as
Vulcan's
C9
dead.
scrambles. Vulcan barely hanging on, but the
Nice
Master
ult.
Andrews almost
Let's go,
takes him out.
Sven.
Quad is still
Ow!
going down too.
No
He
road.
goes in. A 1-for-1
Thanatos. Oh no,
But
Sven
Sven's
missed.
gonna
He
hit
missed.
these
He
arrows.
missed.
Masu and Inspired still hunting for more. Sven trapped inside the alcove as Vulcan tries to get away. And FlyQuest.
Oh, I feel like if Sven hit the Q there onto the Kai'Sa, it was playable.
Cloud9 get the Otacon, but FlyQuest will be laying the flowers at their graves. They chase them
Oh,
down.
TP in from Loki.
Vulcan actually escaped.
Loki's back.
He teleported out. He's got a
TP in from
ultimate.
Bwipo.
Here comes Whippo now. It's round 2.
Bro, look at Bwipo's XP. He's like
at the
double.
very
I
start
mean, he's almost level
decide they
13, but I
want
feel like he
the
was so
action.
far. He's level
What
13. I
action
feel like
it
he was
is,
so
too,
far in
Flowers.
XP.
That was so close. At the beginning of that re-engage, Busio actually breaks their ankles to set them up for success.
I've got to say, though, the thing that stood out the most to me is how little tank damage they have. Like, they cannot deal with Inspired in this 4v4.
Loki gets
so
caught,
Whippo
gets caught.
Whippo sectioned off on one side,
They
Loki
had
sectioned
to
off on the
use
other. They both
Wukong
get a kill.
ult.
Now just watch Inspired throughout this fight. I feel like Sven played this whole sequence so well, but they have so little sustained damage to actually be able to pressure Inspired in this.
I think Blabber shouldn't have gone
comes
in.
Gets a 2-man knockup. There was a nice backstep from Vulcan to avoid it. Sven able to get some pretty good damage out. Hits the Chains of Corruption on multiple people. Then the Piercing Arrow does land on Quad as well. As Quad goes in for the 0, Sven has a great flash to avoid it. He gets the kill there, but Inspired just can never die. Like, they have no
Vulcan
damage
was
to
kind of
actually
useless
threaten
in this
him. And
fight.
he's
He was a
bouncing in
bit
and
of
out
a
this fight
cameraman.
so well. Masu and Busio
A little bit
are
of a
contributing
cameraman.
so much damage with the space that is being made.
And then, as you know, Vulcan is the one that is able to sneak away. All right, look at the intensity here already in this matchup.
40 seconds on
FlyQuest,
Drake.
Even with the 3K gold lead, really starting to sweat it with these C9
Ziddle does
plays
for
that they
Sven.
have
He's
been
pretty
setting
OP.
up. Right back
But
to
he has
action,
no
though.
flash. It's a
FlyQuest
quick
on
road on
the
him and he's
reset
dead.
do get another objective.
And of course it is, you know, a pretty significant lead here for FlyQuest, but you have to consider the stats from all of the flowers that Cloud9 has gotten from grabbing Otacon, so it's closer than it looks right now. They also have 2
Bro, I was
dragons to
wondering
their
if
name.
someone was talking to me
This
IRL
next
something. It
dragon
was
here gonna be
fucking that
spawning pretty
Nico
soon. It does look
Sejuani
like
clone.
It is FlyQuest fully controlling the area, though. No one wants to give over a Cloud Soul. It is so strong, especially when you're looking at a lot of the individual champions in this game. You know, Renekton, Wukong, even the Sylas. Like, so many of these champions are incredibly strong with it.
Well, FlyQuest do have that total control of the area that you're talking about. You can see all the vision they're placing down here with the control wards in the banana
Chat, I want
brush,
a
in the
snack.
line brush.
What kind of
normal
snack could
wards
I
placed
get?
down in the C9 jungle so they can see anybody on the approach. And with the objective spawned, and you have a 0 on your team, not particularly difficult or time-consuming to guarantee you've got that one under control. Again, just using the power
Donuts.
of the Nico
Oh my
clone
God,
from
a
Busio
donut.
to scout out that enemy territory, make sure that nobody's on the approach, and FlyQuest will secure
This
that
game
Drake
cooked for C9.
without any sort of a fight. Important thing to note here, one big difference between these teams and a huge reason for FlyQuest's advantage right now. Cloud9 have still not taken a single turret so far this game. They got behind so early, and then they've had struggles.
Actually,
since
Chad,
then
that's
to
a
get
good
back
question.
onto the
Is the MSI draw show after this
It's also
series?
really interesting
Yay or
to me
nay?
to note Whippo
Is there an
going
MSI
for a
draw
much more of
show?
an aggressive build with his lead. Goes Sunder Sky second after the Shojin here. He's not going towards Asterix or something that is a
Nine.
little bit more tanky. Obviously, you get healing from this. But, you know, it is not that kind of like team fight item that you really think of unless you can really kind of bounce around between a lot of different targets and get a ton of healing from it.
Okay, Whippo, we'll see how strong that Crocodile is. Remember, he was the one
This game just
that was
looks
a little
cooked.
too far forward in the previous fight. He was the one who
How
got
do you play
traded
fights
off in that
as
initial
C9?
1-for-1 with Loki. So let's see what C9 can cook up here to try and stop this lead from getting back away from
Why
them.
is
because
the
it
LEC
still
ran by a
4,000 gold lead for
Canadian
FlyQuest,
Fortnite
despite
kid?
the fact that C9 found them in that
Okay,
pincer
why is
attack.
LTA
FlyQuest have
ran
done a
by
good job
EU
fighting
players?
back.
Rat.
They're making sure that they keep finding turrets whenever they can. They're controlling the map in the smartest way possible, and they're continuing to just be that team that everybody else struggles to answer.
Yeah, and you kind of talked about it a little bit too in the previous fight up on
My
the top
region's
side of
run
the
by
map.
your region, your
But
region's run by my
Inspired
region.
that
Okay,
had
you
been
happy
just
now?
Mass stacking this magic resist finished off his
So
Kanan
wait,
Rookern,
if that means
and
EU
now
beats
into
NA,
the
did that
Warden's
mean
Mail.
NA
Warden's
actually
Mail,
beat
even though
EU?
it's only a little component half item.
And if NA
is
beats
one of
EU,
the
does that
best
actually mean
as far
EU
as
beat NA?
defenses for armor.
What the hell?
So this Sejuani is just going to be so tanky, and that's why Cloud9 have demonstrated their tactic for these team fights is to surgically remove the carries. They are not trying to go through this Sejuani. You know, they have constantly tried to assassinate
Bro, I
Quad,
just say it in Crowny's
trying
voice
to
and
blow
it
up
just-
Masu here. So
just
if
makes
they
me
will
laugh,
be
bro.
able to pave the way with vision to find more of these flanks, you know, allow Sylas some really good angles to engage there with Wukong and
If you ever
Rel,
want to like play a
then
fun
maybe
mini game
they
when these
will
games
be
are boring
able to
like this,
carve out a
just look at the
comeback.
mini map
But
and look at the
FlyQuest
Nico
right now
clones and look
have a
how
very
far they
solid
go on the
hold
map.
over the important parts of the
Like
map.
it is
And that is
crazy
barren.
how far
And
they
I
go.
do think the job gets harder because now we have the upgraded Void Seeker for Masu. We have
Like,
the
let's look at
FAP,
this Nico
so
clone.
now he's going to be spamming out this poke, you know, helping to track and kind of combat the poke that Sven has here on the poke Varus.
Still going.
So
Oh.
it's going to be tough to
It
deal
went
with
from
them.
here
So the one good thing here,
here.
for Cloud9, despite the 4,000 gold
Now watch
deficit,
this again.
they do have the same number of fully completed items as their FlyQuest counterparts, right? 80 carries on 3, solo laners on 2, junglers on 2. The big difference is, though, there are some additional components on FlyQuest's side that are going to matter. Kobe, you already talked about the Warden's Mail. You can see the Steel Sigil there for Whippo as well. But the big one, the Seeker's Arm Guard for Quad.
Like,
This
is Nico just- is that
an
Nico in the
absolute
mid game?
fight-warping item and can really allow
Just
him
stand
to
there and
full
spam
send
W
and
off
go in
cooldown?
on this Azir.
And this is kind of like this battle Azir build where you are pretty tanky, you have HP in both your core items.
Hola.
Now you're going into the Seekers, you have the tank boots.
Oh, it's
You're not
crazy. Just look
going
at
to get
Busio's
one
game.
shot by
Look, he's
one
going to do it
little
again.
piece of CC hitting you. You are pretty durable in these extended fights, but this is the head-to-head
There it
record
goes
between
again.
these two teams.
Look how far
in
it goes.
2025. It is 6-5 in
Still
FlyQuest's
going.
favor. They are ahead in game number 1. Of course, historically, Cloud9, the stronger organization, had dominated for a long time, but more recently, it's FlyQuest making that
close.
even out.
Nice.
Close.
Nice escape there from Vulcan.
Oh, Wukong time.
Quad trying to use the Emperor's Divide, but it doesn't end up working out. Now Blabber wants to put some pressure onto the FlyQuest carries, but he's not going to find enough damage to do that here just yet. The Wukong's got to try to get away over the wall of the Baron pit as Bwipo, with the Dominus active, is ready to slice and dice Vulcan all up, but he won't find enough damage for that
Boaster
kill
one.
either.
Whoa, big kill by Sven.
Sven with a beautiful
Yo, someone
pop
fist bump
at
him.
the
Someone
very
fist bump
end
him.
to take
Someone
Busio
fist bump.
down.
Ooh, FlyQuest had actually been earning some flashes there, forcing Blabber out after his ult and everything. But it is Cloud9 that get the last laugh. They get the kill onto the enemy support. What can they do with it, though? Because the next dragon is in just over 50 seconds here. This is only going to be dragon number 3 either way, so it's not pivotal. It's not critical that you actually fight this fight. So if you don't have good setup, I would say just don't go there and wait for the next big one.
Looks like they're going to go top. You know, they did spot Loki here on this wave, and Inspired is coming. Bwipo is in the area as well. Loki doesn't have reinforcements very close.
Does he win those?
Yeah, you already had the minion wave there for Bwipo to guarantee
nice.
the
He's out.
second use of the slice and dice. They force out Loki's flash. They don't want to commit their own flashes to try to follow it. They'll just take the summoner spell as the win.
So now, on these critical Cloud9 members that are trying to assassinate Quad, they don't have flash on Loki or
Drake in
Blabber.
15.
But, of course, they did get Quad's flash itself in their last attempts at his life.
Drake in 15,
Here's
soul
the
point for
rotation
both
over
sides.
towards the Baron once again, though, as they want to be able to
Masu
get
kinda
some
OP.
of that vision back in.
It's so hard with those stupid Nico clones, man. Every time you think you've cleared out all the vision,
Oh,
every
Renekton
time you
items,
might be able to set a trap and
GG.
play around
Renekton
the
items,
fog.
GG.
Nope, here comes another
I
fake
swear,
Nico clone
Ambessa
running in there to
Renekton
ruin the day.
with 2
And
items
you can
plus
see
Death
Seeker's done now
Dance
for Masu as well,
equals
making things that much more
Thanos
difficult.
OP
Both these carries you
Giga
wanna
Broken
target
Champ.
are going to be really hard to take down.
I want to point out that Cloud9 actually drop a whole wave at the tower here to stay through mid because they feel it's that important to have that priority.
Blabber,
Set up for this
Blabber.
objective.
Yeah, we got the
Blabber.
dragon spawned now as both teams are ready to try to fight for it.
Why doesn't Blabber do
C9 are
blue
gonna
buff?
take
He'll get
more
level
damage
16.
off of the initial quick trade as Inspired's Arctic armor absorbs.
Are they really
going
gonna do this dragon and lose the game?
Wait and see if you can get that back in time before the next engage is
Can't they
required,
poke a
as
bit? Why are they
C9
playing so
are gonna
fast?
Go ahead and start up the Drake themselves.
Thanatos is
A bit
split
of poke.
and he has been spotted. It's going to be hard for him to rejoin the team.
A bit of poke.
Okay, Loki once again on the
A
same
bit of
flank
poke,
he
a
was
bit
on
more
the
poke,
last
a
time
bit more
around.
poke.
We're
Oh,
trying to look
Bwipo.
out for him as Bwipo approaches
GG.
from the side.
Or
Sven has to flash to the wall,
Sven.
trying to stay alive, but Bwipo's gonna
Dead.
keep putting the pressure on, and Quad's taking the kill
Well,
on
that was
Sven.
really easy for C9. What the fuck?
Have already claimed the objective and the life of the enemy AD carry. C9 on the run.
Why was that so
Blabber
easy?
at only 1/3 HP. That's the enemy jungler. That's the man who might be able to steal something away. FlyQuest know it, and they're going over to Baron.
That right there is
For
why
Fly.
every pro
Why was that so
player
easy?
loves Azir. As a carry, they have safety. Here we go, though, on the face check.
Oh, Bwipo. Pretty far
He's
forward.
fine.
Manages to
Is
slide
he
Flash
fine?
back
Wukong.
away. Could still
He's
be in a little bit of
definitely
trouble
fine.
here as Blabber
No, it's
dies
lost.
with the
Game's
EPS
lost.
from Bwipo and Masu combined, and Loki's got to try to get away, but he's
Or
stunned by
Thanatos.
Inspired.
Loki's out and he has
Thanatos
TP.
gets the kill
Thanatos
back
flashes
to
out.
Bwipo.
No
But now
Kai'Sa
he
ult.
has to flash
Wait,
to the wall to
hold
stay
up.
alive.
Wait.
Masu trying to cut off
He has
that
to just
escape
buy
route.
time.
Voidseeker
Buy it.
Goes a little bit to the left, but Thanatos
Loki
does
base
not
TPs,
have
Blabber in
any
30.
way
Buy as much time
home.
as you
It's
can.
all just about who's going to get the kill at this point. The
Okay, that wasn't a lot of it.
answer is Masu. The
That wasn't a lot of time.
Acadian rain is
I was really
pouring
expecting
hard
more than that.
today.
But it does mean they can't do Baron because he bought enough time for Sven to respawn. Loki goes mid, pushes out that.
No
And he's
TPs.
threatening this tier 1 tower.
Low-key gets
yes,
to mid tower.
FlyQuest winning out in that fight, but Cloud9 hanging on, denying that big Baron play. But I really want to highlight the attack on Sven here. This flank from Bwipo comes in. The early
I mean, this
of course,
dive from
flash
FlyQuest
on
was
Sven,
crazy OP.
And then watch Bwipo. He flashes over the chains of corruption that Sven fires at him. Perfect timing to dodge that. Gets in, finishes him off. That is beautiful play.
Meanwhile, the opposite side of the fight where C9 send everyone to assassinate the Azir. Quad,
Dive was crazy.
defensive Azir ultimate, and slides to safety. Something Varus cannot do. Meanwhile, Bwipo then at the end kind of draws in the rest of them for this fight that allows FlyQuest to chase down a couple more kills and we need to get back to live because the Baron was not taken afterwards.
Two.
So let's return to the objective.
Nice Varus Q, big poke.
FlyQuest first into the pit, but with C9 able to respond in time, that means FlyQuest is going to disengage this one. Remember, Fly do now have themselves at Soul Point. If they think that the Baron is still too risky at this stage in the game, they can wait another 3 minutes, force Cloud9 to have to answer a Soul situation, and try to...
Well, the Wukong might be able to solo carry this game.
Even keel, even with this 4K gold lead, a Baron take is incredibly risky. You're looking at Equalizer, you're looking at a stolen Pop Blossom, you're looking at, you know, all of this poke from the Varus coming over the wall. Like, it is really hard to take Baron in the face of Cloud9's composition. So I do think playing for Soul makes a lot of sense. If you're going to start Baron up, it's more for a turn in the pick.
Whippo jumping right in onto Thanatos here. Immediately forces the overheat, and with Masu flying in with a killer instinct,
again.
FlyQuest picks up a freebie.
The Crocodile lying in wait with the Gromp here over the edge. Very deadly, nice pick. And
Top
let's see
tier 1
what
dead.
can they do with it afterwards. Cloud9 still keeping up the pressure though. Every time, even though they're dropping kills, they're still trying to pressure the map. You know, Loki last time teleported out to mid, get a tower, so at least Cloud9 do get a tower
Thanatos
out of
TP
it.
in 30 seconds.
To get some gold, but
Stop clock on
here
Loki.
We go again.
Crazy, Loki is down 1.7k gold, but he's matching a 0
If they don't
items.
fully commit to it, they can try to draw in Cloud9 and look for the turn. They have a lot of tools still to go for it.
They also have a lot of DPS. Kaisa and Azir are not going to allow Baron to stay alive for very long. C9 knows that they've got to
Sven,
answer this. The Baron
can he steal
down
it?
to just about 4,000 health. Blabber's waiting for his opportunity to maybe go in and steal it. Baron down to 3,500 now. FlyQuest, they're
They don't go for it.
wanting to avoid
Guipo?
some kind of a throw.
Oh, there's Wukong! There's Wukong!
Masu tries to get away with a big pop blossom back and forth. Masu's dominating. Blabber's already dead. Loki
Busio's dead.
trying to find the kill in a quad, but he will not get it. FlyQuest go 2 for 1. Inspired down to 100 HP. The Sejuani nearly falls, but it's not enough of a win for either side to try to take the Baron.
Yeah, and Cloud9 just barely can't finish off so many members. You saw this great engage from Blabber on a Masu,
I mean,
can't get the kill.
that was
you see
really
Varus
unlucky.
almost finishing off the Sejuani, but can't quite do it. And yes, it is a close fight, but Sejuani lives. FlyQuest is going to be back on the map, and they're going to be going right back to Baron once again. So here is this really aggressive TP that kind of forces the hand from Cloud9.
And Masu was also holding on to a Zhonya's effect right now. So in the face
That
of
was really
Blabber
unlucky.
flashing on him, let's look at live though. The Baron going down very quickly here. Nobody around to
Admit it,
steal
that
it
was
for
unlucky.
C9, so FlyQuest will finally claim the reward.
And 100 HP kind of making the difference there, I'm going to be honest, because if Sven kills off the Sejuani, I don't think that FlyQuest just run back out on the map and actually start the Baron in their face. So
Soul for
living with
FlyQuest
that
up as well.
100 HP means that FlyQuest get Baron. Now they're in full control of the map here with this Soul spawn happening in just 5 seconds. 7k gold lead. Soul point,
Rabadon's
Baron
on
buff.
Masu.
This may be the last stand of Cloud9 in game 1.
There we go, teleporting in for it. Pushing on the top side first, quad then comes over, and we have the collapse.
Oh, they're engaging on
Loki's already in
Inspired,
some
who's
danger.
kind
Whippo
of
puts
caught.
the pressure on him, but Inspired getting caught here could be the big difference. The Glacial Prison misses.
Inspired
Sven
dead.
With a shutdown on Inspired.
Busio gets an ult.
Catches Sven at the very end.
Sven's
Whippo
kind of
flying,
dead.
go to the cloud,
No flash
carry a
Guipo.
double kill back onto
Masu's
Sven,
deep.
no.
Pops
As
the
Masu is
stopwatch.
now stuck
It's
inside the
4v3.
C9
In
looking
goes
for the image of
Vulcan.
the carry, the
Insta
game
kills.
find it.
There's
Blabber's gonna be
Wukong.
careful
He's
here.
not that useful without
He's
ultimate.
running and gunning them all down. C9 thought they had it. FlyQuest says no. They're marching down
Masu
mid lane.
smurfed that.
Oh, Masu still has it in him.
Masu
Here we go
smurfed that.
inside of the base with the Baron flowers. They're gonna destroy Cloud9's hopes.
Who needs a Dragon Soul when you can take a Nexus? FlyQuest with a 3-man push. Only Thanatos here to try to stop them. The Baron up minions.
Pretty well played by
will make
FlyQuest this
short
game.
Work of the Nexus turrets. The credit
I
for the
feel
ace
like
goes on the
FlyQuest
quad.
is
It was a battle,
individually
but
a bit
FlyQuest
stronger.
will earn their win in game 1.
Wow. What a banger. What
Some of that
a
team fighting is
fun
messy.
Opening game to the series. That action.
I mean, we talked about it. You know, is it going to be a hesitant game 1?
Well
We had
played,
just about a kill a
FlyQuest. We
minute
didn't
in
draft
game 1
Wukong.
here. These
Oh,
teams
my
were
name's Nemesis.
scrapping,
Oh,
but it
my
was
name's
FlyQuest
Nemesis, and
with
I
the
think
early
Wukong's a
action,
bad champ.
attacking Thanatos,
My name's
really
Ne-
creating a
my
big
name's
lead for
Nemesis, and
themselves.
Wukong is a
Inspired
bad
always
champion,
felt
and
like
you
he was
shouldn't
right
pick
place,
him.
right time.
Oh, I'm gonna ruin
FlyQuest
your
got
fun.
the early
No,
lead.
Wukong, please, no,
Cloud9
Wukong.
did a good job battling back. Give me a whole series of games like
I
this.
don't like Wukong.
Let's look at Wukong's win rate on the patch. Let's do it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. You can't watch NA and say,
Wukong's a bad champ.
Owner, Tarzan. Cuz, JJ, Canyon, JJ, Tarzan, Gideon, TM, Monkey, JJ, Beishwan, Tarzan, TN, Beishwan. Good champ. Good champ.
C9 fight a really good flank with Loki, but besides that, I just feel FlyQuest control the game.
That's awesome to hear. We also have some comms from FlyQuest in a winning fight.
That's it. Nemesis is playing Wukong mid.
They're just flashed. Can I get help?
Yeah, we win this. We win this. I'm coming behind this. I'm coming behind this guy. I'm on my way behind the guy. I'll mark him and we can kill him. Yeah, we go together.
There's no flash. No flash.
Okay.
Kai'Sa Zonya.
I'm W for Silas. We can win together. We can win together. Fight together. Fight together. Fight together.
No flash Wukong. Only Rumble has flash. I'm coming.
I have W on him. I
block. No flash.
Masu.
Holy Masu.
Masu.
They were straight up beating them with their wallets at that point. Masu was so fed, it did not matter how that fight started. And right now, you could see Bwipo's reaction. That game was easy for him.
I mean, that game, they targeted Thanatos really heavily in terms of what we saw from Bwipo the last time they played, where he's doing
pretty good game by Fly. I mean, really good game by Fly.
And they gank him every time with Renekton Sejuani.
I feel like
this is the first time that
now
Bwipo
let me check
actually
something.
didn't have a counter pick in
I feel
the
like
playoffs.
Thanatos was not
Prior
in
to
this
It
game.
was actually 100% counter pick rate, but this time blinds the Renekton, and then the Sejuani comes in as well. It was obvious that they had a plan to just keep Thanatos down early.
I think he died a couple times to ganks, and then he was
useless. They killed him for a third time, and I believe he had to blow flash too. So it was a really, really rough start for Thanatos, but not because he didn't play well, because it was a specific
They're both outside.
attack from Inspired and Bwipo.
In the sunlight.
C9 found some good fights to maybe bring it back, but then FlyQuest took control afterwards. So we're going to break down this week's Pagoda moment, featuring Busio's re-engage
Oh, this guy's inting though.
to turn the Otacon fight in FlyQuest's favor. So this is after C9 had snuck the Otacon. FlyQuest is able to kind of retake control of the game.
Yeah, and this is really big for me because I know they pointed it out also how
My Bwipo impression
tanky
used to be so
Inspired
good,
is
it
throughout
fell
this,
off a bit.
But this is the fight that kind of gets Masu a bit ahead, right? And then as we saw in the later fights, he was absolutely feasting on C9.
Yeah, the fact that FlyQuest was able to just encircle C9, they had no way to escape. That was the part that was really nice. So of course, Busio being able to find the ulti, and then they rounded them straight through. It was all hopes on Sven, whether or not he can find a pick or two, but FlyQuest was so strong at that point. The fact that C9 was fighting back a little
Try
bit,
a
yeah,
Nemesis
you're right, they took
impression.
the Otacon, and even Dragon
Nemesis
before that,
impression.
they were able to kind of find a win in that fight. There were hopes there, but FlyQuest just had
I don't know. I
consistently.
can't do a Nemesis
Absolutely.
impression.
If you see a Pagoda moment worthy play, let us know by spamming the Pagoda emote in chat. C9 down early. Their win streak is
The only
over
line
right
I
now.
can think of when I think of Nemesis is,
and win two
it's
more.
just
We have
trolling.
two coming
It's
up
just
after
trolling.
break.
It's just trolling. But for Crowny, I have loads. I have a question. But I have a question. But I have a question. I have a question. Leave me. I'm dead. Leave me.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or
But
we'll make
what
it
are we
right.
saying?
That's the AT&T guarantee.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All
Fact,
we have to
it
do
does.
is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it.
But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun?
Red Bull gives you wings. But only if you drink it.
Aww.
The human body
Red Bull.
built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Well, that's what I do.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
Wait!
Ergonomically engineered
Wait!
for you. Gamers,
For me?
hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
You were completely capping on being good at Rocket League.
Scan the QR code for LTA deals only
on Uber Eats.
No, I wasn't. I'm crazy at Rocket League. I just got mega inted by Valia and Crowny. I literally got target inted on purpose by my teammates. Bum 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 bum.
Yeah, Rumble no flash, okay? He's our best target.
The team is very spread.
Yeah.
I can peel.
I'm looking on Rumble here on this side.
I'm peeling. It looks really good.
It looks really good. They're gonna get cooked here.
Wait, hold up. 1 sec, chat.
Kill 2.
1 sec.
Going on Silas.
I'll copy.
They play like so many different champs, so I'm happy moving on into the later games with like a lot of these champions being out.
So you're saying it's a reverse sweep?
Yeah, well, no, I'm saying we're winning game 2.
Okay, I believe in you. I believe in the game 2 win. I think they looked okay. What do you think of Wukong as a champ if you had to rate Wukong from 1 to 10?
His champion's broken, what do you think?
Yeah, broken as fuck. Cool, I just want confirmation. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I think this champion is like, because I mean the problem with Wukong was that you used to be able to play like Lilia. I mean Lilia got nerfed, Zyra got nerfed. Those champions aren't particularly good right now. There's not like insane amounts of AD mid laners that people want to play either. So it's like, if you play Lilia, I don't know if you're actually going to win a game, especially like early on in Fearless. I don't think you want to be playing Lilia into hard engaged supports that can just like one-shot you if you're ever on the same screen.
Facts. Facts. Busted as fuck, champ. Good, love it. Okay, cool. I just needed that confirmation.
Alright, see you, peace.
See you. Love my boy Dom. Love my boy Dom. Love it.
Turning the Paris crowd into his own personal coronation party.
A player who left his mark on the sport across generations and around the globe, changing how we think about the role of ADC. Attack, damage, carry.
How do you change Nemesis's mind? That's definitely like the most difficult thing in the world. I will keep trying. I will keep trying. Wait, we're on a level 9 golden Kappa train. What the fuck is a level 9 golden Kappa train?
Welcome back to the LTA Lounge after a game number 1 that really delivered.
Wait, why is Flowers there?
Flowers, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be casting?
No, man, casting desk got it covered. Don't worry about that. They'll cover the game.
But aren't you a caster?
Look, man, do the words tons of damage mean nothing to you? Casters, please educate my friend.
Yo, I don't like to. Wait, Freak's gonna cast a game.
What's up, everybody? I am here. Back.
Freak's gonna cast a game. Wait, that'll go kind of hard.
I was not ready for that one. That was a new one.
I still hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I stopped hearing myself.
Yeah, you just.
Well, that's gonna go kind of hard.
Not be awkward at all.
The Doug duo isn't that close.
The Doug duo.
Two separate.
Okay, come, you want to be in the middle here? Give us some.
Welcome back, David Freak Turley.
It's glad to be back.
For those of you that don't know, he's currently on the Balance team, but he used to be goated caster.
Yeah, you see how York's getting banned? Like he's pro viable right now? That's my fault. I caused that one.
I appreciate that.
He
actually.
buffed Yorick. Wait, he is the creator of Bowser's Demons.
There you go.
Yeah.
He is the creator of Bowser's Demons.
A couple months ago in Riot Rumble. Was not because of me.
You know, these things happen.
Freak still has it.
Sure. Either way, of course, we're in the draft here for Game 2 FlyQuest. Heavy favorites coming in. I mean, yeah, okay, 3-2 in the winner bracket final. They won their slobber knock here in Game 1.
Talia Vi, Gwen, Set Ben, Yorick, Casio, Set Ben.
And Yone actually left up and grabbed.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see, you know, if they do take
Yorick
it,
and
up
Set.
and available. We do see the Talia banned away. You know, we have seen teams be willing to leave this up
Brownie,
with a plan.
Brownie.
You know, when things like Talia Poppy are available, you know,
Brownie.
they feel that they can actually
No.
answer that.
No.
But the fact that it was actually a Talia
No.
ban by FlyQuest on red
No.
side really does kind of feel like it's opening the door here. So I'm super curious to see what Quad is
No.
going to bring to the table, because it just feels like such an obvious first pick Yone.
Yeah, especially since FlyQuest have been one of our most creative
Is
teams.
it all what
if not
time?
the very most, you know,
3
fearless
contents
team.
in life,
Always
death taxes,
crafting
wide
it for the
whippo.
best of fives, their counter picks.
So true, King.
So let's see what it will be. Now, Elise, I know
Rise 1-2.
Busio does still like to play as support.
Annie
but has
1-2.
just a little hover there, so we are going to get the Annie brought back.
Yep, so Andy is going to be the
Masu,
answer here
please
in the
marry
main
me.
lane.
Caedrel
Obviously,
cancel
when
it.
you are
By the
playing
way,
against
what
some
the
of these
fuck?
evasive
What?
melee mids.
How?
Well,
Bro, what are
winning
these
click
signs?
CC,
These
very
signs are like,
powerful
oh my god,
against
I
that.
love this.
You know,
Also,
if you do
Caedrel's
pair it with like an
fucking
aggressive AD
stupid.
jungler,
It's
something
like,
that you can
great,
actually set
thanks,
up
man.
for it with, it would make a lot of sense. Trundle does
Lost
kind of
Returns
fit the
throughout
bill.
the 8!
Winning clicks
Hey, he's got the
on Leone,
jersey!
be able to follow
He's
that
got
up
the
with the
jersey!
Trundle coming in, and also is a bit of a
Yo,
denial pick
big one.
to some
That's
of
what
these
I'm talking
popular
about.
tanks that are in the meta.
That's what I'm
It's been
talking
really
about.
strong. It's cool to see Trundle come back in. Want to point out one minor.
That's what I'm
mechanical
talking about.
interaction Annie versus Yone. Yone's E respect
Annie
damage
Trundle
actually dealt
1-2.
through the health bar, so you do an Annie shield. None of that is trapped
What
for the
is
pop back, so you
Fly
get
Masu
sort of like
300
1.3x
gold?
value on any mitigation like that.
Venmo. What the fuck?
Venmo.
He showed it to me after the game, and I was like, that's pretty good. I like that one. They got 3. Can we get, cycle through them?
Yone
I actually really
Maokai.
like this too. So
Yone
he-
Maokai Jin.
He was kind of
Post-champ.
anticipating that it was going to be a tank jungler potentially coming out here, so it will be the Maokai. Of course, you can go phase rush. You can still go AP. We'll see if they do leave him as a potential solo
Boom,
AP
boom.
to try to answer, so he doesn't have to just build tank into this Trundle.
Yeah, they have nerfed. Actually, when I say they, I mean Freak. You know,
Hi, what's up?
he did recently
Who did
nerf, you know,
what?
Leandries and a little bit of these
That's true.
things, taking some
Ooh,
power away
Ambessa.
from the
Renekton's
AP
out, I
Maokai,
guess that's
but
why they banned
still
Yorick set.
very much a viable option.
Ambessa,
So whenever you have
Maokai, Yone.
Ultimate for
Pretty
CC
solid.
plus Ambessa Ultimate CC and Yone,
There must be
like,
a champ that
disengage
eats them.
from the side of Cloud9 starts to look very, very
What champ
powerful.
eats them?
I feel like Thanatos is the guy in our league I trust most playing Ambessa. He is so good on this pick. If you put him ahead, he can
Annie
absolutely
Trundle.
take over a game.
I will say, coming back to the Trundle pick, though,
Aatrox.
not only is it good into Maokai, but it is kind of deceptive how good Trundle is at ganking mid lane
Inta.
with Pillar, especially if you're just holding the Pillar. And against
Inta.
a melee champion, you can speed in there.
Okay,
you can get your
Kai'Sa
comp
out.
on,
I guess
or
it's
if you
like
have Annie
Jhin,
set up and then Pillar
Ezreal,
after the flash
MF.
off, then very, very effective. But
Bum, bum,
we'll
bum, bum.
get into the bottom
mini
lane
supports are
bans
in.
here. very shortly because
Zeke
topside was
Spen,
the
what
answer.
do sports
Like
win?
Aatrox into Ambessa
Nico
after
Rel
those
out.
Aatrox changes.
And we saw Sven actually playing the Ziggs yesterday, so they're respecting the fact
feel
that
like
there could be a Ziggs
is
spot
Braum
here.
a
They're
good
actually ban
ban
that
for
away from him.
C9?
Obviously, yes, it could be AP Maokai, but you do have double AD solo laners, so you're going to want more AP generally than that, especially if there is a tank on
They
the
have
other
Annie
side.
Trundle into
So,
Maokai. Do they
you
need
know, we
Braum?
are kind of looking at some potential AP bans here.
Is
still
the whole
coming up for
LTA crowd
FlyQuest.
rats? There is a lot of rats in there.
Yeah, I'm curious. He's
That's
not the
for
type
sure.
to really play Swain or Karth or anything,
No.
so... I mean, you got
Yo.
ones who do some magic damage, but you got
Akar,
Jason
much
and
love.
Varus
Thank you
who
for
are
the
often
10
that
gifted. I
build on
appreciate
as
that.
well. So, I mean, if you're full AD,
Thank you for the 10
a
gifted.
good cleaver
I appreciate
player,
that,
so
son.
yeah, it could be a little bit rough.
It'll
Much
be interesting
love.
to see where they go. Cloud9 obviously going to be
I feel like
banning away
Ezreal
Kalista. Monster
something
has
is
been
kind of
very
good for
on
C9.
it.
No, like
And
an
when you're thinking
Ezreal
about
Bard.
Some of the pairings, like obviously
Right,
Renata
Deluxe
would be
is-
very
Deluxe
good
is
into
talking
C9's
in draft.
composition. You already are showing 3
Misbanned.
melee, you're showing dive, so banning away one of the most
They
common pairings
misbanned.
there with the Renata.
Was?
And would be interesting
Yo,
to see if they just
Submar
ban
with
the
the 10
Renata
gifted.
itself, because honestly I feel like
Thank you for the 10
you
gifted. I
can kind
appreciate
of play
that.
it with whatever AD. I don't think that it has to
They
just be tied to
misbanned
Kalista,
FlyQuest.
and it does feel like a really strong answer to what Cloud9's first 3 is showing.
I
Lila.
think Senna might actually work here. She is a cleaver builder. Slot 2, it's not that late, and anytime you got these double dive buddies, I mean, Yone and Bassett is such a good combo together. One lands R, the other one's guaranteed at that point. Whoever the backliner is dying. I like having some level extra help there, right? Senna ult so good at kind of
now to the
helping you
spend.
get over the top as well. It would allow them
Rakan.
kind of to fix the comp a little bit.
Ooh, interesting. So you're mentioning, you know, like bottom lanes that have counter engage as far as Renata. You know, Nami, who is a pairing with Lucian, or Melio, both of them have some counter engage options.
Will they
for
play
themselves.
Lucian Nami?
And
Or
they're
will
just gonna
they
leave
just...
support for
Like,
last.
how do
We
you
don't
blind...
really
Is
see any
Braum
pairings
Lucian
except
just
for-
going
It's
to
gonna
fry
be
the
one
whole
of those
game
two
here?
for sure.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's like if you're going to draft some sort of like obvious hard CC that you can cleanse with Emilio, it's probably going to be
Ooh,
Emilio. Otherwise, it's
Ezreal
Skarmory
Karma
TP,
headshot.
The Nami.
Absolute
so given
headshot.
That it is Ezreal
Wait, I
coming
think
down the
Ezreal
bot side,
Karma
expecting
fries
it
here,
more
doesn't it,
likely
against
to be the
Trundle
Nami.
Lucian? What can they pick on
Obviously
5?
there is the ability
They
to
have to pick
cleanse
Nami
off
and just
all of
take
the
the L,
Maokai
don't they?
CC with Melio, but that is the only thing.
Ooh,
and I don't
it's a
think
headshot.
That it really warrants like having to pick it.
And I just got an update, Free, because you were mentioning the Senna as a possible good pick for Cloud9. The misban here from FlyQuest was Senna.
Oh, okay.
So they
Oh.
agreed with you. They also thought it would've
Chat,
been
I'm gonna run
good
ads.
for
If you're
you
not about
guys.
ads, you can use the 102 spam. You don't have to sub channel if you want to. Back to the game,
Yeah,
start
get it
speakers.
in-games,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm gonna run the ads now. If you sub now, you won't get ads during MSI as well. Big face.
You know, unless there's something that's more of an obvious CC.
If you have a
that wanna
primer
cleanse, you're
or
almost
a
always
tier
gonna go
1.
with the Nami does have, I
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
feel like the kind of better offensive
I
power,
kind of like
and we'll
left
have
side
to see
draft.
how
I
Monster
kind of
can
like
perform
what
in this,
C9 have
'cause he is
cooked
one
up
of the
here.
Lucians in the league
The only thing that
really
could be
can play
sketchy
it
is their
aggressively, can
engage,
play
but I feel like
very,
it doesn't
very
matter
well.
with Ezreal
And
Karma
I'm excited to
Maokai.
see how it performs.
Yeah, transitioned super well into that mid priority, trying to get chunks of damage. And Nami also doubles with the ultimate as well as bubbles being a lot easier to land when your opponents are engaging, you know.
Chat, I got ice cream! Chat, I got ice cream!
Set up some of that defensive play.
Why did you
and
get
be able
this?
to use both sides of the double-edged sword.
What the
It's going to be
hell?
interesting to see, you know, how Masu can
Oh my
perform
god, I got
because
ice
when
cream,
you
I got
do
chat,
look at
I got
how
LTA.
explosive the C9 side is. You know, Lucian needs to be dashing in.
Can anyone
needs to be in
guess
their
what it
face,
is?
But there's a Yone, there's an Ambessa, there's a Maokai. There's so
Damn.
much burst damage and lockdown for this AD carry if you overstep, you know, if you misplay. So he has to be on it.
Well, final comments from the coaches. And we'll see if Cloud9 can trust in an Arrow and Reaper to make it happen over the line, or if FlyQuest go for a 2-0.
I like the swagger from Monero and Reaper too. They got up there earlier, you know.
Come on,
Monero's
we
with
didn't need anything else.
Neck tattoos, walking up like intimidating.
Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds. And as you said, FlyQuest looking to try to push us to an early match point. Cloud9 obviously going to be doing their best here to battle back. It does feel like game one, you know, relatively close, but Entire made such a difference.
Oh my god.
In the early game, played
Best day ever.
And it was constantly attacking.
Best day ever. Yo,
Thanatos.
Lolly, thanks for
And
the 10
I do
gifted.
think, you know, especially with the pairings that we see on the Cloud9 side, that Blabber's going to play more heavily towards his top laner, not allow a repeat of game one.
Incredibly excited for this one because game one was action-packed.
Chat, best day ever. I got to watch
very
T1
exciting
versus
opening to
Amolife
this.
this morning. Then I
And
got
if
to
we
play
start
some
towards
squeams
mid lane
with the
here Vlad
boys.
having his stun charge.
Now,
I like the insight that you
now I
get
get to watch
during
LTA
champion
with
selection,
ice cream.
for the people that weren't watching.
Yeah, you already knew.
For the people that weren't watching, though, he was mentioning the effectiveness of the anti-shield.
get to stay up late and are happy over ice
Yone's
cream. How old are you?
E-trading pattern because of the snapback.
Bro,
and the
any
value of
age,
blocking that
staying up
damage,
late and
but
eating
Blabber
ice
here
cream
gonna
is
walk
cool
straight
as
in.
fuck.
First damage, quad 100% of all damage
There's
dealt.
nothing wrong with that. There's There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, that could have been 6 goals!
This is why we brought you back. That kind of play-by-play right there.
Yeah. I still have a memory of casting from like 2012 where blue team is invading top lane red tribe rush, and we have like visions. We know no one's there, and they switch vision back to blue seed. And I'm like, they're running in the tri. Are they gonna find somebody? And it's like, no, I literally know they're not. What am I doing? And I've kept that in my head for like 13 years.
You know what I always think of when I think of casting
Man,
with
free
you
casting
is
kind of
your
funky.
win call for Cloud9 as
I
a
knew you were
wonderful
gonna say
team.
that.
My personal favorite is the quadra kill for Huni. Another gem there.
Quadra kill for Huni.
Top 2 moments for sure.
Thanks, guys. I'm always a fan of the faithful shall be rewarded for CLG.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just dish out compliments to everybody through this whole cast.
How about compliments for the players? Because
feeling
we're here.
good.
Yeah. We're here.
You're
in the
here too.
finals. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm here too. And so are the teams who are.
Is he
doing
back
well.
to casting? No, I think he's just casting
Yeah,
for
they really
fun.
are. I mean, last time they met, of course, it went to all 5, so never count out Cloud9 just yet.
He just
both
went to the
trading pretty
office
low
this
in the
morning,
early game
nerfed
between
Bowser's
Whippo
champs on the
Thanatos.
PvE, and then
Level
came
2
to cast
Spike. Yeah, Thanatos
the
doesn't get to
LCS
use E
finals.
in the trade because he couldn't kill that last minute in time.
They're trading very heavily on this top side, though. It's getting pretty spicy, but both junglers are pathing top to bot, so we'll see if anyone wants to do anything super crazy. But
How
it
is
does
that
feel
base,
like these
chat?
are two players who are not just
Good
going
feet
to
work.
back
Wait,
down.
you might kill
Thanatos is
him.
kind of frying.
Ooh, I think a minion tanked the melee part of that Q. It looked like it did really little damage.
And this is actually even before the next round of buffs for Aatrox that are on live right now that did increase the healing that he would be getting there. So
No wonder he's not
even
gonna
the
die. He has a
full power
fucking
that Whippo
biscuit.
could be utilizing.
Oh, and look at Inspired. He actually did do those
Yeah, he
top 3
cut.
camps and then walked back up to try to cover this. And this is the FlyQuest roster. Have been together for the full 365 days. You can see
3 camps into
not a
top
long
hover.
time
Wait,
that teams
Inspired's
are
fucked,
given
is he?
generally as a full 5 these days. Rosters do not stay
He's
together
so far
long.
behind on the clear.
If you're losing, if you're even sometimes if you're winning, changes are made very, very quickly. So they actually are the longest standing tier 1 roster.
Maokai is
at
eating
this
so
time.
good.
Yeah, Inspired, unfortunately for him,
Happy
he does
birthday.
waste a decent amount
It's not my
of
birthday.
jungle time because of his visit towards top side. Then when he's passing through mid, he just wants to cross through the other side. Can't really get any effectiveness out of showing through mid either. But when you're playing the jungle
Blabber.
into Maokai, that's
Blabber.
why you often do kind of go for some aggressive plays because you do have an advantage in the 1v1.
Blabber sea crab.
Even
Blabber
when you
kill
are
crab.
down a
Go top
level.
crab now or what?
But does mean Blabber is going to get his coveted crab off the bottom side uncontested.
And he might be able to actually just
Double
go for
crab
double
for
scuttle
Maokai into
because
Trundle.
Thanatos has the push. I mean,
That's
it's
gotta
always
be
the
a
worst
crime.
feeling as a jungler when you go for an early gank, you can't find the angle, and then you look back to that lane and they're
It's
losing
not
in
my
the
birthday
1v1. And that's kind of the situation that he is in right now. And Blabber is going to go topside, so he will be able to get that double scuttle, full 8 camp clear, just straight power farming. He is going to be out to a nice early advantage here, and you can see Thanatos has Whippo locked under the tower right now.
Yeah. The last time that we saw Thanatos play Ambessa versus FlyQuest, he hard
Aatrox
carried
can't die.
the
He has
game.
his Mundo
And
ult
it's
on
one of
his
the reasons
on his
that you said
inventory.
you have a lot of respect for him on this champion.
Double crab for
because
Maokai
he
and
is
base.
so
Kinda
fearsome.
chill.
Now, I want to CC. I want to see some very good CC combos actually
wanna CC.
from the top side of the map from them. You know, since
Ooh,
they can
Thanatos is
layer them
destroying top.
so effectively, Whippo is going to have to be very scared, especially once Maokai starts getting level 6. You know,
Am I
that
crazy?
plus an
Is the
Ambessa,
Ezreal Karma not
would
really
be
winning
very,
that hard?
Very dangerous for Aatrox to deal
Looks
with.
kinda
Bottom side
even.
as well. The double poke, always a fun side to be the ones poking. Not so much receiving.
If they put a
Has
picture of
been
my
years.
fucking
You are
note
not
on the
wrong.
scoreboard, I'm leaving
2022
the stream.
Worlds last time. But yeah, good to be back here for this one. Of course, Flowers will be back for the regularly scheduled game 3, but
That's
Whippo
what Flowers
already
thinks.
into the bot. So yeah, you know, we'll see.
Bunny
He
rabbit.
might call in sick. We'll see what happens. But pretty heavy trade there. Ultimately, it does delay Sven's trip back to base.
Chat,
as
why
it
are you
would've
writing
gotten
holy?
frozen on. They're just going to send Lucian to the top side as well. So Masu got equal farm on his recall, not the end of the world, and Whippo's catching this. So be okay catching top side as Thanatos, I think, holding a freeze up on top.
Yeah, if Thanatos actually didn't base, he stayed up around top lane, so he hasn't got back to base yet. He still
Poro,
has his
Poro,
TP. He's
C9,
holding
Poro,
a freeze,
C9.
so the wave is coming in towards him. Masu likely to be able to obviously break that freeze. He has his buy, but Thanatos should be able to collect that wave and get pretty far ahead.
Q flash, yep, he had to predict it.
Yeah, that's why Whippo, he went for the play. You know, he's just like, all right, you are going to have to respect my Q3 flash. And Sven does.
I think Ezreal has
This
to
is
flash
both
them
the
when I
side
went there.
lanes from Cloud9 who didn't take early bases, and there is a punish on that. You know, he's just on a Doran's Blade. You know, he's not at a strong part of the game
Swap kinda
whatsoever.
working.
But it does mean Thanatos collects this wave that he did have frozen. Yes, it gets pushed in, but he is up over 10 CS now on where Whippo is. So going to be feeling pretty good about his situation, and he's going to have a really big first buy because he still has yet to go back to base. He's sitting on almost 1,500 gold.
If C9 win, I'll drop you 100 subs. If they lose the series, you send me a signed red hat.
It's his, you know, flash barrier, so no TV back. You sometimes see that on Ezreal's, but it means that they have
No
a map
deal.
prio, and even the Lucian on the other side of the map, they are happy to take this dragon. Well done.
Yeah, well done by them to get their first objective.
Win this
the
series.
Minions, on the other hand,
No deal.
even up.
FlyQuest is already up
1-0.
1-0. That's not a good deal.
For Bwipo to like hold a freeze or anything, so it is slow stacking here away from him. Now that Vulcan and Sven have come back to the lane, they are going to reapply that pressure, even with Sven not having his flash.
Yeah, this is a small thing, but pretty annoying. Quad actually held his stun until the cannon was very low for
So
Loki,
is the swap been good for FlyQuest or bad? Because I feel like the Lucian swapped in the Ambessa, and the Ambessa has been enjoying
thing,
life.
But pretty frustrating. And now just going to use Tibbers here to get pressure
Whereas
in
Aatrox
the lane.
is
Obviously
not enjoying
knows Loki
life.
has no TP, and he's not on Vamp Scepter or anything. He did go to the standard Berserker Greaves early.
A big trade on the top side there, 2v1. Thanatos gonna go for the ulti onto the backline, does enough damage. Thanks to Maokai being here. Cleanse gets popped, trying to get away, but the support cannot leave. Maokai drops. First blood for Thanatos.
That's that Maokai and Bessa combo
Maokai ult is so OP.
About. The CC is too much. Really nice sneak play out of the brush, but
Sven has no flash, but I presume he has E.
Oh,
he flashed and got rooted. Oh, inspired.
The tether procs
oh,
right
inspired.
in front of Sven's face. Those trundle teeth were so close to him. He's still fine, though. Arcane Shift, no problem for him.
And Thanatos still hasn't even based, and Bwipo is in some trouble now.
Wait, how fucking cooked is this game for FlyQuest?
Yeah, that might have been lethal otherwise.
Yeah, so Thanatos is going to go back to base with 2,400 gold on his first base. He still had not yet based when he got that first blood. And then their play on the other side goes wrong, so Cloud9 in a wonderful position now. 1K up, and Thanatos is very far ahead. Sven building a pretty good lead for himself as well.
Oh no, Velia, not the Raptors, please.
Down to head to tank some shots. Smite,
It worked.
There you go. And Blabber, of course, already on Faded Ashes, so rushing for the magic damage here. You can definitely go for a lot of looks on the Maokai. As you had mentioned, went for the phase rush play here as well. So, yeah, he and Ezreal kind of all the magic damage on the team.
Yeah, we can see this one more
He sat on
time.
this ward for about
of course,
30
was
seconds.
spotted on this ward, but with his jungler moving up to top side, he's saying, you know what? It doesn't actually matter. I can just take this fight.
Velia, I
respect the
believe
fact that he realized his position. He doesn't actually just back off. Masu is fairly low here. He looks for the ulti. It looked like it was going to attack Busio. Goes through, gets Masu. The CC is there. The cleanse came out a little bit early from Masu, and they just take the kill onto Busio pretty easily.
3 grubs to C9. First kill to C9. Lane advantage to C9.
Unfortunate for FlyQuest and Busio because they decide to walk up. Busio moves up just as Maokai arrived into vision on the ward that was in that tri-brush. So it was actually just perfect for Cloud9, as then you got the ideal timing for Thanatos to go in and the Maokai ultimate to get started. Sometimes your timing just works out so nicely and it feels perfect.
You can see a 20 CS lead now on the top side. Whipple going to try to 1v2, but Arcane Shift makes that not likely.
Cook him a bit.
Vulcan, oh yeah.
Nice.
Good root, good damage.
Cook
Still,
him.
though, it's going to be fine. He's got flash, so not really in danger.
Yeah, you can see, though, Thanatos having a much better time, you know, in this position, in this 1v2. The wave getting pushed into him. He's very high on health, so he's going to be able to collect the wave. Whereas there's always threat for Bwipo now this low that he might just get zoned off some of these minions as they do crash. And Thanatos will be able to collect this very, very easily. Vulcan not going to be able to put enough pressure on.
They're only up 4 CS in bot line.
To be able to actually get a deep ward here.
But they are throwing a gold up, and they have 3 grubs.
But with those early grubs,
shouldn't they just be
be
blasting this tower?
Put this pressure on, and
I'm surprised Aatrox tower is still alive.
And FlyQuest
But
are
I guess
very
Maokai
well
was
aware
top.
of the dangers of letting Thanatos get money on Ambessa. The last time C9 played Ambessa versus them was actually the last time Cloud9 even won a game versus FlyQuest. And they did play heavily
Ambessa's
towards
winning.
him and focus him. And
they're going to match
later,
lanes
so
now.
Everybody well aware of the possibilities, but I still want to see what Quad is going to be able to do offensively with this Annie. Sometimes you can have some really big roam plays. He does have the phase rush in addition to his flash here. And has been
Maokai
doing a good
Leandris
job
minute
for the
10.
side of FlyQuest. He's
Beautiful.
the lone person with a lane lead on the side of FlyQuest.
Does the winner of this go to MSI? Yes, they do. The winner of this goes to MSI. The loser is out.
You know, carry them as far as a setup for a team fight
Loser
or a
is
roam
out.
play.
No, plates. No, stay in range. Okay, 125, he's fine.
Yummy.
Whipple getting a little bit of money back.
Yeah,
Oh, but they're both at
all the way up,
EWC.
knowing that Thanatos now has
Both
the
teams at
Shojin
EWC,
completed.
but the winner of this goes to MSI,
Way
loses out.
stronger at this point in the game, so Bwipo going to have to play very respectfully. Down 600 gold, but of course, going to be happy to get the plate. Blabber down here on this bot side, looking to try to put a little bit of pressure on.
Oh, Maokai ult again.
Busio not having a good way out. There's the
Nice
cleanse to walk away.
Nice
but good
backstep.
luck getting away as Nami
Nice
picked off
backstep.
again. Sven gets a second kill.
C9 feeling some fish for dinner here. 2 kills on Busio. They can stick around and deny Masu even more. Looks like Masu's
He has no cleanse. They can dive.
Yeah, 1v3. This is not going to be likely for you. It's a good second plate. Who's going to pull aggro first? Get the
Maokai takes aggro and then... Oh, I thought he was going to save the aggro and W the minion, but I guess doesn't need to. Oh, Sven, barrier? Had to use barrier, yeah.
Feet of Warfare, 3-0 Cloud9.
I thought he was going to at least get the cannon before he died.
Ooh, the Ezreal Karma is completely frying.
And C9 here in game number 2, pushing back so nicely. Let's see, though. FlyQuest actually wrapping around.
Flash W. No flash any.
Not enough damage to kill, though. They're going to have to walk back out. Ooh,
Bubble.
Lands, but no follow-up damage.
Sven slow, Inspired has smite. Boostio has ult.
Doesn't have ulti, does have
Can they
flash,
play this? No flash from
Maokai.
Maokai.
Inspired wants to walk in, looking for a smite fight.
Ults to Maokai. Doesn't steal it. Knocked up.
And they're going to slick now for Tibbers.
Oh, he W's the T-Bar.
Walking away safely.
Big pillar.
Blazes, and with the pillar, might just die. They get the stun.
Did they need to let him die here? Did they need to let him die?
Loki, please, there you go. Masu
Okay,
claims the kill.
they let him die. I feel like they could have helped to hold me out.
Get that kill back at the end
I feel
of the
like they could have helped to hold me
Punish
out.
Before that flash, he traded out onto quad, but it's topside now. Thanatos fighting with Bwipo.
I mean, should be stronger. It's Legendary versus not. Gets yoinked back, though, but even with level lead.
Oh, here's TP.
Thanatos doesn't know just yet. Should see it on his screen now. Quad's going to walk up.
Good flash.
No stun available
Maybe
and
could have
no
helped
kill.
it, but
Yeah, no flash now.
not worth risking it.
As well. Let's see. I mean, he still has his completed item, so still should feel very confident and Wave pushing towards him, but let's see. That Cloud9, I mean, it dropped a little bit as far as their gold lead, but 1.5k, 1.6k here, very nice for them. They still have their dragon. They have their 3 grubs as well.
Oh, he tried to cancel the base. NT.
Does not stop the recall, though.
Right.
Well, I guess Lucian is cancelled his base anyway.
Maybe you could have been a Gromp steal, but nothing to see there. They wait for the next wave, spam Q, get it back.
I say, once again, Sven here getting a lot of money early on.
Ezreal,
AD carry.
go
Last
to
time it
champion
was the
design.
Varus. He had a very big impact for Cloud9.
Wait, who has a golden kappa in the chat?
End, as FlyQuest did a very good job attacking him in those team fights. But this time around, on another champion that he is very, very comfortable on, his Ezreal, with his Trinity Force, already a very smooth start for that Ezreal. Could be just what they need, because he does outrange everybody on FlyQuest. He is going to be the one that, again, is going to need to apply some poke damage, and it has a lot easier time staying safe than the Varus.
Yep, and just grabbed a couple of plates mid lane, so now over 2k in the lead here. They, of course, already have the Feet of Warfare. They're one off the objective feat as well. They have a dragon, they have the grubs, so going to be looking potentially for this next dragon, or maybe a play later towards that Herald, but Cloud9 definitely in a really strong spot.
Well, they got a Drake,
so
I guess,
far,
FlyQuest.
It's going to be up to FlyQuest to try to problem solve. And I feel
like they're losing everywhere.
It's going to be about
Yone has
can
played?
they get
No, he
good chip
doesn't, not
damage
yet.
out with Lucian prior to the fights. Can they find a really good engage, with quad to try to, turn the tables when you're down 2k?
That'll be hard because the front line's reasonably tanky. Even AP Maokai is still a melee champion with Leandries, and you've got,
I think C9 just need to take this game slow, and they've got a free win.
Burst going to be a little difficult on the FlyQuest side.
I feel like they
honestly.
win side lanes, their team fight is good, their poke is good, they have 3 grubs.
Who can actually get kind of burned down over
FlyQuest's
time,
game is
because
just
no one
pull the trigger
really
and
has
one-shot
quite the
someone, but
one-shot unless you put a lot of people into
I
it.
don't know if they're going to be able to one-shot anyone. Leandry's full tank Maokai, Ezreal Karma.
Maokai Ultimate. You don't have anyone who really
Maokai Ultimate
wants
does
to tank
stop
it,
a lot of
'cause
what
even though
FlyQuest want to do.
Trundle
I
can
do
ult
think
someone
playing
and get
Trundle this game
tankier,
is
you rush
miserable.
a Trinity Force, you still
Yone
can
will
get
have
focused
Blades,
down.
they have Ezreal
It
Karma,
can be
and
fairly
Maokai's
dangerous when
face
you
rush
see
poke.
that Maokai Ultimate coming towards your team, and know that somebody's
I guess
gonna
Ambessa is something you can eat a bit,
Yeah,
but
good angle in there, can shift now. Can no longer land the rest of the culling, but under the tower, Loki, they're going to try for this dive, and no one's around. He's going to try to stack up his Q, gets away from the R. I mean, I get a tank to make him go less far, but realistically, he's out every time. So ulti down, Thanatos alive. Next dive in for Blabber. It's going to be Maokai pulling aggro first. Do they have the damage? The question. You got to make sure they dodge the Q3. Flash onto Sven to try to get a bit more, and it might mean he buys enough time. Ult over the top means they might have it, and Sven lands a shot again.
Good dive.
4-1 Cloud9.
Loki TP'd out of bot lane to go mid, which was actually pretty good to be honest. TPing out of bot to mid if he doesn't die.
Actually still pushing. With a Trundle, you annihilate turrets. Trundle with Trinity Force absolutely annihilates them. So I want to see if FlyQuest can finish off that bottom side secondary, because that thing is bigger rewards if you can actually get it than the outer towers.
And you can see Loki was desperately trying to defend that mid lane tier 1.
Inspired really wants that bot tier 2.
He is playing with fire a bit. He is quite low.
I don't know if they have the damage though.
Yeah,
Loki takes some damage.
I mean, they got bot tier 1 and mid tier 1.
Yeah,
like FlyQuest, pretty happy with that.
They do close the gold lead a little bit there.
Pretty happy with that, but Bwipo is down 40, 50 CS.
Getting that tier 1 bot and the tier 1 mid, putting the tier 2 bot quite low, which is going to be some standing gold for them to try to pick up later on. Of course, those tier 2s on the side lanes have such big rewards, and Inspired is still here, but if he gets spotted, could be problematic.
Good luck in the Reds and EMEA Masters. Yo, much love.
Mikhail's rush, which is pretty popular here, is going to be able to save somebody from the Annie engage that is coming their way. So Quad definitely has to have that in mind.
Oh, another good culling this
time.
It actually is going to burn the flash. Sven could not find a way out of it. Nicely done.
Is he just scared of getting chunked before Drake? That was a really early flash. That Lucian doesn't have any damage.
You know, he is playing Lucian Nami, so he's not going to go Mikhail's first.
I think he just wants to stay healthy and stay on the map.
He is definitely a big fan of this. On a lot of champions, he's rushing that item. So I do expect to see him go in towards the Mikhails as the second item. Obviously, that'll be quite some time. But then you just try to have Trundle or Aatrox or whoever block it, instantly Mikhails them, and use that as your response. So we'll see if FlyQuest can find a way to kind of buy time for that to happen.
Turret Clam, thank you for the money. And we're going to see what Whippo can do on the other side of the map, but looks like Cloud9 just owns the map now, so able to check their boxes and grab their second Drake. Still good on FlyQuest across map and functionally trade a Dragon for 500 gold. As, C9 couldn't really spare the resources to guarantee top couldn't be pushed. He's going to have Wolves maybe help. A little bit of damage, doesn't really matter. Thanks for the leash, buddy.
Yep, FlyQuest obviously going to be pushing up through that top side, trying to threaten Thanatos here, but he's well aware that they could be in the area, staying very defensive.
And he defends bot and she has TP. FlyQuest is like rotating into a top tier 2. Is there really a top tier 2 here?
Vulcan is heading down to try to cover him, make sure that they can actually play towards this. And it just feels like FlyQuest clearly don't want to look for fights. They want to overload one side of the map and really try to utilize their number advantages.
Maybe there is a top tier 2 here. What the fuck?
Demolish, and they are just chunking this down. Plus 750. Nicely done. Cloud9 feeling, you know, a little rough about the fact they've lost 4 towers now.
I like that brute force, you know, from FlyQuest. Yeah, because they're in a tough spot. And so cross-mapping, but then still sticking around to get a second objective afterwards is something you don't see a lot of teams do. So nice by FlyQuest to actually know their limits there. And even
that's
with
crazy.
Thanatos,
They just lost top tier 2 like that.
Clear some minion waves, knowing
they didn't get anything. They got Drake and lost 2 towers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, you have Demolish on Buppo, you have Trundle here with the Triforce who absolutely destroys towers, and they're just kind of overloading one side of the map. They don't want to have a fair fight. They're looking for 2v1s, 3v1s, 4v2s, you know, these types of plays. And as a result, they have actually brought back the gold lead a little bit. You know, it has been slowly shrinking over these last couple of minutes. And obviously, the further you get into the game, the less that gold lead is going to mean. So FlyQuest, I think, in a pretty good spot lost on the map. That, you know, in 3.5,
was Blabber the one that was dizzy there?
Second item here already for Masu. And they're going to have 2 items in for most
Trundle
of their players.
Cut your hair.
By the next time this dragon spawns, and that's
Shut
exactly
up.
where
That is not a funny one.
Yeah, Masu has gone for the rapid fire Lucian to try and deal some of that poke damage back. Get your Nami buff, go for your rapid fire, you know, poke, and then try and get a good culling on top of it. But Cloud9 are in the river first with their control wards. Looks like they're going to have to give ground since FlyQuest bring Quad and Inspired as well. And once again,
I mean, the easy way to play the game is C9 just waits for Drakes, and everyone is happy.
Push Cloud9 out, and they're able to clear some of that vision.
And you can see they were even threatening Bwippo. Bwippo walked down here away from that top side, so Cloud9 was
Is Yone balanced or what? The fuck is that?
There is a cost to this style of play from FlyQuest. You know, if you are overloading one side and you're not actually cashing out on a play, then guess what? Cloud9 is farming more places on the map, and they are looking for an engage here.
Cloud9 farming fish if they can. They get away from it, the cleanse, but no, he's still going to get rooted up by Maokai. Gets pushed around. Bwippo!
Maokai W.
Just drops. Vulcan gets the kill credit this time around.
Busio has just had a target on his head all game.
Actually, Nami can't play. Can he play?
Easy.
These
Another kill on the support picked up. Thanatos, because that kill was so quick too, okay, he did lose a cannon minion, but that's it. You know, he gets back to bottom side as the minions arrive here. So C9 very efficient with that kill.
How do you rank this game versus LEC LPL?
Flash to the right instead of trying to go up to get away. You know, maybe chose the wrong direction there, but at the end of the day, he loses the flash end. Doesn't actually get the flash out of Blabber, still dies. So they are definitely picking on him.
I feel like NA and EU are kind of the same.
The ult, right? You know, was able to cleanse it, try to create that space, create the opportunity for Busio to get away, but it was not enough. And at the end of the day, it's another easy play there.
LPL's hard though. I feel like LPL's a tricky one. I feel like AL will do much better than Top Esports did. I feel like Top Esports is a fly on the wall.
And they're making sure that it's going to be an
like I feel like AL would beat both these teams
right now
pretty easily.
FlyQuest is get a good gank here at the
they would just Lila the fuck out of them, and they'd be both insanely dizzy.
Status, but certainly scarier than Dragon. So if they can try to fight for their own tri-brush here, obviously Maokai trying to make that not possible. One of the benefits of this jungler.
Yeah, the sapling so annoying, especially when you do go through the Andrews build.
But I think NAEU's skill level is the same.
Yone's going to be here. Can FlyQuest stop? They have no vision right now. Someone's got to tank these saplings. Inspired takes them. Get the other one as soon as possible. It's a dot. Okay, gets basically maximum DPS from the saplings. And at this point, no one's going to walk in. No, he's going to still try. 4K health. He wants a smite. The smite means everything. Can he get their flash Q? No, he's going to kill Stry. He's going to still try.
Oh, Loki peel was good. Holy shit. What? Did Blabber smite the enemy jungler by accident? Oh, putain de merde, ça va. How is Bwipo stealing Atakan?
Bwipo is on a mission to get what he can. Follows them, but he's rooted up by Malphite.
How is Bwipo stealing Tatakans? Oh, Sven's trying. Get him, Sven. Nice. Triple. That should have been a free Atakan. Who did Blabber smite? Who did Blabber smite, and is he reported?
C9 in the end collecting.
I want to see what happened with the smite here. Did Blabber misclick? Was it a smite on the Aatrox itself?
The smite cooldown I saw was used, so we'll see where is
the indicator. Did he fail smite, or did he accidentally smite the
Trundle? He definitely didn't have smite as it was dying, because it was sitting at like 600 HP for a while. No. He would have smited for sure. I'm just curious if he used it early to actually try to kill the Trundle. Is down to about 2K. They obviously are going to turn on to the Trundle. They look for Inspired here immediately. And let's see when it is actually used here. As Bwipo's coming in.
We are in fucking slow-mo.
And it's down to 1400.
Oh, he smited Aatrox.
He smites the champ instead.
Yeah, it was just a misclick there. So he looked for the Q smite. The timing was right, but the positioning of the
mouse
was
he smites
wrong,
the Aatrox.
and ends up getting punished pretty heavily there. Giving over the Otacon. That is a pretty significant
he
buff.
smites
That's a
the
lot of combat
Aatrox.
stats, and Cloud9, though, back to live and back to the Dragon.
Here we go, look at the Dragon itself. Zen, of course, quite low here.
Oh, Thanatos.
So is
Thanatos. Wait, Vulcan is dead. Shut down to Bwipo. But Thanatos is destroying everyone.
Now pretty low. Inspire got to kite it out, though. Trying to get away from Sven. Sven jumps in. One more Q. Not quite going to land it. Loki on the board now as well. Sven flashes. Otto's going to do his job. And Busio, I'm sorry, buddy. You're running out of health here. First, though, is Bwipo. Jumps to the wall. Tries to get Q2. Gets away with it. Nicely done by Sven. But now they're corralled back here. When is the E back up? Goodbye, Busio. Goodbye. He's going to drop.
Goodbye,
Busio. Gets the kill credit. 14
Man, Sven and Thanatos are frying in these fights.
Right back out to live and right back out to Cloud9.
I feel like C9's comp is so strong.
Off the map. The Dragon is theirs. That's the whole point. Mid tower will also go down, and maybe Bwipo.
Oh yeah, Bwipo's in a 1v4. You're not living through this one, buddy. I'm sorry.
Legendary Sven.
Turret will drop as
okay,
well.
stop. Okay, competitive game.
Not going to be able to stop them. And Sven now
competitive
8-0-2, getting
a bit of back and forth
on this. The only two teams that FlyQuest has lost
and then C9 stomp.
split Long, Shopify Rebellion, and Cloud9. Those are the only ones who have been able to
hype,
actually take them down whatsoever.
Freak is an OG
looking
caster.
To close
Super
the gap
OG.
in the series score here a little bit, as FlyQuest is currently sitting at 7-5 overall. We can see this Dragon one more time. It's really a lot about the top laners. Both Thanatos and Bwipo getting into the back lines, but you can see the peel from Vulcan making so much of a difference, while Thanatos is
He
just there
still got it,
it,
even though he hasn't cast for 2 years.
The bottom lane.
Yeah.
When was Freak's last cast? Wasn't it 2022?
Look at that. It's like
a Maokai ult.
200 damage
or was it 2023?
to Thanatos. Yeah. Maokai ult plus Ambessa is so powerful. I will also say, you know, the other C9 player that we are focused on in addition to Thanatos, Sven on his Ezreal, and how he's set up in this game to be very close to untouchable with outranging, you know, all these FlyQuest members and being able to evade a lot.
They are
of the
not
CC,
happy.
Doing quite well.
Nice, guys. Legendary. Just personally.
He is. He is indeed. 8 kills here for Sven and another Maokai ult.
There we go. Thanatos on the side.
Nice chunk onto Masu. Oh my god, monster Yone ult. Wait, Thanatos got one shot. Did he get Trundle ulted into any combo dead? That's 1-for-1 that fight. Holy Sven.
Is running as far forward as he can, looking for Inspired. He can try to fight over the wall.
Holy Sven.
Looks for the Q3 and Arcade
Keep frying.
safe. Bwipo locked up, trying to heal. Rooted up in place. Can he fight Sven? He cannot get anything out, and Sven continues to be legendary, knocking him down.
Keep frying, Sven.
Having to sacrifice himself there because it was just going to be Sven continuing
Ooh, the
to chase
G2 flare.
him down, looking for that kill, but it's going to be Cloud9 now heading to the
He's
Baron
queuing the
right
wolves. Yeah, it's fine, bro.
spawn.
It doesn't matter. He gets his
Objective bounties
cooldowns up
already
faster.
available for FlyQuest. Cloud9 is just running away with them.
Inspired does not have flash. Even if he ran straight to Baron right now, he cannot get in there. So that
deal 0 damage.
There you go. It will be Cloud9 wearing purple as they match back onto the map.
This is GG.
This is now Soul Point, 8,000 gold lead,
This
and
is
with
GG.
Baron buff, they should be able to get even more than that before
Thanatos is hunting.
The Dragon arrives.
Kills are worth extra thanks to claiming Otacon. The team coming around, but Quid has backup. Thanatos, look, in the interest of a close game, go for it anyway, buddy. I mean, you see Nami on a wall.
QSS on low key.
I bet he could 1v2.
All right, in the interest of exciting fights, go for it, buddy. Flash R.
He's not going to go for it. He wants to win finals.
Deal.
Here, Freak. Not entertain you.
Oh.
But maybe he'll do both.
Could do both.
Yeah,
You could do both.
Why not both?
And Sven and Blabber here, again, back invading, stealing away this blue buff. Loki now level 16 on the Yone, has a QSS as well, so he can be able to play
Nami
that
were
much more
fucking
aggressive.
useless this game.
Feels like so many of these luxury items start to come through, and it gets that much harder. I mean, you're looking at Edge of Night, you're looking at a Shield Bow, you're looking at the Mikhails, you're looking at all
I think
these
C9
things.
got this series,
It's kind of
man.
shut down your
I
opportunities
really
to
think
get a pick
C9
or
got
get a
this
kill.
series.
And the job for FlyQuest
I
is
don't know
just gonna
why,
get
but I
that
get the
much
feeling
harder.
that C9's
Feels like
working
Cloud9
so
on the
fucking hard.
precipice of tying up this series.
Which does bode well for our finals going a very long time
More
here.
than 3 games.
Looks like more than 3 games.
That would definitely increase our chances.
It would, yeah.
See if we can last longer than Valorant yesterday. Try.
We don't mention Valorant here, Freak.
Oh, okay. I love
Yeah,
I love
Valorant's
all
a
of
cursed
esports
word.
equally.
We don't.
Fucking hate that game.
That's fair. Yeah, but see, in Valorant, we're actually good.
Oh,
wait, didn't you watch
Sven
FlyQuest at
Frontline.
Worlds? Come on now.
yeah, just you wait.
You almost beat Gen G.
Just you wait.
All right, yeah. Well, the base is in shambles right now for FlyQuest. Cloud9 stepping up pretty well. First inhibitor go down. Second one now opened up.
TP behind.
TP flank comes in. What can Whippo do with this? They're going to have to try. This is kind of their moment. He's on the flank. He's going to find Sven. Sven's been hit. He's got almost all of the gold, but he's going to live for now. Yone picks up one.
Inspire just got one tap.
Inhibitors dropped in mid lane.
28 minutes stomped from C9. I feel like C9's comp and the way they drafted this game was really strong.
Kills on the board. Zenmo looking good on the 10 now. He's
Zenmo.
got a ton going on. There goes the last
Really well played by
of the
C9. I
turrets.
think good
There
game by
goes
Blabber,
the
other than the
Nexus.
smite.
Cloud9 wins game 2.
Maokai's
We've got
broken.
a series on our hands.
Velia is going to play Maokai.
Of course, he had to go with that 21-5. Cloud9 stomp FlyQuest into the ground in game number 2 here.
Crazy
we are
good game.
all tied up.
Crazy
What
good
a way
game
to
by
battle
C9.
back there after a pretty promising start to the series here for FlyQuest. You know, they crushed through the top side. It definitely looks like a really good look from Cloud9, you know, getting Thanatos on comfort here. Blabber playing heavily towards him, really enabling him. And Sven having an incredible Ezreal game.
Yeah, love watching these two teams play each other, and love having Freak up here casting
love being here.
Good job,
buddy.
Is Freak going to do
Thank
more
you
games
so
or is it only
much.
one?
We'll
Let me
get
call the
Flowers
guy. Let me
back,
call the guy.
after the break.
Let me see if the
But
guy answers.
Quite the banger we just had.
Yeah, it's definitely been a really, really fun series here. Anyway, we're going to check out the analysts on stage to break down game 2.
Oh, look at you.
Yo, what's up?
I tossed.
There it is. There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
it
That's
is.
what I'm saying. There it is. Bro, I think your guys'
Hell
draft
yeah.
was crazy.
Hell
good.
yeah.
I thought your guys' draft was crazy.
Yeah, bro.
good.
Of the 5 losses that FlyQuest
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's kind of the same thing I said after game 1. Now for them, it's like they're like, okay, we'll play a draft that's not necessarily winning, but they got out our like Yone, our Mbessa, like these champions that they know we're really good at. So we got to see game 3, bro. I think game 3 though, I like the fact that I feel like when you go later on in a series, red side becomes better. You know, like
Yeah.
less OPs to pick, so you can
Yeah.
actually like have more stuff.
Yeah. So
So,
you're waiting to see
we'll
what
see,
side
man, we'll see.
FlyQuest choose?
They're going blue 100%.
Which is actually kind of could
They're
be good
going
as well.
blue 100%.
Could be good as well if they go red, blue.
Yeah, yeah. I can see it, bro. I can see it, bro. Hopefully we fucking win, bro.
Bro, I'm
Fucking
cheering
spend our
for you.
whole lives for this shit.
I feel like the vibe I get is that you guys are working fucking hard and FlyQuest is just riding clutch.
And I think the big thing is
I mean, to be honest, both of us, like, I feel like they're like, in scrims, I feel like our team and their team take it the most serious for sure. Like, they're always fucking solid. So I don't know, bro. I feel like it is what it is. The teams that work the hardest got the best results.
But I heard there's a stat something that C9 and FlyQuest against any other team in the league that aren't C9 and FlyQuest are 32-3 or some shit.
Yeah. We stomp everyone
That is
else.
fucked up.
Yep. And we get 1 slot for MSI. Hey, thank you, Riot. Hey. Now that I'm
That's
on Caedrel's
even
poster,
more
I'll get
fucked
him
up.
banned as well. Thank you, Riot.
Okay, gotta go.
Thank you, Riot,
Bye.
for getting.
4 pick was going to go Ezreal on their side. I thought worked really well for them on the Trundle. You're right, like, Blabber's really comfortable on the pick. Like, above 5 games, like, it is his highest win rate champion, like,
I am not
throughout
getting
his entire
banned.
history. And
I am not
2
getting
years
banned
ago,
by
he was
Dom.
flaunting how much
I'm
he
not
was,
getting banned.
like,
I'm not getting
by
banned.
Everlong
Not happening.
pick. It was undefeated
Not
for so
happening.
long,
He
so
will
is
not
really
take me
confident
out.
on the pick. and it worked out really well. You're right. Like the top lane gank worked out. Same that happened bot side. It felt like the Nami.
Last stream, brother. Wait, what do you mean he's going 1 for 1?
Sven's Ezreal performance
1 for 1. What is this?
This game and the game against Shopify yesterday, because to Seos' point, the structure of that team composition with Maokai in front, giving vision for the Ezreal.
I see what you did there, Just the Spirit.
One of the great
Hold on, wait, he's got a message for us.
How do they deny the Maokai?
Let's go. Yo, Faker.
Faker Edge.
That might be a call.
Damn.
To try and get back control of the series.
I think FlyQuest should just do something similar to game 1. I think just to be honest, this second game is just a really hard draft for Fly. You're playing Trundle and like against Maokai, Ezreal, Karma.
He's the T1 Tekken player.
Really, like,
is he winning?
Flash ulti
How's it going?
But this is not really easy, you know, if you play against good team. So I feel like if FlyQuest just have more like a normal draft, try 50-50 draft, they'll be more easy to win.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up a lot of that draft stuff, because I thought in spite of that, right, like C9 had really good comp, they executed super well. In spite of that, I thought FlyQuest were still doing a lot of like small things around the map that were really good. Like they did target.
This is a classic.
Turrets really, really well.
This is a classic.
Did really, really well. So hopefully, with a more better draft into what C9 have prepared, that's my recovery plan for them.
Hey,
this
champs!
Is a great reminder, same with the 5-game series that FlyQuest had with them last time, that C9 is greater than just a team that like wins lane, win game. Their macro is really on point. If you give them a lead, they will.
I feel like this series to me just feels very draft reliant.
Especially around the Dragon
super draft reliant.
Was really good, and if you give them a good comp like that, they will capitalize. So it is going to be a long series, I feel like. So it's going to be on FlyQuest to adapt.
It's feeling like a 5-game series. Even if it feels like a 5-game series, we don't always get it.
Yeah.
But if we're looking at this split as a whole, C9 and FlyQuest have been very close the entire split. It didn't feel that way at times because of the 2-0 at the end of the regular season, but we're now at 5 to Fly, 4 for C9 in the head-to-head, with at least 2 more games left for both of these teams for their season record. And I'd say the thing that stood out to me about C9 is how good they've been in the team fights, because even in game 1 when they were behind, they were finding angles to win.
What the fuck is that?
They had the early advantage, they just started slamming.
Bro, what are you guys cooking?
Team fights, which tells me they're playing with a lot of confidence, which is a big sign for me for Thanatos.
What the fuck? Am I not allowed to have an ice cream?
Necessarily feeling that pressure in a negative way.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Thanatos.
Am I not allowed to have an ice cream in peace?
Those two have been such massive difference makers for them in team fights, and it's
FlyQuest select blue side. I wonder if that's a mistake.
And also, we did the champion pool segment at the beginning of the day. Like, the shared champion pool is going to mean a lot. Where a lot of people just imagine Thanatos to be just a carry player. No, his Galio into Rumble has been really good this split. His Ornn play I thought was great too. So as the series goes long, I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more of that from Thanatos.
Absolutely, and if you are loving this finals weekend and can't wait for the next one, tickets are already
I do think it's impressive that Sven role swapped to support, played support for an entire year. He role swapped back to AD carry, and now he's carrying in the finals. Like he never left. I think that's really impressive. Wait, did he play support for 2 years? Wait, how long did Sven play support for? Wait, he played in 2013, he played support with C9. 2013, and they lost the LCS championship in summer to NRG. And they won the LCS championship in spring against Golden Guardians. So he won a title in support. 2014, he played AD carry again. He went back to AD carry, right? And he played on... Oh, he played on... Not 2014, 2024, sorry. He played on Dignitas? Bro, I didn't even like realize he played on Dignitas. Licorice, Spica, Jensen, Sven, Isles. So I guess they were pretty bad. And in 2012, he was also playing support. Wait, he role swapped support... Not 2012. I'm reading Season 12, Season 13. 2022, he role swapped to support. And they won the finals against 100 Thieves in summer. Interesting. So he played 2 years of support and role swap back. Two years of support, role swapped back. Still winning titles. Respect. Where is Jensen? I have no idea where Jensen is. Where is Jensen? Is he on a team? Is he on a team? No, he's not, right? He retired. Wait, did he retire or not? He got married. W. Jensen. I can't believe this chat. I can't tell if this chat's like... The thing with this chat is what they do is they say something, and then when they say something, they continue the story, even though it's fake. So, for example, someone said Jensen got married, and I was like, oh, that's cool, he got married. And then the next guy says, yeah, he had a kid. Yeah, that kid goes to school. Yeah, at school he's learning this. Yeah, he's actually playing League. He's actually in bronze right now. Now he's climbing. It's actually his 16th birthday tomorrow. Like, you just keep it going. Bro, I'm not that stupid. Can you just tell me what's going on? What's in the bucket? What's in the bucket? What's in the bucket? The bucket's empty. The bucket's still empty. Where's that song at? Did that Yone game make you want to try playing Yone? No, but
I definitely feel like
I did watch some of my...
The last time we played them, we honestly could have won the second game. And even the first and fifth game, even though like it wasn't super close, I felt like we made some really bad mistakes. And yeah, I mean, I think all the games were winnable versus them in the first series, and I think that we'll be able to close out the games this time around.
I did re-watch some of my old YouTube videos from like 4 years ago when I was playing solo queue. And I'm like, damn, get me back into solo queue now.
Samsung SSDs in our Samsung Trivia Challenge. Congratulations to them. I heard some of the questions myself. They were definitely
that guy's fucking pumped. Holy shit.
Congrats to the fans.
That's the face of a man who won an SSD.
That's me when Nemes says, let's pick Wukong here.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Captain Flowers. I'm a new caster bringing onto the show here to replace Mr. Freak. Good to join you boys. I'll try. I'll see what I can do if I can keep up here, because these two teams are clearly ready to bring it here today. FlyQuest had a very convincing performance in game number 1, and C9 just slammed them right back in game 2.
Yeah, super exciting. We got to see strengths of both teams in game number 1 and game number 2. So now that we are deeper in Fearless, we get to whittle down on that game plan, because when you're going into all these matchups, you're kind of a
holy blabber with the CS monitor.
It's gonna be like a Thanatos and Bessa or something like that, right? But as we get deeper and deeper, and remember that Whippo even used one of his champions.
All right, let's see it. Gwen ban, Vi ban, I'm guessing Talia ban, Bard ban. Okay, that smells like a mage.
Consistently keeping up this Gwen ban.
Is Vulcan a good Bard? He is, right? I feel like I remember Vulcan Bard.
And Jace pick type of champions, and hopefully for them.
Can you turn up the casters and turn off your mic? No.
Although Cloud9 did change their strategy a bit, and last time around they did red 5.
Kalista Ben.
For Thanatos. Maybe they do it again.
Yeah,
Inspired is chilling in that chair.
What I will say
is no one really caring about... Okay, so Ari Ben equals Talia Ben equals what? Equals what? Pantheon?
The pool starts to get way more.
What is
the
blue side prios
and
now?
That's where it's going to become really interesting, you know, and you'll have to be able to prove as Thanatos that you're not going to be
Victor?
giving up a lot here when you have to go into these more weird picks.
Jhin first
that is
pick.
the comfort zone for Flippo.
All right, bans are done for the first half. Gwen, Bard, and Ahri banned out by FlyQuest. C9 getting rid of the Talia, the Kalista, and the Vi. FlyQuest back on the blue side. We'll see how they want to start this draft off.
Rise first
that
pick.
Could be an interesting one. See if they decide to lock that one in. The Rise locked in for FlyQuest.
Strong champ.
Go to either solo lane.
Yeah, very popular after the last round of buffs. You know, very good split push, but also Rise gets online
Strong champ.
so much earlier than you remember.
Oh wait, let me
this
increase the
champion
volume. You
getting
probably don't
online
hear
and being
shit.
able to put out
Okay, there we
damage
go.
and pressure,
Sorry, my
so,
bad. Is it better now?
Definitely could be a lot quicker.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, too, because, you know, Quad, obviously, he's known for the Cassio pick. Loki, not so much, but it would be fun to
Or
see
more.
if Loki actually brought out Quad's pick against him, because it is a good matchup into the Rise, and it also takes away one of the picks from Quad, you know, for future games. So if he's comfortable on it, I think it could be a really good angle.
Cloud99, the Brooklyn 99 banner.
Ban away anymore.
Cloud9 going with some sort of Senna lane here, which it does mean that you are saying, hey, we're not going to have a very strong early 2v2.
What is Blabber thinking? He doesn't want to pick it. Is it a jungler?
Infinite scaling, soul collecting.
Poppy Flex. Happy Father's Day. Let's go Cloud9.
Happy Father's Day for all the dads out there.
Hell yeah.
New dad Azale as well.
Soon to be.
You get credit already.
The future timeline. The future timeline. But we do have the Poppy locked in.
Azale's pregnant.
Senna here for C9.
Or his wife's
also
pregnant,
flex
rather.
Potential with that Poppy, right? We've seen it go support. We've seen it go jungle. Sometimes people
Don't play
want to
middle
take it
top,
top
please.
lane. There's a couple of different options you can take for
Sion.
the champion, and it also
Like it.
really does a lot to shut down some of the mobility that your opponents might have otherwise wanted to draft. As Sion is locked in for FlyQuest, with that being picked, we pretty much know
What is
Rise
a
going
good
in.
jungler
Yeah, it
into
definitely
Poppy?
is. One of the things I always think
Not-
about as a weakness of Senna too is tank killing, right? So Senna, you know, not the highest DPS until you're getting
Don't like Sin,
really
don't
late
like
in the game, you
Pantheon,
have
I
an
like
absurd amount of
Nocturne.
stacks. So Sion here, I think, makes a lot of sense as a blind pick.
Ah, yes,
and
the smolder
could be
into Senna.
problematic here. We'll see what
Classic.
Cloud9 actually goes for. It's really funny because Cassio also fits the bill.
So
as a tank
Nautilus
killer,
is still in
and
if they want to
maybe-
pick
maybe
Nautilus
there's
on 3
no
here.
world in which
But
Loki goes for it.
that kind of makes it so
At least not this world
That
right
is not
now.
a snake.
Yeah.
Poppy's going
It's
jungle.
not.
But I do
lady.
kinda
C9's
like the
comp,
Smolder
something about
as well,
C9's
kinda
comp is
taking
just
that
not doing
one
it for
away.
me.
And being
Make
able to have
arena
that
permanent.
scaling in this going against the Senna lane. Let's see here, though.
Just a blanket proposal to anyone.
Yeah.
Well, no, it said Nick Smith, I love you before that. It was specifically a proposal to an arrow.
I just saw,
Yeah, it was a multi.
I was like, brother's getting
multi-stage
desperate.
Something about
line.
C9's comp is just shit.
Anyone.
I feel like.
out there watching
Just
the show.
anybody. Please.
Really wants to be a dad
Pick
also.
Lysandra, it's a flex. It is a flex. Boss plays it.
Not going to be in time for Father's Day.
One comes in before the other.
Hey, that comes around every year, right? They're making
more
a down
chances.
payment on the 2026 version. All right, let's but back in the draft, we've got Jarvan and Camille banned out here in the second half of things. So let's see what we're going to continue seeing as we've got the 80 carries.
Okay, they're
locked
banning for
in.
top, and
We've
then
got our
C9's banning
mid laners
junglers.
locked
They ban
in.
Jarvan.
We've got what is potentially, well, Poppy's
They're
still
playing
flex
Orianna
for a
Senna.
couple of different opportunities.
Are they going to
here.
ban Nocturne
Yeah,
as
I
well?
do really like the Camille ban. Obviously, you know, a lot
I don't
of
know
true
how you
nature
round the
answers to
C9
tank
draft
well, but
out.
also helps to solve
Something looks
some
a
of the
bit too
problems that they're gonna
freaky
have
for me.
potentially with diving in on the back line. It's facilitated well by the Senna to allow you to play that split push style. And so I'm kind of looking at what Thanatos has played. I do feel like that was the best pick, maybe alongside something like a Gwen to kind of fit the bill.
Okay.
But that's always banned out already. So, you know, beyond that, it gets a lot more tricky. And I'm kind of curious, so is Thanatos going to go outside of the champions that he's already shown us? Obviously, you could just play like Gnar or something like that. But it's
I
not
feel like
exactly
Nocturne's getting
going
stronger
to
right
fix,
now.
I think their tank killing problem.
And, you know, he has started playing tanks as well for Cloud9 a lot more recently, so he can try and go tank for tank matchup.
But do you want to go tank for tank against Smolder, right? And it's like that's the thing that I feel like is kind of tricky when you have, you know, Ryze who can play well through side lane, and you have Smolder that I do think, you know, scales really well alongside the Senna and is such a good tank killer later on in the game. You know, that could be problematic. So this is going to be really interesting. You know, they're going to be still allowed to have more.
Yeah, Alistar on 4, but
I do think it's a little bit interesting to see them take support on 4 because top lane's already showing. The
Is it
only
Braum-
reason to
is
really
it Braum
do this, if
o'clock?
you don't just need more time to think about it, is because you think it's a good denial pick, right? So you are taking that away from Busio.
What happens if you go Braum
But that being
Ivern?
said, blind Alistar usually not prioritized
Do you
super
win?
highly, and usually like I don't know. We'll just. See
Or
what
is
the
that
answer
just
from
too
Lucio, I
degenerate?
guess.
Yeah, I would say if you have Vulcan, then maybe that priority goes up a little for Alistar. Seos, who we had on the
Rakan,
analysis,
solid.
was actually
Not
talking
nice
about
into
it
Poppy,
too at the
but
beginning
solid
of the
champ.
day. I like how much credit he was giving to Vulcan on the Alistar. See what sort of plays he can deliver, and it is also another.
I'm guessing
Orianna
Poppy
Shockwave
kind of has to go
delivery,
jungle
so,
here.
A couple of options
And then last
for
pick
them
top.
here. So FlyQuest though, let's see rounding.
I just hope they
out
don't
this
last
comp.
pick like
Whenever you
Jace.
have
I feel like
Sion,
their
you do want
comp is
something
going to be
a
so
little bit quicker
disgusting.
As far as the engages too, Rakan definitely fits that.
Put the
bill.
Nocturne in the bag or what?
So can have a
Xin Zhao?
1-2 punch.
I mean, it's just a good champ,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, that's about as standard of a jungler as you could get.
It's still up. It's obvious. It kind of fits
Is
the
he
bill.
really just
plays
going to
good
last
front
pick
line,
Gnar or
is gonna
fucking
fit the comp as far
Jace
as,
into
the
Sion?
damage
I don't know, man.
does go. And so now is the question.
Oh my god.
Just gonna be
Shout out
Gnar.
on ads if you want ads. You can
Yeah,
use
I
the
mean,
tail
that
note to
feels
try
like
and
out
have
of the
sub channel
champions
if I
that
want
he
to
has
back for the
shown
games
us,
last
that
week.
makes the most sense.
I'll see you in a sec.
both
Appreciate all the
Camille
sub
and
reviews,
Gwen
sub now. You
were
won't get
banned
ads for
out, but I don't think it's
NSI.
like the best answer.
Something
here.
about Sinan's
Generally
comp just
speaking,
makes me
you can
look.
hold on
that just
very
makes me
easily
fucking.
as Sion in these kind of matchups, unless you're getting put way down. If you're getting chain dope by Poppy or something, maybe that's problematic. But otherwise, I just feel like Cloud9 could really struggle to deal with this Sion.
Yeah, so last game, I was watching game 2 backstage, just eating a bunch of jerky sticks the whole time. And everybody on FlyQuest was getting turned into jerky except for Bwipo. I feel like he was so locked in.
I mean, the good news
and
is
if
they
he
should have
gets
winning
locked
mid,
in
and I guess
in
bot
this
has the
game,
push.
And the Sion hits that point that you're
And
talking
top has
about
the
where you
push.
click
Maybe
on
they
it
have
and all of a
3
sudden
pushing
Soul
lanes.
Furnace has a 2000 next to it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
Maybe they have
what do
3
we
pushing
do?
lanes.
How do we answer
Maybe.
this?
I'm gonna need a Photoshop.
But I
of
also
Bwipo
feel
and
like
4
Poppy's a
jerky
champ
sticks.
that even when you look like it doesn't have value, it has value.
But you don't really want them to be your
picture.
team. Yeah, exactly. It's all about the mental image here. But the image of this game is C9 has to make sure they can get through that powerful front line. Isaac, I also like you mentioning the fact that Xin can play the front line role well too. Non-subscribers will see you in 30 seconds. But for everybody else, I want to see how well FlyQuest bounces back now since C9 showed us how well they could do it in game 2.
Absolutely. I mean, C9 does have good playmaking. I think that is going to be the X factor in this game. Obviously, you have the Orianna plus Alistar combo. You have Blabber on a Poppy. You could find a really good stun or knock someone out of the fight. But if it is just kind of like these two comps smashing into each other later in the game, it feels like FlyQuest outscales. And I really do like the Smolder into the Senna. I really do like the fact that you're playing around this Sion. You know, Xin scales incredibly well. Like, I do think
I
the
believe
whole
in you,
team
C9.
scales
Make it
really
happen.
well. And C9
I believe
is
in you.
playing like a slow scaling comp too, because they have the Senna and the Orianna, so they don't have the most levers to really get aggressive early. So I do think it's going to be down to those X factors, the playmaking. Otherwise, I feel like FlyQuest, I just like their draft a lot more.
Yeah, they do have a lot of options laid out for themselves as well. No sweepers early on or anything, so probably not going to be any shenanigans in level 1.
Spellbook Rakan,
In this
nice.
game, I am
Like
definitely
it.
predicting will be much more calm in the early stages than, you know, the likes of game number 1. So it looks like we're in for a bit of a slower pace, Flowers.
You don't think Senna and Smolder are just going to get to scrapping right out of the gate?
Ghost
gives me the
Senna.
feeling that they're going to be looking for
What
stacks.
the fuck?
But something else we got to talk about, the curse of the upper bracket. No team except Cloud9 has ever won from the upper bracket, no number 1 seed, of course. So that is FlyQuest, you know, up in that upper bracket here, looking to try to break that curse, as so many of those top teams have fallen down before.
Funny because both of them on bottom side trading is like, I'm getting stacks. No, I'm also getting stacks.
That's what I was going to say, is as much as it is a scaling matchup, when I play Senna into 2v2s that don't have a lot of threat, you want to trade heavy.
All right, they're trading back and forth a little bit, but right now we've got Kangas standing by for an interview with C9 coach Reaper.
Thank you very much, Reaper. We see the trading already in the bottom lane. What were you telling to Sven going into this game as his focus to scale up on the Senna?
I mean, to be honest, they have only Rakan engages like good into the Senna. So just remind them to like be careful when you don't have flash and Rakan have a flash up timer. That's the time that only they can take over the game, yeah.
Okay, well, it looks like laning phase is already going pretty well for you. We have a superstition here in the States where you pull petals to say they love me not. We're going to do it with we win not. So if you can take that and start ripping those petals here. First one is C9 win. All right, rip that one off there. There we go, C9 win. Now C9 lose. Now C9 win. C9 lose. Ooh, C9 win. Okay, inconclusive results from that one. That's it from us. Back to the casters.
That?
They don't
There
need
you
that
go.
last
Get
pedal.
that thing out
Well,
of there.
last pedal doesn't count
No one
anyway.
knows how that's going to end.
Yeah, no, you could never predict such a thing.
It's also worth mentioning, I think Masu and Busio, knowing this game is going to go late, know it's going to be outscaling. It's Conqueror here on Masu. He is not playing something early. He's also playing TP. So again, really focusing on scaling, really focusing on being able to actually whittle down this front line, maximize DPS, and it's also spellbook for Busio. So again,
I think lanes can be winning for C9. Sven's already out of mana.
Looking more for the scaling
Is
option
this
here,
Messenger versus WhatsApp draft?
things like double smite
What?
at objectives,
What do you mean?
an exhaust that he can swap over to, or an ignite for some of these fights. And I actually really like the approach that FlyQuest bot lane is taking for this 2v2.
Spellbook is such an interesting rune, but it's
I don't get it. I don't get it.
for
What's the
a
joke?
lot of roles to take it. Support is one of the best. You know, we see Carrier take it sometimes. And one of the biggest factors, of course, is the buff with the cooldown reduction that was fairly recent, a couple patches ago. But I love when it enables supports to go
Oh,
for
the
a lot
team
more
colors,
top
but he
lane
said
plays
draft.
when you can switch over and have a teleport, and you go
He
for a
said
top lane
draft.
play, and then just teleport back to the bomb side of the map, or vice versa. So hopefully we get to see some creative
Both junglers
stuff
full cleared and did crab.
usage out of it from Busio.
Is it a crime if Thanatos dies here?
Up here in this top side as Bwipo is going to lead the charge. Immediately the audaciousness from Inspired to jump in there, and Thanatos forced to flash away.
Yeah, pretty effective, pretty efficient as well.
And even more effective because look at the summoner spell cooldowns. Thanatos had just used his teleport. Now he's back in lane without the TP. He's already at half HP, and Bwipo still has his own teleport ready to use.
And I'd point to the CS differential already in the top side. He's down 10 CS, already had to use his TP early. That generally means you're getting
Me
your
and
butt
my
beat
cat
in
are
that
rooting
1v1.
for a hashtag
If you got a TP
FlyWin.
back that early,
Let's go, cat.
which is always concerning against a Scion, because Scion, when you're looking at physical
Yes,
damage from both Blabber
Inspired
and Thanatos, you
Sin.
come back with like a Warden's Mail, and all of a sudden you just don't take damage anymore.
So here's going to be our test, because Cloud9, I'm pretty sure they got information, and they'll just know that it is going to be, again, bottom side to top side clear for Inspired. So as long as they do time and again, you know, Thanatos is going to know, hey,
It's a
upon
death angle.
completion of second clear here, should be another Xin Zhao visit up towards me. He has to play safe. He has no flash. They're going to need to get their deeper wards here to keep track of Inspired, because Inspired pretty much
base and
always
TP.
is going to go for the efficient re-clears.
Yeah, I'm
on
going to
his
take a death here.
champions.
Yunara's
It's no
abilities were
different on
leaked. Wait,
Xin,
really?
And we'll be making another visit.
Okay, we'll check it after this game. We'll check it after this game.
Interrupted, so it's going to pop a biscuit and has to stay around.
And they're actually going to go for Dragon instead here for FlyQuest. So Inspired actually, after just his red quadrant is re-cleared, they want to get that Dragon stacking going in their favor.
Face check.
Ooh, Loki walking
Nice
close
Q.
to the line brush there on the side of mid lane, but not close enough to get trapped in the rune prison. Would have been a very bad situation if he did, considering Inspired
Level
was
3
waiting
Rakan,
right
level
there.
4
Vulcan
Alistar,
knocked up into the air
Sinzal's
right now
there.
for the grand entrance.
A bit of damage.
Inspired
Root comes
here,
out.
but
Poppy's
so is
hovering.
Blabber.
Sven trading.
Sven and Masu continue
Ooh, that
trading
hurts.
back and forth, but Smolder has a lot more burst potential at this point than the Senna does.
Absolutely, and already out to 38 stacks, and that's the thing when you are playing Smolder. You get stacks that accelerates your stacks, because every time you hit a breakpoint, it makes it easier to farm that much more. Ryze was cheating down here, threatening with
Senna
the Realm
is
Warp. If they
paper.
could have found an aggressive angle, could have looked for it, doesn't find it though. And Bwipo now going to be TPing back towards topside, has some good early armor here, and this is going to make Thanatos' job a lot more difficult.
And Inspired has just been patrolling around this dragon for almost a good minute here on the Xin Zhao. Crab spawns here for him as well. They're just going to continue to fight C9 and see if they can get any little
he missed the
advantage
cannon.
before starting their dragon.
I really like this. So Busio walked over. He
Does
had first
C9 play
spellbook
the game
summoner
this game?
swap
I don't
ready.
know.
So he just used the heal on Masu to sustain him up, and then swaps over to Ignite.
Like,
now he's
top
gonna sit
is
on the
already
Ignite.
pushing
So just
back.
rotating through these summoner
Smolder's
spells
winning
here,
a bit in
getting some
trades,
value
and
out
it's
of
like
that.
leveled up
Masu hits
on
6
Senna.
as he's getting that solo experience.
Even though Rakan's a level
and
down.
Busio's just hanging out
And
with
Ryze
Inspired
is
as
holding
he
the
takes
Orianna.
dragon.
I feel like
And
the game
because
is
they
just
know
fucked
this is happening,
for
Blabber
C9.
uses that information. He's going to go look for counter jungling right now. So Inspired, not only did he spend a long time around the bomb side of the map waiting for this dragon, trying to get some advantages first and make sure it's secure, now Blabber here in the enemy jungle, but maybe Bwipo sniffs something because he just pops the plant and they do
What does
hit.
Yordle smell like?
Oh man, no.
I'm gonna say not good.
No. I'm gonna go nope. I'm gonna nope
He's-
right on out of
he's the
this
one who
one.
went with the
I
sniff.
am
Who kills
gonna
the Sion?
use
You got
my
no answer,
veto.
Flowers? You got yes and.
I don't know.
Look, no, man. Look, there's
He's
certain
no-butting us
questions
right now.
that I have
Where's
spent.
Freak? Bring
I
him
have
back.
spent enough
Freak would've
time in Twitch chat to know the types of questions you are asking, and I do not want to see where those answers lead. I am not going anywhere near this.
Fair,
I am
fair,
going to walk
fair,
away.
Hey, chat, what does
No,
Yordle
man.
smell like?
God
went there.
bless it.
It's too
okay.
late.
Is it feet?
You can't take it back.
What the fuck is going on?
Nobody's
Kill
got
me!
any feats secured yet in this game, Kobe. I know that's exactly what you're talking about, but there's no kills. There's only one neutral objective. 20 seconds until the grubs spawn. All 3 grubs going to be spawning up there in that top side.
And Quad is actually going to TP down towards bot, so they're going to keep the pressure on. Might be able to get a play here, but Won't stay around.
Loki gets the wave. They swap and put their bot lane mid.
Not in range. They're just going to lose that plate.
FlyQuest are chilling super hard, I think, this game.
Quad didn't actually tag the tower as he walked by because he pulled aggro as he was interrupting Vulcan. So does just kind of lose that gold into the ether, but it is going to be Smolder now playing mid, and we'll be trying to maximize those stacks.
An interesting thing, too, because Loki still has a few seconds on his cooldown here with Teleport. Realm Warp can get you close if there is a fight, so Quad has more movement, and we should see Quad, yeah, he's doing it now. You hover into the river so that you can threaten your Realm Warp to get over there for a trap, and Cloud9 are moving up
Ryze
towards
is zoning
the
away
Grubs.
Oriana.
So they might
okay, there we go.
do
Good
it.
engage. That's more like
Flash
it.
engage from Blabber for the slam.
There we go. That's what I like to see.
First blood given to Sven.
Just
as
fucking send
Busio
it.
is caught, you can see the flash still up because he had no chance to get away when Blabber saw his moment.
Yeah, and
Good
you can
stuff,
tell the
Blabber.
comms leading up to that because they're like, okay, Quad, leak over, maybe you can Realm Warp, you can try and trap them, but because they actually have Loki chasing, he keeps vision the whole time, he can keep that pressure on him, and they get that pick. And actually, the first kill going
Inspired
over
wants the crab.
quite nice into the hands of
He's
Sven
on a ward.
on the Senna, plus the Grubs.
Okay, Inspired
Ult's
decides
really
he wants
early.
to fight, though, but he's going in with a bunch
Oh
of
my
backup
god,
from C9,
into the
ready to
stun,
revive, a
into the
nice
Senna ult,
Megan Nova into
into
wall,
the free
sets it
kill.
up for Sven to
Let's
grab
go
the
C9,
second
baby.
kill. A third kill goes the way of
Let's go
Cloud9
C9.
before FlyQuest
Greeting for the
ever
Krabby
makes
Patty.
their way
Kill
on
his
the
ass.
board. Whippo prepares a
Double
decimating
knock.
smash for
You
a
have
nice
combo.
backup onto
Big
two.
combo, no
The
flash.
Vulcan's ready to return
A lot
to
of stacks for the
favor
Smolder.
as Whippo drops and C9 have a 4
Yo,
kill
that's more like it. That's more like
Huge
it.
blunder by FlyQuest going back in when Thanatos has Meganar, he has Prio coming from the top side, and he makes the big flash play.
I'm scared of quad
And this
flash
is one
here.
of those plays where someone makes a mistake and then everyone's trying to make up for it. And they're making the next mistake and the next mistake because Inspired overstays, he gets caught. Then Blibbo ults in, uses his flash, he dies too. Like the only positive from that
Hey, look
is
at the souls
Mossy got a
up there,
ton of
Sven. Look at the
stacks,
souls.
but,
Oh, no,
I mean,
they're disappearing.
Cloud9 now opening up a nearly 2,000 gold lead.
That is a clear example of the sunk
Inspired
cost
Inta.
fallacy. They go into it. Inspired is toast here. Nice flash in, and Vulcan even combos off of the Gnar ultimate. Everything over the top means they are dead. But as you say, then you kind of try and go in. You're like, oh no, we got to salvage this play, but you should not salvage. Plays like that are already losing. So Scion ult is used. So he can't use his Scion ult to get back to lane quicker. After this, he also goes down. More deaths here.
Inspired and
that
Whippo
is
are
a very
frauds.
good look for Cloud9.
I mean, it would have been a good play for Cloud9 regardless, but had FlyQuest just accepted, all right, Inspired's dead, you still got the flash off Thanatos. He used his ult.
2K
That's not
gold
that
lead.
bad. But when Busio goes in to try to bail him out, Whippo roams down to try to bail him out. They both die too. It does become a bit catastrophic there, especially because it's Sven, who got 3 early kills now. We were talking about some of the problems that Cloud9 might have with dealing with this Scion later on.
Yeah.
Well,
1 minute
the
on Drake.
Scion is
Now
only
the game
level A,
feels a bit
not
more
even
playable.
that
Well,
far
obviously
ahead,
they're 2K up,
and you
so
have
it is
3
obviously
early
a bit more
kills here for
playable, but
Sven, who's going to be
I
very
feel like before
accelerated
they
and
were
have
in a
much better
stalemate
time at
timer.
actually knocking
Now-
down the Scion.
And you can see
Now
right there, the
stacking some
acceleration
dragons.
for Sven means the very early completion of the static Shiv alongside the swiftness boots already being all the way done. We go back to the interview that Kangas had with Reaper. Reaper specifically talked about telling Sven, hey, Rakan, that's the only thing that'll threaten you. The extra move speed will allow him to maintain that distance.
Yeah, he's got those, plus he has the Ghost, so move speed upon move speed for the Senna
They're
should be able
keeping
to keep
here.
it safe. They're going to make a
Pop.
strong play at the very least on the bottom side, but they do
Gnar
have
TP
some
popped.
evasive maneuvers available to them.
Okay, Quad no
Quad
flash.
having to flash very early there. Did not want to lose more health than he absolutely had to. You can see him and Busio, though, still looking for the opportunity, maybe, for a counterattack. Masu and Inspired are making their way down, but Sven and Vulcan are going to find them in
Knock
the
up.
jungle. It's a 2v2.
Knock back.
Vulcan leading the
TP
charge here.
behind.
Immediately pops the unbreakable will. Mom
Sven
rolling
zoned.
into the fight, but it ain't
Solo
gonna matter.
bolo by
Meanwhile,
Loki.
Loki's
Observer's
gonna
kind of
get the
frying.
kill. Blabber's gonna try to
Poppy
stay
W
alive.
was kind of
FlyQuest
lowy
needs to
low.
fire back a little bit better.
Nice combo by Vulcan.
For a beautiful
There's
double
Thanatos.
knock-off.
Boom,
With a
free
darting
kill.
shadow from Sven providing
Oh, onto the
extra
Rakan.
damage.
Boom, free kill.
C9 are
Now onto the Smolder.
FlyQuest
Onto the Smolder.
as Masu
Boom, free
tries
kill.
to escape, and Loki passes
It's
him the
it's
ball.
8 kills to
Holy
8 kills to 0. Will we see 9?
But he's in a 1
8 kills to
versus
0. Will we see
5.
9?
Slam back into the wall. C9. It'll take him a little while. but
9
they'll
to
get the
0
job
in
done.
kills.
That's a 12-minute
Absolute
ace
wipe
for
fest.
Cloud9.
That's 5 for 0 here.
Absolute
9 to
wipe
0
fest.
in total kills.
Wait, they're
4,000
fucking
gold
blasting
lead,
them. Are you
12
kidding?
minutes in. FlyQuest is falling apart in game 3.
FlyQuest looks
FlyQuest
completely
should
out of
have
it.
just called that play on bottom side a loss and then gone for a counterplay on top side because they actually had Bwipo hitting tower on top side here. Take a look at the minimap. You have Bwipo already hitting the tower, so you can trade bottom side tower plates for the top side. But Quad got caught in that brush recalling. It was a very, very good pick from Cloud9 to actually stop him. And then FlyQuest still tried to make their trap play, teleporting Bwipo down, which results in massive, massive losses for them. Instead of
wait, this game is just fucking fried.
Yeah, we saw Quad.
They got Drake off that, right?
Narrowly able to get out. Masu, definitely a look of frustration on his face. I mean, this is a game where I feel like FlyQuest just needed to chill and farm and scale, and they're kind of pushing the pace. They're forcing a lot of these fights, and they're putting themselves into a position where scaling might not matter anymore. They're so far down.
I have to say, though, it was a very good ward from Cloud9 in the deep rush that Quad was recalling in that allowed Loki to go for that play and flash surprise Quad. So really good job by Cloud9. You know, following up, you place your deep vision, and oftentimes, even if you don't know that's going to provide you a future play, it often does. Here, though, the pressure continues.
Now all lanes are winning.
Play money for them.
More turret plate money.
Now
just
don't
fact,
throw.
They got 2 out of 3 of the grubs. Thanatos looking to fight Bwipo in the
nice
1v1
pop
down the
PW.
bottom side at the same time as Vulcan and Blabber
Inspired is fighting. Blabber stuns the Rakan into the wall. Poppy ult on the is in out.
Already knocked into the zombie form as Busio with the quickness has to try to disengage.
Wait, Bwipo just got solo killed. Quad is dead.
Now another beautiful tackle into the wall.
Bro.
It's 2 dead in 2 different fights for a Cloud9 that is now 11-0 over FlyQuest.
What the fuck?
And this time they're the ones on the other side of the map pushing, so they win this side of the map, and they've got
C9,
an
baby.
extra Thanatos.
That's a volume
who
increase.
Doesn't even have to fight anyone here, and is already rich. Is gonna get extra solo tower gold. He already has the Trinity Force. The Gnar is going to be massive.
And you can see Zen is ahead of the average Senna stacks here, and that isn't even including the support Sennas.
Hey, Caedrel.
So in a really good position.
Why is the first
Bwipo
all-pro team plus
Deadman,
best
which is kind
coaching
of
staff
techie
down
into
2-1?
range versus
Is this the
melee
biggest
matchup
upset
sometimes.
of all
It's supposed to
time?
be really good for that, but Thanatos took care of business, no problem, gets the kill. He's 3-0-5. You have 5 kills on
Wait,
the
they're the
Oriok.
best in every
You've got
role,
3
and they have the
kills on
MVP,
Sven.
and they have the best coaching
this
staff.
honestly wasn't that close. I mean, he's channeling up that Q, but this is a Mega Gnar, and you have to be so careful when they are in Mega. He had no flash, he had no ult, and Thanatos just gonna keeps him locked in. Easy kill.
Wins the side lane on Trinity Force.
2 seconds, my spells. Spells. Nice. He's dead. Nice, guys. I solo kill Sion too. Nice.
Everyone's saying good job, and Thanatos is like,
thing.
hey
Yeah,
guys, what about me?
Sion too. Everybody else is worried about their fight in the top side. Thanatos just making sure everybody's caught up to date on the latest information.
Blabber smite.
Oh,
nice steal by Inspired. Wait, is this where it all collapses? Is this where it all collapses? No, sorry, not right. Big knock up. Inspired has ult, knocks him back. Thanatos kills. Does he kill? He gets the buff. Big knock. Sven, kind of cooking.
First kill as Busio has to run before he becomes the second. FlyQuest, they stole away the Herald, but
it's not the end of the world.
C9 get the 1 kill afterwards.
I think the important thing is
just going for these desperation plays.
FlyQuest
It's an
didn't get a kill.
bounty, so honestly, still pretty good for them that they are able to grab it. Masu has 152 stacks,
Don't
so he's
let them
stacking
get a
very
kill.
quickly, but it's 12-0, and Loki is in an incredible spot here. He's very accelerated. We see that Sven is very accelerated. The Gnar is very accelerated. Bwipo is not really going to be a problem, it feels like, at this point.
All right, who's going to put on the brakes then? If they're all so accelerated. Sometimes when you're that far behind.
No brakes.
Exactly. You got a full send to get objective bounties because that is the way that you try and put on the brakes. And oftentimes, at least if you want to remain hopeful, when you steal a Rift Herald, not only is it that objective bounty shut down, but you can often use the eyeball to get one of the outer towers as well.
He didn't get the eye, did he?
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
He got it right there at the end.
But you can often use that eyeball to get an outer tower and get another one.
2 for 1.
So that's why it's
nice
wanted
shockwave.
to full send.
Nice combo.
Bit of a
Holy fuck, this
here
game's
in
a
the FlyQuest.
mega
Jungle
tilter.
has Inspired
Oh
is
my
caught
goodness
again.
gracious
the
me.
Cloud9 gank squad just getting it done. Masu's got no way out of
Oh
there.
my
Thanatos
god.
jumps over the wall.
14-0 in kills.
3 feet away from the turret, and that was
Bro,
3 feet too far.
what is
Cloud9
this?
are not giving FlyQuest even an inch of Summoner's Rift in this game as they continue their push.
FlyQuest are getting
pressure,
bodied.
Continue a game that after 17 minutes has 14
First
kills.
all-pro,
and
more
they
like, where's your
all
first
belong to
fucking kill, buddy?
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of tells the story right there.
Quad
We
gets
are
top
full
tier
HP
1.
sign under your tower, and you're having to flash away from a dive. It is pretty frightening stuff, and Busio even having to use the ult just to try to run away. They do get An objective bounty on the top side there for Quad, but still the gold lead extending, and it's going to be Cloud9 first to the Dragon.
I mean, you're saying first to the Dragon. I'm guessing only ones to the Dragon, especially now with Busio not having that ultimate, not having that real singular engage tool for the side of FlyQuest.
No bot tier 2, but Drake's up, free Drake.
It's just a suicide mission to try to go in there and stop them from taking this objective. The Herald's going to be summoned up instead as
Say the
FlyQuest
line,
will at least
the game's
try to get that
unlosable for
tier 1
C9.
turret with it that you mentioned earlier,
C9
Kobe.
cannot lose this
Looks
game.
like they're going to succeed on that one, but the cost could be great. Inspired going in after Sven does put some pressure onto the Senna. Mom also colliding for a bit of extra damage as C9 scramble to retreat, get back to a safe position. FlyQuest, honestly, good moves there, using the Herald, putting the pressure on Sven. They get the ghost out of him, they do some good damage, and now Fly are heading over to the Drake pit.
Thanatos no TP, and he's still showing top, so they might actually have to give this Dragon here. So FlyQuest being able to take the tier 1 mid, being able to take the Dragon from this heavily losing position is honestly so good for them, and I don't feel like C9 should have allowed them to do it.
Well, objective bounties were put into the game for a reason, and this is
I'm
the reason.
so glad I didn't say that I'll go bold if FlyQuest
FlyQuest
win this game.
Something to play for, something to get
so
back
glad.
in, and something to trade here. Actually, and in the end, they're even able to get Quad to defend the secondary tower. So Cloud9 did not get this team-wide 800 gold for a side tower, 675 individually, plus 25 for everyone on your team. And so these bounties that FlyQuest keep collecting are significantly cutting down on this lead, keeping this one, you know, a bit within reach. I'd still say Cloud9 have a massive, massive lead and setup here, especially because
crazy that they get 1k gold in objectives.
Yeah, C9 fans have been loving Game 2 and Game 3, and if you're loving Finals Weekend and can't wait for the next one, tickets are already on sale for the LTA Championship driven by Kia. Remember, that one's going to be in Dallas this September. It'll be the first ever LTA Championship. You can visit Ticketmaster to get yours now. Let's see if FlyQuest can keep moving their way forward in this game. It is still quite a mountain to have to climb. There are still
Something
no
feels
kills
wrong about this game.
for anyone wearing a FlyQuest jersey.
14-0 in kills.
Until the next Drake spawns. Quad versus Thanatos.
Why does
up
the
here on
game
top side.
feel
Thanatos is
not
gonna lose
insta-won?
hysterics. Quad trying to use the Realm Warp to guarantee the kill. Flash over the wall. Thanatos is going to get
Oh
caught.
my god,
Quad
Rise just got another 1k.
gold shut down.
That is massive, and I gotta say, Thanatos,
Wait.
I have to criticize him for not showing up to that Dragon earlier, and now he
Wait.
gets solo killed, giving over 1k
They're up
to the Rise in the
2.5k
side
gold
lane.
now.
And
They
all
were
of a
up
sudden,
5k gold
the comeback starts to
2
become
minutes
a
ago.
little bit more realistic. Monster's closing in on
Hold
Asai.
on.
He's gonna have 225 stacks soon, and now Quad has a
Hold
full large
on.
rod that he just buys off of that kill. The carries are scaling for FlyQuest.
Now they're doing
This is one of those
ta-ta-ta-ta-kan.
games where the C9 fans
Buipo
are going to
sees
be
it.
calling up Freak after and be like, so what can we do about these bounties? I think they're a little bit strong here. FlyQuest.
They have pop
Let's
build.
see if they come get another one towards the Otacon. Cloud9, of course, when you're in on the Otacon, it will shred your magic resistance and your armor. FlyQuest are coming to fight it.
Bussin has flash.
C9 only have the Otacon down to about 1/3
No
HP
double smite.
so far. Their DPS is not particularly quick. FlyQuest
Going
looking for
through
an
bot.
opportunity to still try to make something
Poppy
happen
ult
here.
was dog
Blabber
shit.
misses, trying to
Sion
use the
drifted in.
pile. Whippo dives into
It
the
is
middle of
Sion Sunday,
everybody,
but that
where's
Sion
the
is
rest of the
griefing.
backup? Whippo's still staying alive thanks to the Soul Furnace, but now finally going to die as
Buipo
Sven goes
down.
on a rampage.
Look at
Otacon
Vulcan.
down to
In goes
2,000.
Inspired.
Jumps in.
Randomly
He
just steals the
it
objective in
away
Blabber's face.
Again. C9
Don't know how he
still
does it,
trying to
but he did
fight.
it.
FlyQuest have already lost one, but they stole away the objective. Inspired stuck here in the front with the Dawning Shadow blasting right through him. Inspired about to drop.
FlyQuest all
Lucio
dead.
has already
FlyQuest all dead,
fallen.
right?
At least they're going
Right?
to trade one back.
No
Monster's
shot.
going forward for a
No
little bit
shot.
more
This is
damage
happening.
on Sven, but he can't quite find enough. Quad protecting his
Vulcan has
smolder,
ult.
as now they're going to look out
Quad
for
is kinda
Thanatos
broken.
as well.
Quad is kinda broken, but doesn't have flash.
As Sven goes godlike and guns Masu down. Quad in a 1v4, but can he play those odds?
Loki got this
with
phase
the
rush.
phase rush Oriana.
TP
Just
coming back from
kiting him
Buipo.
out. The Rise cannot close the
Gets him
gap.
before the
Quad gonna
knockup.
grab the first kill. He tries to
Tried his
fire back,
best.
but the overload won't
Buipo's
connect.
back.
Loki is godlike. Buipo is TP'd in. but
It's the
fight's
classic
already
TP
over.
in base.
TP takes too long. Quad is already down, but he took
But
two
FlyQuest got
with
the
him.
Otacon.
FlyQuest, they get the
It's
Otacon.
not that
That
bad.
is going to be lasting power. Look at that. 30
It is not
petals.
that bad.
They can continue to collect them.
Masu
They
almost
are
has 225.
empowered.
If Masu had
Let's
225
take
in that
another look
fight,
at it
he
because
would
it actually
annihilate
started
everyone.
off pretty poorly for them, with Whippo going all the way past the Otacon here and going down very early. He still got value from his Scion passive, getting back up and punching because Inspired went for the steal.
Yeah, exactly. Inspired's able to go in here. You know, Quad was getting early damage down on Thanatos. He gets in, he secures the steal, and Masu on the side got so much damage out on Loki, it was very difficult for him to play the rest of the fight. From here, I honestly thought they were going to struggle because Vulcan was kind of threatening on the side. The Senna ult comes through multiple members.
Thanatos
the shockwave
is
hits on
spectating.
Inspired,
Yeah, but Quad is zoning him. Quad is doing really good here to keep Thanatos away from this
On
team.
the other side, Quad's kind of zoning them out and created so much space for Masu, but then C9 played this very well, waiting for their cooldowns to come back up.
Yeah, but
Vulcan
Masu goes a
in,
bit deep.
lands the stun. Sven can finish off that kill onto Masu, and then Quad, it's a lion amongst the lambs, but the lambs are fighting back.
Yeah, the Cloud9, they did a good job attacking from all sides, but not being in danger there, pulling the two FlyQuest carries apart from each
It's
other.
really winnable for FlyQuest.
I'm just gonna. I'm dead. I ended.
True, both sides agree.
Yeah, he's inting.
He's inting, no?
Yeah, I entered.
2 out of 2 pros agree. That's an int. But I've got to say, it's under a 3K gold lead. It's 19-3. But you have the Otacon taken here by FlyQuest. You have the extra dragon here for FlyQuest. If you're looking at actual
Masu
combat power,
225,
the gold lead really doesn't matter
2
that
items.
much anymore. And you look over
They can
at
give
Masu.
this straight
Masu's
FlyQuest.
at
They have to understand that
stacks.
C9
He has
have
the
one
IE.
dragon at
I
24
don't
minutes.
even
They
think
have
that C9
one
are
dragon.
that advantageous of a position anymore. Like, FlyQuest have a real shot
is-
at this game from what seemed like an absolutely unwinnable spot. So Cloud9 have got to button up their play.
It's
make
so
sure
winnable for
they're
FlyQuest.
really playing well in these next fights, because you give over one more fight, all of a sudden the game is even, and you're in a world of trouble.
Cloud9 will claim that 4th dragon of the game, though, tied 2-2 on that count now, as Blabber finds himself in enemy territory. Whippo looking to cut him off there, decimating smash charge long enough to get the knockup, but Inspired not close enough there where the wind becomes lightning.
I think if
Blabber's got
C9
Thanatos
lose this
nearby,
game,
he'll be fine.
it's a 3-1
The breakpoint
FlyQuest. The
I really
mental
want to highlight
crash
here
from
is
losing
going
this
to
would be
the death cap for Rise.
unbearable.
Because the Orianna has been so far ahead for the majority of this game, doing so well. Loki, really, really big plays from him, 7-0. But when you complete this death cap for Rise, you already saw how much damage he was doing. Quad was probably the most dangerous person that was still standing for FlyQuest. And the death cap just takes it to a whole nother level. And he can use that power to split push and get it into a much better map state here for FlyQuest.
And I think he probably has the death cap he's basing now, so he's going to likely have that gold to be able to buy it. You have to sell the Doran's ring, should be able to have it. He has enough. And he is going to be in that
Quad
credible
has
strong
Rabadons.
spot. I mean, there's 7 kills on Loki, but he's behind on gold because one of the 2 kills for Quad was over 1,000 gold that he got from
it's
taking
worth
down
3
Thanatos.
on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a ton of money. You can see he's up very slightly in terms of farm as well, but it is still a 3,500 gold lead team-wide for the side of C9. Over half of that is Thanatos over Bwipo. Azale, earlier on in the game, you
Bwipo.
said you had to be critical of Thanatos not joining for the Dragon fight, of
I
Thanatos
saw that.
pushing too far in the
We all
side lane,
saw
getting
that.
caught by the Rise, giving over that massive shutdown. And I feel
Okay,
like with
Sven
him
has
owning
IE.
more than half of the team's gold lead, closer to 2/3 now, he's got to make sure he's not giving away those silly
This
mistakes.
Rise
Absolutely.
is
You know,
really
he's got to be
scary.
on point. Of course, you know, you have your carries super fed 707, 706 for the Orianna and the Senna, but on the other side, there's obviously a tremendous amount of scaling power for Masu as well as for Quad, and Quad is ahead in gold, level 16 on the Rise, has the death cap. He is fully online, so if he has that good fight, absolutely can take over.
And Thanatos knows it. He's like, I need magic resist
Hmm.
right now. Has to immediately get it. He knows what the side lanes are going to be dangerous.
Oh, they're just
C9
gonna start
feels
the Baron
pressure
here. They
to
see
start
that
Nash.
Quad is down on the bottom
Their
side,
champs
and
are
there's no
so
vision on
bad
this
at doing
right
Baron.
now for FlyQuest, but Inspired spotted.
Yep, exactly. They're going to
Flash
use the blue
combo on
trinket, and now
Inspired.
FlyQuest are on the approach. C9 trying to stop him. Inspired taking a ton of
Okay.
damage here at the very start of the fight, but Whippo's coming in to try to save his life.
Poppy
Thanatos
ult gets
in danger here,
cancelled.
gets a Mega Gnar, but it doesn't do a
Mega
whole lot,
Gnar.
only finding Whippo.
Poppy's
Masu's made his
alive.
way into the fight, but Inspired is already
Shockwave
dead.
used.
C9 taking the lead in this one as Whippo
Bwipo flashes
the wall,
out.
trying to
Quad
escape.
getting some damage down.
Immediately
Not a lot though, he
tries
lost
to get a
vision.
knock up there on the Blabber to
Oh,
make something
flash
happen,
E.
but Blabber's ready to
Masu,
tackle
dead.
right back.
Okay, FlyQuest has
And
stabilized the
Loki is
game now.
legendary and Masu is down. Quad gets a kill
Vulcan
back on the
died,
Vulcan
but they should get
as
Baron.
FlyQuest continues
Loki can base
to
and TP.
scramble and scatter.
Worst case.
The positioning for C9 was so good there. As FlyQuest looked to the engage, they just kited back into this tight corridor where the carries, the shorter range
he can just
carries
run
here
bot,
on the
they got
FlyQuest
it.
side couldn't really participate.
Okay,
And now with the
CPing
center,
in.
they're
I
just
don't think he
healing
needs
it
to do
back
that,
up.
but
They're back on the Baron.
I guess it's good to
Okay,
secure it.
C9, let's see if they can get this done. Whippo trying to get a decimating smash there on the ward for the TP, but it won't matter. FlyQuest will not be here in time. Inspired is not alive to steal away another objective. It is Baron secure.
Okay, now they've stabilized everything. Now they've stabilized everything. I think C9 just wanted to fight no matter what.
This is looking so good for the Cloud9 Senna win condition. Let's take another look at the opening of the actual fight, Vulcan started it out on the front line.
Exactly. They're going to go for Inspired here, but then watch the positioning. Cloud9 kind of kites back, and they're playing in this corridor.
He flash charms
look
the
at the
Poppy ult as well.
Sion is isolated. Everyone's hitting him. Look at where Masu is. Look at where Quad is.
The shockwave killing Inspired was big.
They are getting sectioned off. They're not able to free fire. Sven is kiting back. Loki's kiting back. You're having to fight through the Orion ball, and this superior range.
God, the damage from Masu onto Sven.
Cloud9, I think, just played that out
mental.
expertly.
Yeah, and it just even gets better. Blabber flashes in, got the Smolder against the wall, they get the extra kill, they get the Baron afterwards, so you know they're immediately going to march on these secondary towers that FlyQuest have left standing so they can get this gold and push the game through.
You can definitely see the frustration on Masu's face in that replay as Bwipo losing 2/3 of his HP, forced back now. C9 continuing their push. That first tier 2 turret is removed.
As hard as FlyQuest fought
mid
to
tier 2
keep
can die
themselves
quite
in this
easy
game,
too.
they have been unable all game long to kill either carry on the side of Cloud9.
Yeah.
Still 0 deaths for both Loki and Sven. Still, they have their
21
flashes
to
up.
4 in
like
kills.
They can keep their range so
21 to 4.
easily here. And
Senna
they're
has
doing it very
109
well
stacks.
with their positioning. You see Vulcan, this bodyguard, just hovering by them, ready to headbutt anyone back, ready to peel, ready to step in front.
Just rage
Immediately,
engages.
FlyQuest decide they want to try to go in.
Nice
but a nice
Poppy
use
ult.
of the ulti from Blabber turns
Very
it into
nice
an
Poppy ult.
unfair fight.
Man,
Bwipo
Poppy is
already
so
dropped,
broken.
and C9 is disengaging before the zombie passive can do anything. Blabber with a stun back into the wall.
Rise
Thanatos
ult
isn't
onto
even
Gnar.
here. He's pushing over in mid lane. They wanted to use the Realm Warp from Quad to try to catch him, maybe make it a 1-for-1 on the delay, but they don't find him. Now, immediately trying to re-engage. Thanatos knocked up into the air, but he flashes back to the rest of his team as FlyQuest are still trying to find some kind of an angle here to fight. Inspired with a knock up onto Blabber as Quad tries to chase forward, but instead the
Dead.
Rise doesn't have the range, and Sven is going to take him out.
Holy fuck, Flowers is going.
Masu's got a lot of damage.
Oh,
but
Dragon
doesn't have
time.
enough. Sven tries to get away.
Is it Dragon time?
Busio goes back in for the grand entrance.
Oh, it's Dragon time.
Masu's gonna grab the
Oh,
kill.
Masu.
Masu trying to
The
go
tick.
down.
Oh my god, he
gets
just
a
got so
triple
much gold.
with the Smolder execution. And Busio and Inspired
He just got so
now
much
gonna deal
gold.
with Loki and Thanatos, and they want
Bwipo has
nothing to
TP.
do with this 2v2.
Bwipo has
FlyQuest
TP.
will get an even fight
TP.
and hold the
Oh, they're
line.
basing
The
up.
TP's coming in, but you've already got Baron
That's so
empowered
funny that they
recall.
base.
It should be C9 getting
What?
out of there,
Loki canceled
but
it?
Loki overstays his
What?
welcome. Bwipo has found the enemy Orianna.
Eh?
Sven got his first death.
Oh, he
in the
canceled his
last fight,
base?
and Loki might just get his right here.
Why?
Thank
Why?
goodness for phase rush there. Loki's able to proc it. He runs out, and it actually delays that dragon take. Cloud9, they're still chasing to the ends of the earth here.
I mean, they should.
But
They're
the
losing Drake no matter
Orianna
what.
is just running them across the map.
Phase rush only works if you can hit dudes.
He
Let's
has
see.
nowhere to go.
Here comes the Bwipo train, and
1K
Loki
gold. Oh.
gets buried for an
Oh.
1100 gold shutdown.
What?
That is a huge shutdown.
They just got
Thanatos is already
so
on the
much
dragon,
gold,
though, so we'll see.
FlyQuest.
They can't get there in
Again.
time. It's going to be a C9 dragon.
That's why he's running them up to the
Look at
other side of the
Smolder's
map to try and
items.
buy
Look at
time
them.
there. And Cloud9
Look
looks
at
like they'll
them.
be the ones getting to soul points.
Still, I gotta say, kind of costly there. Loki canceled his recall. He decided to cancel it. He wasn't sure if he wanted to stay around or
Look
not.
at them.
His teammate
Holy
finished the recall.
fuck.
He stayed, gives over 1,100 gold. And it is just this 4K now in the advantage here for C9, but Bwipo maybe in a little bit of trouble.
Bwipo?
Could get chased down, has no ulti.
Yeah, Bwipo without the ult to get away from this one. It will take him a while because he has the Soul Furnace. Inspired jumps in.
Masu's
Now
here.
they're going to look for Thanatos. Masu, keep your eyes on him. There's so much damage on this Smolder. Bwipo and Inspired doing all right here in the 2v2 so far with Mom coming in. But the Sterix
The root from Senna
Thanatos
saved
keeping
him,
him
maybe.
protected. Vulcan wants to try to go back into the fight immediately as Booster has found the angle onto Sven. As Masu is down, Blabber with a massive
Yeah, but
pick
Quad killed
on the big
Thanatos. It's
cannon
Loki
for
time, baby.
FlyQuest. Bwipo stuck on the front line, about to die. Inspired so
Yeah, it's
low
one
on
for-
HP,
it's one
it's
for
hard to
C9.
fight back.
It's
Quad
one.
is behind enemy lines,
It's one.
and he'll be buried right there.
It's one for
A
C9.
double kill for Loki as Blabber continues charging forward.
They can win this
Inspired
2v2 easy,
Busio,
C9.
both knocked up in
Just
the air
base
by
damage their
Vulcan,
fucking
and
faces.
Blabber keeps hunting another hit. Should be able to find the final bit of damage
Oh,
for the kill.
Sven.
And Sven will do just that. Inspired's the last to die. And
29
C9
kills
get
to
the
9.
ace.
Blabber making the difference there. He
Yeah,
wrapped
Blabber
around
killed
into the
Masu.
banana brush above the red buff there, found an angle, a flash over the wall, gets the stun on a Masu, takes the fight into his own
Masu
hands,
ramps up the
takes
fight
down
so well.
Masu.
Need to
Blabber
kill
said
him.
he wanted
Need to
prove
kill him.
He is the best jungler
It's crazy
in
that
the
it's
league,
9 to 29
and
in
he's
kills, but it
finding
feels
a
so
good
close.
argument with fights like that.
It feels so
Meanwhile,
close.
On the other side, they dive Thanatos, and Quad actually goes past the turret. So this is a very long fight. We'll go back to the Origins because both teams, you can see on the minimap, have members on the way. They are both willing to fight over by the Krugs.
So how does Blabber find Masu here? Because Masu ease into a Senna W. Rise ults on the Thanatos.
But then here we go.
Oh, here it is.
Blabber moment. He flashes
Wow.
over. He's able to
Insanely well played by
into
Blabber.
the wall. He takes out the
Poppy
carry.
is so
He has
broken.
enough
Like,
burst
what?
damage to do himself. And there's Quad's tower dive I'm talking about, sectioned out. But on live Flowers, they are looking like they're positioning for another scrap. And we all know how this one ended up here with Cloud9 being the victors, grabbing the extra kills. They're the ones on Soul Point. They're the ones right in front of Baron as it spawns.
Still in a good spot, but that scaling from FlyQuest is always making things tricky. You know, it's not a guaranteed win. Cloud9 have got to be clean in these fights.
C9 though scaling on their
Nar.
own. They've got lots
Nar,
of
nar,
Senna
nar,
stacks.
nar,
They're
nar.
jumping in here with the very start of
Masu
things.
is getting
Thanatos
peel.
wants an angle, but he's going to be CC'd.
Weepo's taking
He
a lot of
has to
damage.
crunch back out as FlyQuest.
Healing
they
from the
lose
Senna.
2/3 of Whippo's health bar, but everybody else is still
Oh, that
doing
Senna is so
just
strong.
fine. Again,
Whippo's
Sven,
healing
at
with the fruits.
130 stacks here on the Senna. Yes, technically Smolder scales for Infinity, but it's much less effective after 225. Senna keeps that efficacy all the way to the end of the game as C9 are going to start up the Baron themselves. FlyQuest on the approach. Keep your eyes on Busio.
Whippo
He's got
flashed
the
onto
snipe
Loki.
to maybe steal it away. Loki's going to lose half
Dragon.
his HP here at the very beginning of the fight as Inspired jumps
Inspired
in
ult.
space versus 4. Thanatos, no Narbar, but now he's at the pincer angle.
Inspired
C9
is low as fuck.
disengaging.
He needs to base.
FlyQuest have disrupted the Baron.
Whippo's
for
low as
now.
fuck. They
But
can
look at
start it
Inspired's
again.
health. He's
Oh,
incredibly
Thanatos is
low.
caught.
They're gonna look for
Oh, he got him in the jump.
Knocked up into the air. A beautiful
Stair X.
little bit of juggling
Dead.
coming out from
There's
Busio.
no way they got
Just
that pick.
enough for
Whippo's dead
Masu,
as well.
but
I don't
now
know how
Whippo's gonna
Whippo
get
got
traded
caught too.
back. Both top laners down.
The fight's going to continue. FlyQuest are posturing here. They do have control over mid lane, but look at Blabber again positioning himself
Mid
for
tier
a
2
surprising
died.
angle of attack.
C9's losing
FlyQuest is trying
towers.
to go mid though. They get the tier 2 already, and Masu is pushing.
Why
us
does it
in,
feel
so
like they're
forcing
even
C9
in
to
gold?
base and respond to the play. FlyQuest again holding on, extending the game. This one is not over.
If you look at the scoreboard and see 10-30, most of the time you'd be like, it's
What?
just got to be a stomp of a game.
How did
This
Whippo
is
get
so
called?
much closer.
That was well
than
played by
those kill
Busio to get
scores
the pick.
would
They have
lead
double
you to
smite as well,
believe.
FlyQuest. Don't forget.
Sven's Senna, now at the 140 souls mark, almost full
C9 can
build,
just
has
play the
4 fully
Drake.
completed
Just play the
items.
Drake.
BF sword for the last one in inventory, but Masu, look at that. 4 fully completed items on the Smolder.
Caedrel, there's only a 10% gold difference, so they're only 10% stronger in fights.
In the next big fight.
They're going to have to get a really good engage here. The Dragon, and this is for Soul, is only 36 seconds away. Cloud9 already have vision control. They're going to have priority. So FlyQuest have to put some sort of pressure here, either to bully their way in and get their vision back, or threaten up by Baron. Looks like they're covering the other side of it. Rise split pushing.
And critical to note, Busio did swap out his smite, so now he's on exhaust here. So he spellbooks over to the exhaust. Really powerful if he can use that at the right timing. Was so on point in that last fight, with his grand entrance, catching Thanatos out of his hop and allowing them to get that kill.
Yeah, if you can exhaust Orianna before her combo, if you can exhaust the Gnar when he tries to go in,
mid laner has 11 kills,
potential.
their AD carry has 12.
There's only 10 seconds left on his flash, but they're going to trade objectives. The fight will not happen now. It will be after the soul has been claimed.
I mean, I actually think you're happy with this if you're FlyQuest. Get Baron and stall till Elder.
Is always a classic because
I don't think
the
that's
soul
bad at all.
lasts forever, even if the Baron is more powerful in the moment. It just
I
means
don't think
you need to get
C9
a
can
lot of
do
value
anything
out
for
of
a
the
while
next 3
now.
minutes.
And it also means to me that FlyQuest made the evaluation that we can't actually win this fight. We can't actually get to the Dragon. So they're saying, we're going to take the Baron now, we're going to try to get gold from this, and then we are going to come out and we're going to fight an Elder, which can be the true equalizer. Because by taking the Baron off the map, it's hard to utilize this power of the soul to end the game as long as FlyQuest plays safe. So they're going to look here for 5.5, go to the Elder, try to win your fight there, and try to end the game right off of that play.
Exactly. The Baron for another 2.5 minutes. The Elder timer slightly over 5 means you're going to have about 2 minutes and change for both teams
Senna
to
is
jockey
getting
for
really
position,
OP.
looking at that massive Uber buff.
And I 100% tend to agree with them because vision control for the setup for these fights is more massive than a lot of these gold leads that you'll see on screen. So because Cloud9 already had positioning, they already had the Scuttle Crab, you should just go for the trade.
GA
It
on
doesn't make
Sven,
it a lot
nice.
easier though. Sven completes the Guardian Angel. This Senna that is going to get so much range here, already has so much range in scaling, and has been so
Top tier 2 for
far
Thanatos,
ahead.
easy.
Soon we'll have Ghost up as well. Will be
Is
so
FlyQuest
mobile,
sure they
so
want to play
difficult
like
to deal
this?
with.
Speaking of difficult
Poppy
to deal
can
with,
just flank,
Xanatos
put
is
a
up in the
ward
top
down
lane,
for Gnar and
completely
just send it.
unanswered. Split pushing. Realm
What
Warp
the
into that.
fuck?
Inspire to
What is
Busio.
this?
Looking to make something happen here as they try to dive towards Cloud9.
What is
Mondor's
this?
in. Sven and Loki both nearly killed, but everybody's still somehow
What is
alive.
this play?
Thanatos has made his way into the fight now as Blabber tries to tackle into Masu, but he ain't gonna find the angle here for the kill just yet. Thanatos still chasing. Masu getting away off to the side. Inspired about to die, but still hanging on. The tier 2 turret is claimed, but now C9 of a 5 versus 4. Masu and Bwipo still trying to get away from this one. Blabber tackles
Masu.
forward, but there's no wall to slam the smolder into. Bwipo's still stuck in the front line now, but that's not an easy to kill target.
Masu.
C9 got the firepower. They're looking to take him down.
Masu.
As Busio can't get away either yet.
Masu.
The steadfast presence
No kills.
locks them up, and C9 beat them down.
FlyQuest went for the surprise
Holy
play,
fuck, Flowers
but
is
with
crazy.
the Ocean Soul, Cloud9 win out in the war of attrition. They will chase them down. Masu flaps away from Loki.
He's dead to Blabber,
But can
he's
he get
dead.
away from Blabber?
He's
Poppy's
got to
balance.
try to avoid getting tackled into these walls. Blabber doesn't find a
Ocean
stun
Soul.
right there. Ocean Soul is so strong,
07,
man.
buddy.
Blabber's going to look for another chance here. Masu misses him with the snot bubble.
It should
Blabber's
be
gonna
over, right?
chasing.
He's
Masu
just
trying to
delaying.
flap over the wall. Blabber
Should be over, GG.
gets the ace.
Alright, 35
C9's
kills it
in
took
the base,
to take
35
FlyQuest down.
10. It
I feel like
was such a
FlyQuest was all
closer
over the
fight
map there.
than we thought
They
it was
rise
gonna
ult
be,
full send
but
onto a tier 3.
C9 will emerge triumphant in this third game. Inspired will not stop.
Match
the
point for C9.
game-ending push.
MSI point for
Busio
C9.
just going to be another kill for a 37-10 scoreline. C9 going to match point.
C9
Oof.
very nearly getting a kill a minute in such a bloody
Big game for
here.
C9.
It looked like
Such
it
a
was
big
gonna be an
fucking
absolute
game.
Stop for Cloud9. FlyQuest made him work for it, but it is Cloud9
Now they have 2 shots to
moving
make it.
Match point here. What a banger.
Banger series, banger indeed.
2 shots to make it.
Cloud9 have to be feeling good about that because now it is series point. From here on out, they just need to win one more to win the LTA split 2.
It was
It's
a
so awkward to walk
battle
next to each
in
other, isn't
game
it?
number 3. Let's go in and check in with the analysts on stage to break it all
It's
down.
so awkward, isn't it, to walk next to each other?
What was that game?
It's happening. Oh
Whoa,
my God.
flashbang.
By the way, the fact that that was even close is insane.
It's insane, yeah. I mean, credit to FlyQuest, but then at the end, Senna plus Ocean Soul, absolutely disgusting to watch.
At one point, C9 was up 14 kills to 0. By the end of it, they were up 37 kills to 10. The fact that FlyQuest was in it is absolutely unthinkable. I was pulling stats during that game, and if FlyQuest would have won, the most a team has been down in kills in an A to win was 9. They would have been down like 20 kills by the time they won that. But let's check out the comms and hear the relief when C9 won that game.
Link me the Unara abilities.
Okay, one time, wait, make an R. Yeah. No flash. Cover 2 seconds.
Wait, this is not the game winning fight.
Look rise. We have combo. Look rise, guys.
Rise. I guess it kinda is.
It's gonna be good. No flash. I can get him, if you guys help me. I have combo, actually. I can look, guys. I can look. Where's my team? I'm looking. That's flash, I guess. Yeah, I'm fine. Maybe. Nice. I have combo here, guys.
Where's my team?
We're kind of far. Go Baron, no?
Hello, everyone.
Crazy game. Seos, what were some of your thoughts watching this one?
I don't know. When I see the drafts first, I thought this is a pretty good game for Fly because Cloud9 don't have a lot of damage to
Unara
Sion,
abilities
like Senna
leaked.
and Orianna.
Unara abilities leaked. Unara's critical strikes deal an additional 10%, plus 10%, plus 0.1% magic damage. What the fuck, man? I ain't reading all that. Passive. Unara's attacks deal 5 equals 5 magic damage on hit. No way! Launching an attack causes Unara to generate 1 unleash, max 8. Increase to 2 when attacking a champion. Not attacking for 6 seconds causes her to lose 1 every 0.5 seconds. Active Q. Unara unleashes her inner potential for 5 seconds, during which she gains 40% attack speed. Her attacks deal an additional 10% magic damage on hit, and her attack speeds spread to nearby enemies. Fun, 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 fun. Looking forward to the weekend. W. Yunara lets rip a spinning prayer bead that slows down when near enemies and lingers and expands when it reaches the endpoint. The initial hit does 90 physical damage and slows by 99% over 1.5 seconds. Transcendent State fires off a laser that deals 113 physical damage and magic damage and slows in the case. This will be very healthy for the game. Yunara becomes ghosted and gains 60% movement speed, increased to 90% when moving towards an enemy champion. In Transcendent State, it's a dash. Sivir ult on her E. Yunara enters a Transcendent State for 15 seconds. Cultivation of Spirit is activated for the duration. Arc of Judgments upgraded and is cooldown refunded by 50 seconds. And Canonized Steps upgraded to Untouchable Shadow. E during ult. W during ult. Q with 3 items. What the hell? Recall? Bro, I can see the montages already where she like gets her stacks up to 8 and then Qs and then bum 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 dash bum 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 dash laser beam bum 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 dash. I think it'll have like a pretty cool skill expression. I'm just afraid that it's gonna rock up the fights and press Q and like one tap everything it sees.
We need to see something from FlyQuest to make this even more competitive.
Since North America
there's not an
switched to double
egregious
elimination in the
mechanic.
spring split of 2020, only C9 has won from the upper bracket. They're going to try and keep it that way. We are headed to a break. Game 4, series point for C9 is up next.
Her W does look a little bit annoying, yes. Bum. Bum, 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 bum. I feel like the series has been pretty good so far. What is this? What is this?
So safety car will pass through the pit lane. So staying in the fast lane.
Verstappen just overtook me under the safety car.
Verstappen overtook him in the safety car.
The safety car into the pit lane. So a reminder of 10 car lengths. Pit lane.
The safety car is driving really slow. What is it doing?
That is bullshit. That is bullshit. Russell just fucking slammed the brakes. Don't be such a fucking rat. Stop being a rat. Fucking rat. Bro, he intentionally just fucking slammed the brakes to try and get Max a penalty. Stop being so... Why is he so fucking annoying? He overtook me under the safety car. What is this?
Yeah, careful. Yeah, it's not worth. I'm coming 5 seconds, okay? Look me, guys, look me. Okay, coming now. Zeno flash. Zeno flash. Look in. Local con. I can cancel his Q. Nice, guys. Someone no flash. Yeah, I don't have juice. He's no flash, we can play this, no? We can.
I'm gonna flash on him. He has flash, right?
How's flash?
Yeah. I'll be there soon, quad. Just me, no one else. No flash.
Bum.
Nice job, huge.
Nice, good job.
Massive shutdown.
Keep fighting. I will knock you down. There's Shannon, or you can't hit. Okay, now they can hit. I'm behind.
Well, at least FlyQuest's mental state's strong.
I don't want it to be. Or he flash. No flash, both carries. No flash, both carries. Mega. Can I kill? W and 2 caster. Yeah.
Keep hitting. Yeah. Just tower. Focus tower. Yeah. Kill Jin. Kill now. KD. No, it's mine. Nice. We got it. Lock on 2. Yeah, kill him. Nice job, guys. This is good, my KD. This is serious. Yeah. If we win, of course. Nice, guys. One more, guys. One more. It's fine. One more.
Don't say one more. Don't say one more. That's dangerous to say. The one more curse is real. What time is it for you? It's not that bad actually, it's only midnight.
Yeah, I would definitely say I feel hungrier for this title than I have in a while. Even though I didn't take the wins for granted in the past, I would say like I kind of expected myself to win.
Crazy that MSI starts in 2 hours from now.
And now it's like I'm just hoping to win. Now like it's been a while since I won, and now I'm just working really hard to be able to win again.
Whatever time zone you're in,
to, like, you know, the
whatever time zone you're in right now, MSI would be starting in 2 hours.
And they are just one game away from those
Wait, that zoom out is crazy. I thought we had a normal Teemo pick.
It just keeps going.
Okay. Welcome back.
I was like, oh, hey, look, nice Teemo drawing. And starts zooming out. Whoa.
Yeah.
Did Raz commission that poster? Be honest.
There's got to be some sort of Raz.
Or actually, it will be starting in 1 hour from now. So the play-in stage starts at 8 p.m., which is not bad. 8 p.m. is 4 hours ago. But everything else will be starting at 1 a.m. onwards, which is in an hour from now. So 1 hour from now is when MSI starts, basically, past the first 2 days. Which is fucking crazy.
To become the winners of LTA North Split 2 and go on to MSI.
FlyQuest here.
That is fucked. That is so fucked.
Starting with their draft.
Like that time zone is so fucked.
Game number 4 of Fearless, and we really start to squeeze down on these champion pools.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the top lane matchup looks like. So far, Bwipo has just been playing standard stuff, right? We haven't seen any kind of like Bwipo crazy picks coming out, and they are
it's perfect for me.
They're on blue side here. They are not going to be on red. And
it's okay, I'll go to Canada.
Again, can have counter pick if he wants.
Canada.
I mean, you're talking about a guy who in
Severe ban. Severe ban against Sven. Does Ezreal still build Runeblade? Severe ban, Ari ban, forced the Talia ban, and first pick what? First pick what? Ooh, they ban Yorick. They left open Talia.
And the Yorick that I just
they want Jace for Thanatos.
Now recognizing, hey, we're pretty deep
they
into
want
Fearless.
Jace for Thanatos.
This could start to be a Bwipo problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
He took off his license plate. What the fuck?
I'm very much not a fan of blind pick Yorick though, so it is interesting to see Cloud9 banning that out. And hey, if you're not
they're
down to
trading
playing
Talia
counters,
for
then it does
Jace.
make a lot of sense,
But
right?
Talia, what do you pick
bring
into
those
it?
out. But Talia is up very conspiciously so.
What do you have into it
and,
low
is gonna be
key?
grabbed immediately when you're going into a
Victor,
game four,
I
open,
can
you're
go
going into
Victor.
Game 1 and Talia's open.
Yeah, but Chase
slamming that
Victor,
thing.
I guess it is
Especially,
arcane
because,
buff.
you know, it gets banned so frequently in the first 3 bans, all the early games. Then it drifts through here. Your answers are also not there. A lot of the things that have been played have been
Pantheon
taken
denial,
out.
nice.
Yeah, and I mean, there are still great AD pairings that are up and available. Things like the Pantheon that actually haven't been played. Even the Nefiri that hasn't been played. That could be a pretty strong pairing alongside it. The Pantheon, of course, going to get taken away. I think that is smart by C9 because to me, that is kind of that prime jungle pairing that has not been played or banned for that Talia.
I mean, it synergizes perfectly with the seismic shove because of the point-and-click setup, and it synergizes even more perfectly since they both have the semi-global ultimates to immediately turn any fight unfair.
It's also interesting because while it's not, you know, like a mid-jungle pairing, I do think
They
Leona
didn't
really
take
kinda
the
rises in profile, 'cause
Jace.
when I'm looking at a lot
Maybe
of
it's because
these
they know
champions
that
have already
Bwipo
been
doesn't
picked,
play
a lot
Jace.
of
They'll
the
pick it on
really
3
good
and
engaged
ban or
champs
what?
have been, either
They
banned
go
out a lot,
Pantheon,
like the Nautilus
Aurora
have been
into
getting banned
Talia.
or have already been picked. Nautilus and Leona are those
Okay,
two
there
that are
should
kinda
be
up
80
and
junglers
available
up.
because
They
you
have
do
like
want some sort of point-and-click guaranteed setup generally for the
Nefiri.
Talia to really
What else do
increase
you
the
have?
power that she does
Sinzao's
have,
out, Trundle's
like,
out,
going
Vi's out,
forward into
Wukong's
these
out.
fights.
Fuck do I know actually.
Seen a decent amount of the Aurora into it,
Expired
and I just feel
Lee
like I always definitely prefer to have the Talia on my team, especially as it goes deeper. It feels like the Aurora, the breakpoint between having enough burst
Jarvan.
damage to still be an effective
Don't
champion
really
and
like
still
Jarvan on
execute
2-3 here
your
for
pattern of
FlyQuest.
play as a champion. It's a really thin line. We'll see if they can actually accomplish it here, though, because kinda like
Quad's
you're saying,
always standing
the
up
other
in
pairings
draft.
with these mid lane champs do matter so much.
Corki,
and grabbing that
Nautilus.
Pantheon is huge to have
Corki,
the pairing here to go with
Nautilus.
the burst damage and to have the setup.
Absolutely. I will say, you know, Aurora, I agree with you. You know, it often is hard to execute, but when you have those good games,
I think
they
he's
look
looking over at the
incredible
enemy
because
team
this
while he's standing
champion,
up.
All its damage is up front,
Just like
right?
fucking
If the
staring
Q
at them.
hits, you throw down the ulti, sometimes people just disappear. They lose the whole health bar. But it's all about that execution because if you miss, if it gets sidestepped, you have nothing coming after it. And it is going to be Jace here. It is Jace blind, but it's Jace with multiple protection picks available. Yorick's already banned, and the Scion has already been played, which are 2 of the most popular counter picks that Bwipo does play into it.
There's the
AD
Jace
Nidalee
pick.
is available,
Nice.
though, so I'm curious to see, are they
And now they can ban more tops.
worried about it? Well, hey, this is one of his picks.
What does Bwipo have? He has like Urgot, Nidalee, Malphite. I don't know. He has so many random champs that he'll play into Jace.
The next week, and he smurfed on it. So
Orin.
I do think it's possible. I don't think it's likely, but I do think it's possible.
I mean, it makes the Yorick ban in the first half make a ton of sense.
Yep.
If this is what you were going to slam, you don't want to have to deal with Bwipo on that Yorick. As the Ornn is now banned away too, you're talking about Scion traditionally being one of those things people are fine playing into Jace because who cares if you're down after laning phase, you can go low econ, be a tank. Ornn can play a very similar role. They'll remove that one from FlyQuest as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, going to be trying to whittle that down. Yes, again, it is blind, but when you pick Red 3, you have all these protection bans, so it's like not really that big of a deal.
Yeah.
And I am very excited to see what Bwipo could cook up. They're going to ban off the Gragas
Did
as
she
well.
just
another
fucking
one of his
mug?
comfort picks that can be a good matchup into that Jace.
And our FlyQuest worried about the Braum answer in the bottom side too, because they take out the Leona, and the Braum is kind of one of the other really good answers.
What is there? There's
Nautilus, and
Braum,
they have a
Renata.
lot of power for the team fights as well.
Absolutely. You know, I do think it's a good shout out.
Don't they have Jhin on
With that
4
Leona
and it's
being
fucking
banned, though, to me,
fantastic?
this is like all the kings of engage in the bot lane are now gone, right? Leona, Nautilus, Rel, Rakan, Alistar. To me, those are like the
Jhin,
primary
see what they
hard
pick, and then
engage
maybe
champs.
Renata or
Bard is
Braum or
gonna
some shit.
instead
I guess
be
Braum
that
not so
target
much.
because they are clearly more worried about engage than the defensive powers of that.
What are the
Braum.
mini supports are in?
And
Nothing,
so we'll
right?
see if the Braum ends up being the pick.
And they're really worried about, you know, the cross map and the globals here. Aurora
I
very
like
good at
Jhin.
flanking, making big plays. Pantheon ultimate.
I guess you
some
can't go
split
Braum
push
if you go Jhin, though.
opportunities available. Let's see what it's going to be here, though, for Cloud9.
So they go
There it
Braum.
is.
Something worth noting, you know, they are
Yeah.
running 80 here for last, so to me
Is
that
it-
means
is
it's
it-
a lot more
is it
situational.
Caitlyn
I wouldn't
Braum?
be
Is it
surprised if
MF
they're
Braum?
considering something like a Ziggs that was banned against him earlier. He played it in his last series. So the fact that you're leaving it to 5th, you know, does make me think, okay, you're really wondering.
I
you
wanna
need to
see
the
what
whole
these champs
2v2.
from
Can I get
FlyQuest
away
are.
with this? Can I punish something?
Ooh,
Because
Xayah
generally
against these champs
speaking,
looks
you
quite
would
nice.
Otherwise, always, you know, leave that support pick for last.
And when you have a player like Thanatos on the Jace already, you know that you will have physical damage.
I think we're going to get spicy top lane.
Okay.
We're going to get some Whippo cook.
Go on then, pick the Urgot or some shit. Pick the Malphite. Pick the Malphite, put the fries in the bag.
You need a side laner that is worth playing towards. So I do think we're going to get a carry here. Whether it is going to be something we've seen before or something new, I'm so interested to find out.
That's what I'm talking about with the globals. All right, what's it going to be, Whippo? Into the Jace.
Oh,
okay,
Cho'Gath.
It's going to be
not as crazy.
Going to be much more. Another tank, and more sustain up there.
I will say you can
is
do,
it a Xayah
sometimes
game?
people like this in arranged matches where you do Qmax and Comet, and so sometimes people can go that route.
Is it a
So it'll be
Kaiten game?
interesting to see
Is
if
it
he
a
goes
Kog'Maw game?
that kind of a style, or if he just wants to build pure tank.
Jinx
Obviously,
game?
Simons
Chat, I'm
are
gonna run
great,
ads. If you wanna
Ornn
vote ads,
stand
you can
away,
use
so a lot of
Twitch
those
5. You don't
big
have to sub
picks
channel if
are
you don't want to
gone.
back for the game.
And
Because
seeing
I
that
have
it
done
is
the
gonna
ads,
be
so
a
don't get
pretty
the ads
beefy front
during
line
that
here
game.
with
I'll
the
see you in a
Cho'Gath.
second.
They want
Ew,
some
Jin
upfront
Brown.
damage. They want them to
Tristana, I
be
like
able to deal
Tristana
with it.
actually.
And it is going to be the Tristana as the answer.
I do like Tristana.
Yeah, I think the other things they were hovering, like the Jinx and stuff, kind of would make sense from their perspective of the team fight, but then you have to play it into a Nocturne, and Jinx has no escape from a Nocturne, so much safer to have a Tristana. Plus, I love Tristana-Braum combinations. You can actually turn them into kill lanes. When you have a jungler that is a potent level 3 gank, guess what? Pantheon does have that. There's a lot of avenues for aggressive play for Cloud9.
Had to be something with escape. Yeah, I agree.
That is when they have looked their
I
sharpest.
agree.
And I'm going to be so interested to see how Inspired does
I'm
this
just wondering if their
because
comp.
I don't see any traditional dive buddies here for the
I guess their comp does have damage, but
yeah, Nautilus can try to go in with you. Sure, Cho'Gath could try to like flash into the backline with you, but you don't have that traditional diver.
I guess their comp does have damage. They have what, Pantheon, Aurora, Tristana,
You're
Jace.
just kind of like popping your all. Just
I'm
to
guessing
turn off
they just
vision
have.
and just, you know, using it on the front line or staying by your team.
They should have
anyway,
winning
so
bot.
We'll have to find out how he can.
They
do
should
it
have
if
winning
he's gonna
top.
be able to really find success in the 5v5, especially where it can be tricky as Nocturne.
Yeah, and it depends
I'm
on
guessing
how good
they
of
have.
a relationship do you have with your mid laner, with your Talia. Because if that Talia is
Mid is probably a little losing early. Mods Gamba now.
Homies, though.
Exactly. You have to be very close because it's way more dangerous for the Talia. Because when you want to ride the wall in, you want to cast your E Rockfield when you're getting off so that you can block the Aurora escape. You can block the Tristana escape as you're going in.
Mods Gamba now.
Have good timing. It looks very bad.
Mid jungle trust fall. Will Inspired catch quad?
That will be the question. I do think Blabber has the opportunity here to have a very explosive early game. Nocturne generally goes for full clears, generally wants to just power farm to level 6, but Pantheon, I think there's a lot of openings.
So one thing that I'm really looking for here in this one, talking about early games, FlyQuest, it felt like last game was just hard forcing, responding to C9 stuff that was already a lost play when we were
How
all
is
expecting
C9 up
them
2-1?
to play a slower style,
They're
play
just
more for the scaling
better.
that you had
That's
drafted.
how.
This time around,
All right,
I wanna
C9, close
see
this
them
shit out.
rein in some of that wild decision making in the early game, so they don't have to play from a 0 to 14 game point at any point.
So it is going to be the first ever international tournament in Canada. Both these Canadians here on your screen, Vulcan and Masu, fighting for
Man, the
the right
saddest.
to go there.
If I could just go back and make it so LCK had a finals and NA had 2 slots at MSI, I feel like these playoffs would be great. Because then I'd wake up tomorrow and watch T1 Gen G, and C9 and FlyQuest would be at MSI. I feel like everything, like harmony in the world, would be restored. But no, it's all fucking cooked up because it's all fucking piece of shit formats.
In tanks versus range matchups, I think it's quite good, but we have Kangas standing by with Nuke Duck.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Following the question Zale just asked, the
I think,
choice of the Cho'Gath top lane, I want to get your thoughts as a coach as to how that top lane champ was pinched a little bit.
Yeah, so, I guess this finals against basically we knew like this Jace possibilities could be coming, so basically what you do is you just pick like a tank into Jace, and then Jace presumably can win lane and get ahead, right? So you just cover that with like Nocturne jungle.
Nuke Duck the GOAT.
And that makes it so Jace shouldn't be able to like make a lead 1v1 on side lane because he could die. So yeah, I mean that's kind of that's the comp. Like you pick a strong team fighter top, and you pick a weaker team fighter in jungle to make sure the enemy can't abuse him in laning phase, basically. So that's the plan. Yeah.
All right, well, bot lane's going pretty well for you so far. What message did you give to the players to get their heads back into the series?
I was a bit angry because we have scouting on them. We know when they're weak and we know when they're strong. And yeah, last draft we had a perfect situation to like exploit their weaknesses, but we didn't do it because we were getting excited because we were like winning our lanes. So I was mad about that, and then Quad said like, hey guys, you know, we're better, just like, you know, focus up, you know. So that's I was just mad. Quad was like cheering on the team.
All right, on Father's Day, a little bit of disappointment coming in from the coach. That's it from us. I'll throw it back to the casters.
What message did you give him? Well, I was mad at them. That was the message. But makes a lot of sense talking about Bwipo. Obviously, tanks into Jace, and you might lose early, but you have
We are just better.
I do think the extra wrinkle, though, is that, guess what? The other jungler can cover with his global, too. So you have to not only be able to win the 2v1, you have to worry about potential Pantheon ulting in and winning that 2v2.
Exactly. If your top laner gets such an advantage before the fight breaks out,
Bwipo just goes Spellbook on Cho'Gath.
Be very dangerous.
I just realized
like
Cho'Gath plus Spellbook plus
fight
Smite on jungle.
Even if you're getting excited.
Whoa, speaking of getting excited, Busio with the flash over the wall. Blabber is in danger, but he defends himself well with the shield. A little more damage
Vulcan is blocking a lot.
First blood for Inspired. C9 firing back with a kill onto him, though. A double for Loki. Sven's barely staying alive, and Quad
Loki. Oh, Loki, triple. Triple. Why is FlyQuest booming the game always? They're always just booming the game. That brown value was insane. The brown value was crazy. The brown shield was crazy. The Pantheon E was crazy. The value of every spell from C9 there was insane. First Pantheon E value. Look at this. Block, 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 block. Now look at Masu. Flashes over. Look at the brown shield. Block, 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 block. Now the brown passives come in.
Masu here just kind of checking out a little bit on the fight. He was worried with that brawn passive hitting him, but then when you walk out of the fight, everyone's turning on Quad, and it's kind of just turns it into a 3v1 and then a delayed 2v1. Masu was not there to really contribute,
they've
but it just
got
felt
him
like they
fucked it again,
overcommitted.
haven't they?
And when that fear tether broke and they couldn't get the insta-kill on Blabber, that fight went so bad.
Nice!
Yeah, you can feel it. Yep. He was jumping out of his chair a little bit during it. We could see it live action. And I will just update
Loki
that,
3-0.
If you tell me that the Aurora is 3-0, then I change my mind. I'd rather have the Aurora on my team than the Taliyah.
Yeah, I mean, he is looking really strong. This is the Fearless health bars. These are all the champions that they have played throughout the split and how many they have remaining. So if it goes to a game number 5, still with a lot of picks available, obviously FlyQuest having more in the bag. You know, they have had more of these kind of niche picks. But I do think it's always cool to see as you get far into these series who has the advantage. But of course, we may not be getting to a game 5 because Loki has 3 early kills and Cloud9 are off to the races again.
Is that legal?
And
What
Sven
Inspired's
on the
doing?
Tristana, not necessarily a pick that you would be like, oh yeah,
Just
they've
took
got the
the pink in
Tristana
his
in their
face.
bag for bottom lane. But he getting one of those early kills was also very, very big too. This mid prio though is a double buff with the 3 kills for the Aurora. Cloud9, no hesitation, immediately had moved in, started it up when
well, with double smite and feast, like I said, FlyQuest do have about 4k damage in smite.
But before he lost them, Loki was able to chunk Inspired out with that very snappy Aurora combo that you talked about, Isaac. Twofold Hex into the weirding, boom, the electrocute procs. All of a sudden, half your health bar is gone. Bwipo down here in this bottom lane now on the Cho'Gath. We'll see how effective he is at stacking up the feast, making sure that he has all 6 of those guaranteed stacks ASAP so he can be the front line that FlyQuest needs.
Yeah, and he used the first feast stack just insta on a minion. He is playing Spellbook here, so he's sitting on Cleanse right now. So if there is any potential gank coming through, obviously you can cleanse off the Pantheon stun, potentially just walk that out. So that is going to be something pretty nice. And Masu has moved up to the top side here with Busio, but
Brown.
You know, Vulcan applies the winner's bite, but not quite enough to guarantee a stun from either side. Important to note, Blabber just hit level 6. Both of these junglers have semi-globals. Blabber is the first one to actually activate his, as Masu and Busio have to continue walking back up here. Masu down to 1/3 HP on the Corki.
This is why I love the Braum pick, you know, into Nautilus and stuff like this. Like, he's put so much threatening to stack up these stuns, Q after Q after Q hitting, and they're going to be able to keep that
Sven is kind of sitting on the tower into the Cho'Gath.
I mean, there's no reason for Thanatos to let that freeze break up there. So
I think that's
minions
correct.
just going into the dirt right now. Golden
I'm still crazy
experience
shocked
right in front of them.
If C9 win this game, FlyQuest are out.
Answering
Like,
the shove
what in
from
the fuck?
Bwipo down here in this 1v1 in the bottom side. 30 seconds until the Void Grubs spawn. C9, they already
I'll
claimed
stop
defeat
saying
of
it now, 'cause
Warfare.
I've said
They
it like
already
4
have the
times.
first Drake as well. The early game certainly going their way. Quad hits a nice seismic shove there onto Loki. Hex splash forward from Busio, but nowhere near
has
in the range
cleansed
he needs
Bwipo,
to be to
actually.
try to follow it up. Inspired is going to move into the enemy jungle. He does have level 6 on his own champion now. Going in after Blabber. Fear Tether about to proc. Does find that one. Knocks the blast cone back.
Blabber, no
as
flash.
Quad
No flash.
shows up, and
Big
Blabber
kill for
is
FlyQuest.
down. Nice invade from Inspired and Quad.
That's the trust fall. I'm telling you.
They still have
you gotta
Nocturnals for
you gotta
Jace as
have
well.
a good relationship with your mid laner. Looks like it's pretty good for FlyQuest.
They have Nocturnal, they're going to dive.
Immediately Thanatos in some danger as Bwipo
Oh, he
in the
flashed
bottom lane
Qs onto
has no
Quad, but he
similar
goes
problem.
through the
A
stones.
4v1 is easy enough money for FlyQuest.
They can't
Inspired
dive
is very low
Cho'Gath, I
from
think.
the
He's
turret
too
aggro, so
tanky.
he's going to have to back off, but Fly don't lose a man.
Yeah, credit to
I
FlyQuest.
think
They're
he's too
collecting
tanky.
themselves. It is match point for
And he has
Cloud9.
cleanse.
That first fight went so bad, and they're able to get a couple kills back here. Bwipo
Wave is dead.
does have the cleanse.
Yeah, Bwipo cleansing between
insta
worlds.
one
There's
shot.
enough
Nice.
damage, and Loki goes on a rampage.
Why did
The
Bwipo not
Cho'Gath
flash?
is not big enough.
Look at the reaction there on the player cam. You saw the frustration on Bwipo's face. He was not expecting that much burst from Loki. He's got armor, but he only had the Ruby Crystal there. No MR whatsoever.
Like if he
Loki
flashes
just
Talia combo, he probably
shotgunned
lives,
him,
but maybe
burst him
Talia
down
combo,
so
Aurora
fast, and you
combo,
could
he
see
probably lives.
was not
But
happy
he
about
probably
it.
didn't see
And
Aurora
one of the
use her
most
combo.
scary things is a Malignance early on that Aurora. Those 3 kills, it turns this champion into a turbo ganking champion. It is very, very painful. Loki, you can see, is the only person on the whole map with an item fully
Holy shit, he
completed,
is pretty
and
OP,
it is
yeah.
just the best item because
Sven has an
you can
item
tell
too.
the cooldown on ulti already so low. He's going to be able to roam around and continue to make those dangerous plays.
So I
And
guess
it
with
is
this
weird
early
situation
lead,
sometimes when
C9
Aurora gets
have
this
to
far ahead because
stack the Dwagons.
It feels weird to have to just flash the first basic ability that is coming out.
Chad, is that
but when you
Hexblade
get QE
icon?
and
Is
it's
that
just all your
Shen's
health,
armor?
Like, that's what you have to flash, right?
Is that Shen's
Bwipo
armor?
obviously wasn't expecting that much damage. You know, didn't flash the QE. He just straight up died to it. If he can straight up die to it, so can Quad, so can Masu, so can everyone on the map. So they are really going to have to respect the power that Loki has now. He's so ahead of the pace of
The
where you expect
experimental
him to be.
Hexblade thing
Talking
item,
about
it looks
pace,
like
let's
Shen's
look at
armor.
where everybody is on their item completions because there are a few fully completed already. Just about 10 minutes into the game. Malignance for Loki, no surprise there with him having 4 kills. Yuntal Wild Arrows completed for Sven on the Tristana as well, ready to start stacking that. But on the other
Shen's
side,
armor is
experimental
force of
Hexblade for
nature.
Inspired.
Shen doesn't
Since
use
he's got
Hextech
2 out of
Caedrel,
3 of
otherwise
their
he'd be an
kills,
arcane.
Could give that Nocturne the opportunity
Okay,
to really
relax.
be the X factor with a well-timed ult.
Whose
Yeah, it's
armor is
same
the
idea.
experimental
He's getting his
Hexblade then?
ultimate cooldown reduction. Same idea as the Malignance here. See where he can actually utilize it, though. He's going towards the Grubs first. There is no flash on
They're looking
Jace.
for a dive bot, though. Look at this. They're again going.
Okay, Inspired is working on the Grubs alongside Quad. They're just going to be able to secure these easy peasy. FlyQuest
Yeah.
has to know,
I mean,
all right,
plates
if
for
we're up
Tristana is
here, there's
good.
no
Deny
contest for
Corki
these.
some
Cloud9
gold.
has got to be plotting,
Look for a Drake.
planning,
Thanatos
scheming
bases,
something
don't
on the
get
other side of the
dove.
map. So they tell everybody to fall back. Masu
sounds so sinister.
is, oh, it is. If you're the one, if you're the one in the 1v4, there is nothing more diabolical than what your opponents are planning in that moment. Masu just decided to leave the entire lane, not just the turret. He is going elsewhere right now as C9 have lost all 3 Grubs,
racing
but
for
they're
first
mining
tower.
turret plates, and it looks like we might just get a race for the first turret.
Is Vulcan have
Whippo's
demolished?
going
He
to try to
doesn't,
walk
right?
up here, but he's got to be careful. Man, I
It's
don't know how close you
Loris's
wanna go.
armor. Who's
Vulcan
Loris?
just TP'd back, so they're just trying to go for this. They know they get feats if they get first tower, so they are really heavily committing to this.
Bwipo has
and it
Ghost.
is likely to be very hard to stop here for Bwipo.
Yeah, I mean, they see the Nocturne and the Talia on the top side, so this should be the Dragon plus the tower. This is a lot
Loris
gained for
Tyrell.
Cloud9
What's
on
that guy
their
from
strong
Game of
side.
Thrones or what?
Whippo sneaks back in as Busio is coming.
Whippo is ghosting to the turret to try to kill the minion wave in time, so there's no chance for them
Whippo
to
has
fully complete
Deadman's
the kill onto the
fucking-
tower.
what the
now
fuck?
immediately, Busio ready to try to follow it up here with the dredge line.
Where's
into
the
depth
Pantheon
charge.
at?
Sven keeps firing back at these guys, but the turret itself stays standing down here in the bottom lane. C9, however,
can't
will
put
claim
numbers
that
here?
second Drake for themselves.
Really?
But the first turret went to FlyQuest on the other side.
What is going
There
on?
was the
Pantheon's
delayed play.
basing.
They were talking about it. Whippo's
Okay, they're
like,
gonna
I
call
can
it off.
one-shot this minion wave. You saw the AoE on the back line. He's able to feast on the front, and they
Wow, they actually lost
get
first
it
blood
done.
tower.
Nautilus ult was also invested, so they really think there is some pretty high priority on
I guess
the feats
Blabber is
upgrade
just
for
behind.
Boots.
Absolutely, and I think that was really smart.
Nice
from them,
cancel on the base
forcing
from
their way in.
Bwipo.
They use the ghost, they use the heal. Yeah,
Gonna make Sven call and Uber to go to base now.
But you keep that tower alive, you get yourself first tower. All of that plate gold is, again, going into, Quad and Inspired. Inspired's up 1K. Look at the mid lane gold lead. It's not that big anymore. It's 4 kills to 0, but he's only up 600 gold because of all the plate gold that Quad has been able to farm. Now Bwipo's going to
Why
get
does
more
it
of
feel
this.
like every time
We are
C9's
close
ahead,
to
they're
a
not
dead
ahead?
even game gold-wise,
Yeah, it does
even
feel
with
like
how
that, doesn't
bad
it?
that early fight went for FlyQuest.
Bwipo now flashing away, trying to get the distance to escape from Blabber. Vulcan's going to stun him up there with that last little bit of the concussive blows.
No.
Almost called a winner's bite, but that's the cue. As Bwipo continues his full retreat now, Thanatos has also been brought down here to the bot lane party. Meanwhile, FlyQuest taking the opportunity. They see that C9 constantly sends multiple players down here to the bottom lane. FlyQuest will do the same thing on the other side of the map as Loki
I don't think
tries
Fly
to
can
defend
take the
here
tier
at the
2,
tier
but they
2
can definitely
turret,
threaten
while
Loki a
Thanatos
bit.
takes the FlyQuest tier 1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, they've drawn their
FlyQuest is
battle
recovering
lines and
well,
they're
yeah.
sticking to them. This is your strong side. That is your weak side. You can sell Loki here. He knows there's a Nocturne on the map. They could go for the dive for me. He stays well under the tower.
C9's in a fine spot still. Fine spot. All good.
While they get that turret to
Tristana having gold is
reclaim
very
their
important.
gold
Otherwise,
lead.
that Cho'Gath is the
being said, with all of
unkillable
our
Demon
fighting
King.
over the
He's just gonna
attempt
stack
at the
full
boots
armor.
upgrade, Cloud9 only need one more objective to be able to actually fully complete.
Full armor.
Exactly. Even though they couldn't get the first turret in the bottom lane, Inspired still secured that second Drake without any fight.
Supernova.
So now 2 Drakes for C9 versus the 3 Grubs of FlyQuest. That next neutral objective to spawn will be 90 seconds until the Herald is up and running.
Yep, and they should be able to do it. FlyQuest just
I feel like
trying
Aurora's
to
been
continue
sitting in
with
this
the plays,
top
and
lane
Blabber
weak
gonna
side
get
for
found
about
here, but Sven is around.
5
Okay,
minutes.
Masu and Busio get a little bit of damage.
When she's
Blabber's
the
use of
most
the Pantheon
OP champ on
shield
the map.
there.
They're TPing bot. They
Timing
can
it
actually
well
try to go
block
for
most
more.
of the damage. Thanatos making his way down to the tier 1 turret. Wants to try to get out of there. Has to flash away from the seismic shove, but now a TP's been able to arrive from
Nocturnal on
C9.
0.
Paranoia placed there by
I think he's
Inspired
Nocturnal
just
thinks
to
they can
block
get out.
any
They got the
chance of
Aurora
a
TP, right?
coordinated C9 counterattack, and FlyQuest make their exit. Seismic shove again. This time only hits Vulcan. C9 continuing to walk forward and
Almost
force
into their
FlyQuest out.
FlyQuest. I think they should not be calling for a
That
fight.
time he does respect the QE from Loki, sees it coming over the wall, insta flashes, knows that there could be follow-up if that connected onto him. But a lot expended for not much on either side. To take stock, we lost the flash off of Quad, flash off of Bwipo. There's
Someone
a
in
flash
chat
gone
says,
from
"I'm
Thanatos,
spoiled by
from
LCK."
Blabber, as well
Well,
as the
Bwipo's
TP
gonna
from
walk up
Loki.
with
So
no flash.
lot
He's
spent
dead.
there. Oh, Bwipo's in trouble. He's got no help here.
Oh boy. All right, let's see if he can try to get away from this one. It doesn't really look like it. The rupture missing on Thanatos. Bwipo tries to burst him down, but yeah, there's no way to get him
Chase
in feast
catches
range
top.
there. C9 pick up their 6th kill.
And that one's a little surprising as far as the breaking.
All they have to do,
concentration.
C9
They
here,
have
is just
been
keep
so
stacking
good at
Drakes,
sticking
keep
to,
stacking
hey,
Drakes.
this is strong side. We are respecting when Cloud9 have overloaded a side, but we just saw Cloud9 teleported Loki into the bottom side, and Bwipo has no
Bwipo's had a
tower there,
really,
so
really rough
there's
series.
nothing that FlyQuest could answer
like he's
with
been-
any sort of
the
cross-map
Renekton
play.
game was
That is
solid.
just an extra kill over.
The style game was
when
rough.
you're in these weak side positions, it can kind of get a little bit mentally
Cho'Gath
exhausting where you
game
feel
is
like you have
rough.
to give it up, you have to give it up, you have to give it up, and then finally you feel like I can push in here.
And I forgot
They're
to
gonna
do
look for
the
Blabber.
champion
Remember, no
pickles.
flash.
No flash on the Pantheon, but he's still always got that shield. Blabber's going to deploy it, but in a 1v4, you
Aatrox team was
can't
okay,
block
actually.
enough.
Actually, the
Bwipo
Aatrox team
takes
was
the
not bad.
kill. FlyQuest pick up their 4th.
And he does hold on to the feast, so he saves the feast so
Not
he
a
can
bad
have
series.
it for Dragon. Quad is going to answer topside. Bwipo has cycled
Okay,
through
Blabber
already
is getting
4,
caught, but he still
I
has
believe,
ult
on
for
the
Drake.
spellbook summoner here. He's been rotating through that pretty quickly, so is going to be having that cooldown getting lower and lower.
Okay, 5 stacks also on the Cho'Gath Feast. 6 now as he does go ahead and use
Just
that one
keep
early. There
stacking.
is 35
30
seconds
seconds
still
on
on the
Drake.
Drake timer. Looks like Inspired and Quad
Yo,
just going to go ahead and
Astrobix,
take
I'm
their
gonna ban you.
second blue buff as C9 has a lot of men mid.
And the idea for Cloud9 here is if you can delay until Dragon comes up, Rift Herald's on one side, Dragon's on the other. You're the team that only needs
My
one
Barber
more
was
objective
off-roll,
for
yes,
the feat
good one.
upgrade that they've been fighting over.
+3 on
so
the
heavily
stack
here
plants.
with FlyQuest. So then they'll have the opportunity to just cross map.
Inspired 7-2 on Nocturne, definitely
Vulcan
really
could
strong
spellbook
on
a
this
smite.
champion. Also really want to draw your eyes to the fact that Bwipo has exhaust. This is always one of the key ones when you swap over to with the spellbook. And Loki, he is all upfront damage, so if he can time it, trade of flashes there.
Okay, Rupture hits Thanatos. Busio following it up
Wow,
as
insta
immediately
one-shot on
Vulcan
Vulcan.
is just shredded. Inspired wants to go into the back
One
line.
for
now
one,
both
though.
supports are already going to be dead. Loki's in danger. He tries going between
Loki down,
worlds,
big
but he's
shove by
only
Quad.
going to the
This is game
underworld.
5, this is game 5, this is
will
game
go
5.
right there with
This
them.
is game 5, baby.
Just took the kill lead. FlyQuest just got 4
This
for
is game
one.
5.
Loki tried to walk right through them there. He got annihilated.
He got destroyed, and his full combo was exhausted.
Yeah, he got
by
exhausted.
Whippo
That
to
was the
boot.
problem.
Whippo silences him. He's in his face. They're pressing. They're
Sven's
advancing.
dead as
One
well.
more.
Ah, it's game 5 central. It's game 5 central.
Blink and you'll miss the whole health bar
Oh,
disappearing.
I think it's always good to have 2
will claim
competitive
the
teams in the
delayed
region,
ace.
you know.
They will claim a turret mid.
FlyQuest
They
and
will
C9
claim
just
a Drake
duking
for
it out,
themselves.
stomping everyone,
They
going
will
to 5
claim
games
a
against each other
5-for-1
twice.
trade. That was a massive swing.
Will they try and rush the Rift Herald to still get the feats, since they only needed 1? Right now, I would assume Nautilus is going up to at least ward that Rift Herald so nothing sneaky happens, but here's the fight again.
That rupture connects there onto Thanatos. Vulcan can't get the wall up.
It turns into a 1-for-1
They
though.
already called it. They're going full
But
in.
it's the
Look at this
exhaust on
here.
Aurora
The ulti comes down.
and the
QE
focus on
even
Aurora.
comes out. Well, he's still exhausted. He tries
And
to go to the other
Corki's
side, but he
position
gets
is
first
good.
down there by Inspired. This was such a good fight for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and Loki, you cannot go through a Cho'Gath right there. Or at the very least, if you do, it's going to cost you a lot. So Rift Herald remains alive. They actually had Busio go out there, defend the vision, put down the wards for FlyQuest. And now back out onto the map. Actually, look at this. Whippo now attacking
The
the
game
side
is
lane.
fucked.
Yeah, now
Whippo's gonna
Inspired
win on side
coming down
against
to help
Jace.
his
The
top
Jace is
laner.
far behind.
Thanatos in some danger.
It's
Wants
cooked,
to make
it's
it a
cooked, it's
trade,
cooked.
but
How's
no
that taste?
shot, man. Whippo taking that one.
Whippo just bites
I
him in
don't
half
think C9
there,
can do
grabs
this.
the feast
They
stack. And
no
is able to
soul
get that
points,
kill
losing
onto Thanatos,
sides.
attacking
Talia's
that
even
side
with
lane.
Aurora.
Now, quietly,
Inspired is
Masu
just
getting
carrying.
very, very strong 4 kills here on this Corki. And the mid lane gold lead completely gone. It is just 140 in the favor of Loki. Honestly, that doesn't mean anything.
The jungle diff, though, is getting like
Yeah.
a very, very big gold difference here. This Nocturne is going to put so much pressure on the C9 carries. And when Nocturne is the biggest gold, difference in the game, how do you play the side lanes? Everyone who walks out to farm a side lane...
It's the neat part. You don't.
Exactly. Everyone who walks out to the side lane is like, oh my god, is Inspired coming? Is Inspired coming?
You said
Because that
T1
will
was
be
cooked in
very,
game
very
2 and they
dangerous
won.
upon two
Yeah, but it's a
item
C9
completion.
FlyQuest, buddy.
And he's already shown that he passed his trust fall with quad, so you get the Talia wall pressure to come in, and you can just not escape that duo.
Absolutely. And I mean, earlier we talked about, okay, well, yeah, but you have to deal with the 2v2 and Blabber's
But that was the
too,
game
but
where
he's
Keria
so
played
far ahead of
Poppy and
Blabber
made
that you're
fucking
gonna win
magic
that
out of
2v2
nothing.
very easily.
Feats claimed by FlyQuest. It was 19 and a half minutes into the game before we finally got there. But the battle for the shoes has finally been decided, and it's FlyQuest walking faster.
And honestly, credit to FlyQuest for realizing how heavily they should fight for the feats. I flashed back all the way to them defending this tier 1 tower bot, tooth and nail.
What do you
to
do with
stop that
C9
from
right
going
now?
over
You
to
have
Cloud9.
Jace Pantheon
Winning the
against
first tower
Cho'Gath
race
Nocturne.
gets them that little extra
Just
bit of
overload
power
aside
now.
and flip it. Is that the
This
plan?
This series has been so fun. It started out with Cloud9 getting
Try and
4
rush
kills
Atakan.
in the jungle,
They're
but
TPing.
they're fighting back in, and this is going to be a
Try
banger.
and
Loki
rush
has teleport
force
as well
Atakan.
for the Aurora.
This
Ultimate
confuses me.
ready.
Okay, C9 thought that they might
But
be able
sure,
to rush
let's
it,
explode
but
the game.
FlyQuest was ready.
Why not?
C9 still have the Otacon aggro. They've got it down to about 3/4 HP, but Whippo is wrapping around the side. Quad sends in the Weaver's Wall, but he's not going to ride with it. Now Whippo goes forward for the flash silence.
Oh,
They've
the
immediately
flash
found
silence
the
was great.
engage and killed Sven before the fight even
Aurora's
starts.
losing to
Can't
Corki.
find his way to the FlyQuest carries as Masu forces
Well, C9
everybody
will
else
make it
on
quick.
C9 away. C9 felt desperate. They felt that the Otacon was the play. And
Herald was a bit
FlyQuest
wasted, but it is
knew
what it is.
exactly how to respond.
While Cloud9 were setting up the Otacon,
I think
Inspired
C9
was
thought
buying
they
his
could
second
sneak it,
item. The Black Cleaver
but as
was
they
completed.
TP, Cho'Gath
He
checked it.
annihilates Sven, and
But then they
Whippo
felt like they were
wants more
forced to
of
try
the
it
jungle.
anyway because they invested
A
TP.
big hook there from Busio to continue locking up Blabber. No firepower from FlyQuest coming up behind him here yet. Loki wants to go into the back, find a little bit of damage on Masu, who has to Valk away.
Zero damage.
Whippo's going to be shut down there by Blabber.
Masu
and
took
FlyQuest
0
may have
damage.
overplayed their hand.
But
Thanatos
Boston's dead.
Gets traded back in a 1-for-1.
Oh, Pantheon ult.
But now
Doesn't get it.
looks like we are gonna have
Is
the
he dead here,
Otacon
Blabber?
secured by
Oh, he
Inspired.
kills.
Blabber goes into the back.
900 gold
It's a
shut down.
juggler 1-for-1
Vulcan needs to
trade.
flash W out here.
Everybody's dropping dead on both sides, but Quad and Masu look for a little bit more
Big damage from Loki, but not enough. Nowhere near enough.
Vulcan gets another
Nowhere near enough, but Sven's coming back.
He's flash. Sven has already respawned. He rocket jumps forward, but he doesn't
Can't
have
get
enough
range.
distance.
Can't get
FlyQuest
range.
will walk away. There are
Can't get
3
range.
dead on both sides. It was actually a 4-3 trade since Sven respawned, but Fly get the Otacon.
Somebody get a cam on Nuke Duck. He said he was mad that they got too excited in the previous game. This one, they just had the Otacon. It is yours. They killed Sven.
Does
but
Bwipo
FlyQuest
go
want
too
too
deep?
much. They get too
They have a
excited.
free
They chase into
Otacon.
the jungle.
So they
And
need
look
to
at
fight
where
them
Talia Nocturne were.
3v5
All the
here,
damage
3v4.
was still by Otacon. So now they're doing 2 things at once.
And look at the
They have a
summoner setup.
free
He
Otacon.
has Smite and Feast. Just stand on the Otacon. It's guaranteed. It's not like it's a flip. You have double Smite plus Feast. You can kill that thing from such high HP. Bwipo definitely getting a little too confident there,
Oh,
chasing
Blabber
after
ulted
him.
1 second
Gives over some
earlier. He
kills.
could
This is
probably
where it
steal
got
it.
crazy because Blabber ults in there. Imagine if he steals the Otacon before he gets this kill. He gets that shutdown plus 866 gold. Got a kill
1
earlier
second
as well.
earlier
So
he had
is
it.
kind of
Pantheon
back
Q
into it a
Smite
little
is
bit
really
also.
OP.
And we are just
Oh,
we're
C9's
back
forcing
Let's
again.
go.
Yeah, I think they're realizing they're getting outscaled. Have to try. Look at Bwipo's summoner spells.
We're going to go ahead and begin the fight on the side of C9. Loki goes between worlds looking for the damage here on a quad, zipping and zapping
Well
back
played
and
by
forth.
Loki, to be honest. He
Quad
actually
takes
got a lot
ton
done
of
there.
hurt from that one as Masu is finally able to join the fight. Blabber re-engages.
Bwipo's dead.
Bwipo here on the front line.
He's
still
just
tanking
standing
for
there
now.
dying.
It'll drop.
What the fuck was that
FlyQuest
fight?
lose the fight. C9 outplay him.
Bwipo
C9
just
are
ran
on
out of
soul
position
points.
Again, back-to-back fights. He's just walking in so
Bwipo's just standing
overconfident.
there.
Yeah, you're tanky, but you're not that tanky. The Aurora is zoning your team off on the side. Masu's not even there yet.
Loki
and
did a
he's
lot of
just
work there.
running into the pit here with no flash because he was on Cleanse Smite as his double summoners there, trying to get in range for a potential steal, but they're never going to let it get that low. They're just going to turn and kill you.
He's so focused on
So
the
Bwipo
steal.
walks
Look at
up,
this. Comes in again.
Look where Masu is.
stands there,
He has Smite. He just wants to steal
cleanses,
it, but it's a good call to stop
walks
damage
away,
on the dragon. They make the turn here.
cues
Blabber
the
says,
ground.
hey, just focus front line.
His
And
team
this
runs
time around,
away,
by the way, Loki
and then he
on the
decides to
other
just
side,
walk
he
back
did
up
a good job
and stand there
actually
again.
avoiding the counter kill from FlyQuest while applying that pressure.
And I feel like you could just play it slower there as Bwipo. Your 6-kill Corki's not even there yet. Even if you lose the dragon, you could win the fight and then potentially take more off
They
that, take
do
tier 2
need vision
towers
that
and things
push.
like that. Instead, he overforces. That gives a potential Soul Win condition now to Cloud9 here. They are on 3 dragons. They are on match
Looking at
point.
looking
yeah, you're
at
up 2K,
okay, never
but
mind.
you
His
lose Soul,
summoner
who
spells
cares?
swap
When
back
you
now.
are in a high pressure series, a finals game
When
on
things get
stage,
hard, you need to get
who
harder.
will thrive in the excitement? Who will thrive in the higher energy? So far, it is Cloud9 making the comeback a real possibility. 3 dragons here. Even though FlyQuest still have the gold lead, if you grab Dragon Soul for Cloud9, and it does feel like momentum has started to swing back in their favor. I mean, the Nocturne gold difference has been chopped down in about half here. So FlyQuest, they got to lock in if they want to actually push us to that game number 5.
Exactly. You got to play towards your win conditions, slow it down a little bit. Bwipo, I think, getting definitely way too excited in these last couple fights. And they got to be playing as a unit. The skirmishes, I think, are a lot worse for FlyQuest than the grouped fight. They want to be playing, as this squad here. And C9 definitely taking advantage of it,
Still
putting
think a Baron
pressure
falls
on,
from FlyQuest is
forcing
quite
some of
easy.
these mistakes out of them. And we'll see if
Masu
FlyQuest
is
can
really
kind of
OP.
button it up. They look
I
like they want
don't
to play
see
towards this
C9 winning
Baron.
a fight.
The big thing I'm looking at here, we got 3
They're
fully
just
completed
gonna
items,
start it on spawn.
including a fully evolved Muramana
They're gonna
on
start this on
Masu's
spawn.
Corki.
They're just
It
gonna
is
start
massive.
it on
We'll see if
spawn.
FlyQuest can take a
I
fight
mean, fair
here
enough,
as they're
they have
immediately starting
Beast
up the
Smite.
Baron. Now, they were wise when C9 tried to do this with the Otacon, and C9 is going to be just as aware of
And they're
FlyQuest trying
not
to sneak
gonna
the
do it.
Baron away now. Quad
Bwipo's just
throws
running
out
at them
the
with Ghost.
potential there of the Unraveled Earth, but now it's Vulcan going to get caught out again, trying to be careful here with the
Ult
shield.
flash onto
the Beast just
Loki.
barely doesn't kill him.
Loki
and now
gets
they're
his
trying
ult
to turn
off.
the fight around. Bwipo takes a ton of damage. Nearly
Bwipo's
about to die.
dead.
Cho'Gath
Oh
here,
my
he can't
god,
get back
bro.
over the
What is
wall.
going on in these fights?
FlyQuest came so close to finding a pick.
What the
but
fuck is
close
going on?
isn't
Bwipo's
good enough.
ghosting on them,
Bwipo
and
dies
then
again.
Inspired is
Bwipo
using
dies
Nocturne ult
again
on
there,
Brown.
And Inspired used the Nocturne ulti for cover. I don't even think he actually got to reactivate it for damage. So now C9, they have TP Vulcan back and they're fighting.
Yeah, Blabber ready to keep pushing
I don't
forward
think
with
they want
Vulcan
to hook
right
the
behind
Brown
him.
there. They
Masu's
definitely
gonna be
want to
a
hook the
little bit careful with
Pantheon.
these accelerated shot blasts from
Inspired's
Thanatos.
dead.
Baron is already down.
Busio's
Another
dead.
kill goes over as Sven kills
That's
Busio.
Baron for
He
C9.
hits him
What
with
is
his
bro,
trademark
what the
emote,
fuck is
and
this?
C9 have taken control of the game.
What is
And
this?
it's going to be barren for
What the
Cloud9
fuck is
as
FlyQuest
well.
doing?
Flowers, the
They're
comeback
just
is just about
what?
complete for C9.
No chance of a steal. No chance to redeem themselves for this mistake. FlyQuest are
What is
hurting after
FlyQuest
that
doing?
one
This
as C9 stand with
looks
Baron,
like-
with Soul Point. There now could be possibly a bit of a
Thanatos will
problem
probably
for
die, I
Thanatos,
guess.
but he's the only one. Should be able to pick him up here on the side of FlyQuest. Whippo will get that one for the feast.
This was
but
your
it is a
ult.
small
This is
consolation
my fault.
prize in the wake of what FlyQuest just
I
lost.
still think
Yeah,
FlyQuest will
Cloud9
win the
now
game, but
pretty
this
much
is
equalizing
vile.
the gold there across the board. We go back to this initial play where,
Like-
again, they're turning off the Baron. They could have just been happy with the TP. Instead, they're going for this engage. You know, Whippo popping the Ghost, running into the back line. But where are the carries? No one is there around. You have to look where Quad and
Man,
Moss
this is
went.
like
They're
Lila,
not able
but
to follow up. Well,
the Lila just
everyone
doesn't
from
Lila,
C9
you know what
is
I'm saying?
just pummeling Whippo,
This is nothing like
and
an
you have
AL
so
Lila.
much space created
Here I don't
by
blame
Vulcan.
Bussin. He goes
lives
to
with
hook
low
Pantheon,
HP,
but he
and then
actually ends up
swaps
getting
his
a
spell with
Brown.
TP. He TP's right back into the play and re-engages.
He's like, ooh, a
Exactly, they
Pantheon
go
free
for it.
kill, guys.
Blabber
Look,
leads
look,
the
look.
way on the charge.
Hook.
Here comes Vulcan
But then
with
a Brown
the
tanks it.
teleport. He jumps in with the unbreakable to
That's
close
bad.
the gap here, and then all of your DPS gets to follow up. Thanatos and Sven just free firing here, and they get the big pop. Sven eating up. The Tristana here will be a problem.
And I don't think Inspired tracked that it was actually Vulcan TPing back in, because he was fighting, you know, in that side brush with Blabber, knowing he had the HP advantage in the 1v1, but didn't track that Vulcan was there.
So much frustration on the face
10
of
seconds on
Whippo.
Soul.
You can see this game.
Big Soul.
Now, FlyQuest, they've got 7 seconds until this Soul spawns. They do not want to give Ocean
Still think
Soul over to
FlyQuest can win this
C9.
game.
Control wards from both teams in the Ocean brushes beside the Drake pit. Whippo here on the front line. Potential Hex Flash over the wall
Oh,
from
Sven's doing a
Bucio,
lot
but
of
it's not
damage
gonna
down.
find anything. Whippo takes a little bit of damage, but nothing crazy here just yet. Keep your eyes on Inspired and Blabber. Let's see where these ultis try to enter for the junglers. Loki looking for a wraparound on the other side
Vulcan
of the fight.
has
This Spencer
smite,
attack
Vulcan
could
has
be huge.
smite.
Quad is onto the idea that he might be over there. Throws some rocks into the grass as Loki is now spotted and marked by Inspired, but that does mean that the Nocturne will have to use his ultimate to try to get the distance into the Drake if they want to smite fight for it. Blabber's already on top of the thing. Inspired goes in after Loki. They're trying to target
Oh,
the enemy
Inspired
mid lane
clutched it.
instead, and Loki is already
Inspired
shut
clutched
down.
it so hard.
C9
Oh my
makes the
god,
remix
Quad's clutched it as
of
well.
Quad. The
It's a monster
Kalia
clutch from FlyQuest.
shoved them all
Quad and
the way
Inspired
to the
just destroyed
grave.
them.
FlyQuest with an ace for one.
It's
With
over.
a quadra
It's over.
for Masu. With a
Quad
mark
3-man shove or 4-man shove, but it's Inspired. He ults onto Loki, fears him, Flash follows him, kills him. Inspired smurfed that so hard.
FlyQuest make the call. They catch the carry, and then they slam the fight. They'll march straight down, unimpeded.
This was a really
right
disgusting
to the
game,
enemy
but
nexus.
I think we'd be robbed if we didn't get a
on
game 5 here.
Cloud9 is gonna be
We
alive
really
to
needed a
stop
game
them
5.
in time. And just like last week, C9 and FlyQuest are going the distance. It's time for Silver Scrape.
Bro, that last fight.
Let
That last
me
fight
hear
was
ya.
illness.
Silver Scrapes again for FlyQuest versus Cloud9. These teams always going the distance.
That was crazy. What an engage there. Inspired, flashing over the wall to keep the fear tether onto Loki, setting it up. Masu full fate. You talk about a trust fall. He is going into the pit on top of the Aurora to finish him off.
You already heard it. It's time to hear it again. We're headed for game 5. Cue up the Silver Scrapes.
Boot it up. Boot it up. Bro, I really want to see the replay of that last fight. Hopefully they just play it. But I guess we won't get...
Poke him, but otherwise we can't.
Maybe just wall, just wall.
Look at Inspired here. Ults onto the... Oh, smurfed it.
It's a flash out.
Oh, it's a big 3-man shove.
Big rupture.
No flashes.
I secure Drake.
Go mid, go mid.
Holy, you're a beast.
Go mid, fast.
Yeah, we end.
Alright, chat. I'm gonna go fill up my water. Lock in for this, yeah? Lock in. BRB, 1 sec. Okay, lock in.
They're bursting, or hitting it.
I
I'm
can go
slightly
to
east.
Aurora any moment if you guys force a fight. Okay. And then the Aurora can...
If Tara comes with us, then we can hook Braum and poke him, but otherwise we can't.
Maybe just wall. I'm fighting.
We're heading front. We're heading
Aurora,
front for free.
Aurora, fashion, Aurora, fashion. Done.
Has a flash out.
Big rupture.
Big rupture.
No flashes.
I secure Drake.
Go mid.
Holy beast.
Go mid, fast. Focus.
Yeah, we end.
Fast.
7 weeks of best of 3s, 4 weeks of best of 5s, and it
Who's
will
the
come
MVP
down
so
to
far
this
for both
single
sides, chat?
game to see who is the LTA North champion. These teams have been delivering for us every time they play.
Are you guys not entertained?
I'm so happy we got the game 5. Insane Talia flick. That's why I'm holding up quad here. I still think Talia is one of the best mids, but just an insane back and forth coming out of the Nutuck interview where he's like, yeah,
What are you gonna do for a game 5
We
draft?
just had to relax. I was pretty mad. It was quad.
What are you gonna do for a game 5 draft?
To immediately seeing them overextend in the river was pretty interesting.
And Seos, you've been in your fair share of intense series. What are you trying to do to recenter yourself before game 5s?
I think, especially on game 5, is a lot about momentum, and I think like right now FlyQuest is probably really happy, right? Because even on game 3, they almost win, and the early game was a disaster. And game 4 too, they give like 4 kills on 4 minutes of the game. Normally the game will be really hard, but they still bounce back. I think when you are a player on game 5, you need to just try to forget everything and just focus, especially on Phillies, you need to focus a lot on picks, you know?
Yeah, all the conversation is probably focused on draft, but it's been such an interesting series to me because FlyQuest has looked nervy.
Ooh,
Like,
is that a rollie on
Bucio's
Mitty's
had
wrist?
one of the worst series that I've seen him play. I'd say Bwipo, the Sion game into the Cho'Gath game, there was a lot of him just dying on side lanes, but they've almost, to me, been given this second life because they were able to play the map so well, keep themselves in the game, give themselves opportunities, and now make it to this game 5, Res.
Yeah, especially when the pressure is there, you're in the moment, just being able to simplify the game and focus on objectives is like the most important thing you can do, because you're finding games like the last one where it's really back and forth, and that's the case of FlyQuest losing their advantage, getting it back. Same with Cloud9 when they had like the 14-0 game.
Best silver
and then
scrapes
losing,
ever.
It felt like they were getting.
Bro, T1
It was really
DRX.
close for FlyQuest to pull that one back in. This last game,
Nidalee top,
Loki
Yorick
went
top.
insane with his Aurora. This brother, I would like to have an interview with him, but he's in the back, the real one. He found so many great plays, like threatening flanks, threatening the backside, and then in the last fight to be able to get targeted before he even really gets his ulti to come through. That was really clutch from FlyQuest to nail the series.
Couple of really cool things going on here. We talked about the history of double elimination in North America. Cloud9 is the only org that has been able to win from the upper bracket. Also, the last time we have gone to a 5-game final, 2021 spring, Sven, Vulcan, Blabber versus Team Liquid. I was on the wrong end of that one at the time, but they have the Game 5 finals experience from back then. They're running it back as well to not only try and get another title,
boot
but
it
also
up,
maintain
boot it up.
C9's organizational supremacy.
If it makes
there
you feel
any
better, I
champ
did like
that
your
wins
draft
the game?
back then
Thank you.
better. I think the big thing to me, though, is kind of something that Seos pointed out earlier, which is C9.
I feel like
C9
whichever
have
side
been
picks
a lot
Nidalee
better
top will
in
lose.
a lot of these team fights, right? They've been taking advantage
I just feel like
of
Nidalee
some
top
of
is
the,
lose.
You know, maybe nervy or like over-aggressive
Happy
choices.
Father's
Wait,
Day.
there's two
that
Bwipos?
FlyQuest have made. We have 2 Bwipos over here. And I think that's the key for me, right? Is not only draft, but then team fight setup specifically, because I think generally overall in this series, C9 have been team fighting really, really well.
Yeah, I think
It's
especially
game
early games,
5s
C9
when
is doing a
teams
great
start
job
to go
in
towards
always
comps
skirmishes.
like
I feel like
Ornn,
FlyQuest don't really
Galio,
recognize their force on early game, and
Jinx,
C9
Lulu.
is taking advantage.
And the reason we have these Bwippos here is we have a real.
And then they play full team
we
fight.
have the wide giant Bwippo that you.
I wonder what
almost
side
need to have
C9
FlyQuest
chose.
win
Did
the
they choose
title.
red?
And then we have small Bwippo, who's been showing up a bit more than we'd like to see, Raz.
Yes, it's like, for instance, in the previous game, you already mentioned the overextension, like when he's looking for fights when necessarily they want to go for Otacon. Like, moments like those where C9's finding their way back in. But I bring out both of these Bwippos, maybe putting them on top of each other, because when you're in a Game 5 situation like this,
What side is C9 chat?
He has a lot
Hello.
to go through. So it feels like he's going to be the player you watch out most for when it comes to like an X factor in the draft.
I mean, we're about a minute away from draft. We know in Game 5, Seos, support pools get pinched a lot. You also mentioned Busio has played more supports this split, has a large champion pool. But in terms of number of available champions that have been played, Bwipo has an Ocean. You could argue Thanatos is a little bit pinched because I'd imagine the Gwen
Leona
ban
Ivern,
is
yeah.
going to be happening.
Leona
What
Ivern,
stands
Ornn.
out to you for this final Game 5 draft?
I think
Jinx,
especially
Aphelios.
Leona will be a really high prio. I feel like on the last series they just first pick Leona on Game 5 and is the only midi support. So if you guarantee Leona, you can just pick whatever you want on the rest of her comp. And besides that, I think Bard is a pick that Cloud9 likes a lot and FlyQuest too.
Okay, you and me picked FlyQuest to win the series. Raz, you picked C9 to win the series.
I'm sticking with my
Emily
boy.
never changes her predictions, so we're all sticking with it. Why is C9 going to win Game 5?
Look, it just feels like these games, they find the edge. I think, yes, I'm holding up Thanatos. Thanatos has been great, but Sven has been stellar so far for C9. And I think if I'm imagining what it all comes down to, late game stage team fights, I think Sven has been the better player between him and Masu so far. So I'm still keeping it. This time I'm not flip-flopping.
I am so
Bwipo
nervous for
walk.
FlyQuest and Bwipo in particular. I feel like this series means so much for them. I want to see wide big Bwipo show up. Casters, get us into it.
Is Raz not flip-flopping the equivalent to someone else flip-flopping?
I don't know what is going on right now, but I can tell you the
All right,
series
let's see
must
it.
be crazy if Raz is standing his ground on those
Let's see it.
predictions.
I don't know if this ever happened before.
Both of these
Quad's
teams
gonna
have
stand up
stood
during the
their
draft
ground
again.
thus far
Show
and
me the
brought us
Ornn,
now
Jinx,
to a
Galio
fifth
comp. Do it.
game. For so long here in the LTA this year, we were not seeing Game 4s, Game 5s, and now the two times these teams have met in a best of 5, it has gone the distance both times. One game left to decide who is our split 2 winner, who's going to MSI.
You've heard of Game
Kadeem
5, how about
1v9
Game
here,
10?
sub him
Because
in.
that's where we're at with these two teams here, back-to-back
Kadeem
weekends
does carry his
going the
best of 5 Game
distance.
5s.
You know, Cloud9, I think, definitely going to be frustrated with how that game ended. You know, they had regained control after a couple good fights from them. You know, Bwipo overextending, them really punishing. But this last fight, the clutch factor there, you know, inspired Masu getting that initial kill, and then Quad with this monster seismic shove to seal the deal.
And his ultimate to start it out too, and
Standing
kind
up
of
during
section them
draft.
over into the correct position to get that play. Just really, really big stuff. Talia, of
EU
course,
Frogs, stay strong.
mega high priority champion.
Yeah.
Now a lot of these tier 1 prio
Yo,
champs
get
are
me into the
completely
draft.
off the
It's
board.
been about 40 minutes.
So super excited here for game number 5 because this is where the spiciest of picks come out.
We heard Seos talking about it, though. Leona still up and available. That is
SEA
kind of the last,
gang,
you
you're
know,
mentally ill.
really
Just
high
know that.
tier engaged champ that is up and available for support. That was banned out last time around. And when we get into this Game 5, the question is, do you target ban one player? Do you target ban pocket picks? Do you still just continue to ban some of the meta champs that are left? You know, the strategies in Game 5 for Fearless, I think, are so important. And it's an opportunity for coaches to really showcase their skill and their knowledge to not only get good individual picks, but to get a cohesive comp.
All right,
to get your team
Cassiopeia
that
ban,
LTA
Yorick
title.
ban,
Well, we're
C9
already
chose
seeing a
blue
little bit of
side.
focus into those pocket picks that you were talking about. The Cassiopeia, the Quad
Braum
is
is
known
out,
for, that's
Sivir is
gone.
out.
The Yorick that we see Bwipo very often eager to lock in, gone. As
Yeah,
C9's
Leona
first
could be a
two
first
bans.
pick.
The response
Kalista
from
could be a
FlyQuest,
first pick.
The Vi, which is always a stock standard ban.
I feel like
And
Kalista
then
is
the
OP
Sivir
right now,
also
isn't it?
banned out. That was banned out in a
Everything
previous
is
game.
out that
The
counters
set, This is
Kalista.
another Bwipo special. It is one that many top laners do not have much practice against when it's out of the meta, so they don't want to deal with that.
Exactly. So, you know, Cloud9's read is, you know what, we're going to ban
I feel like
3 pocket picks,
FlyQuest
we're
could
gonna
just
ban
play
3,
Kalista
you know,
Renata
champion
into
player
Leona first
duo
pick, no?
picks. And on the other side, it is FlyQuest just kind of banning the meta right now.
And the advantage for C9 is because they're on blue side, they can snatch up that Leona if FlyQuest doesn't want to pay the tax of getting rid of that last big
Ooh, a C9 first pick to
but
Kalista.
instead, no, they're going to go with Kalista first
I think
pick
that's
here
correct.
For C9, Gwen was the last first round ban on FlyQuest.
And I mean, Kalista Renata is still available in a Game 5 here, right? So there is a lot of power in that duo. you're kind of able to say, okay, great, you're going to go for Leona? Sure, you take Leona, we'll take Renata, we'll disengage that engage, we'll win the 2v2, we'll play for that. So now it's time to find out what
is
the
Jhin
answer
Karma
will
a
be
lane?
from
Is
FlyQuest.
that what you
Do
have
they
to
just
do here?
throw down the Leona anyway,
Oh, it's Caitlyn.
or are they going to go for range?
Holy
Caitlyn
fuck.
spicy, man.
I think it's going to be Caitlyn Karma, maybe.
Let's see, what's the pairing going to be? So
Oh, wait, Karma was already played.
Karma was used in Fearless, and Nico
Oh,
was
it was
used
already
in Fearless.
played.
I forgot about
It would have to be Caitlyn
definitely
Lux.
an option on the table because
Is
I mean,
Busio
like you
a good
say,
Lux player?
One of the answers to Kalista is traditionally just long range. You play for poke, you play to
Oh
chip
my
her
God,
down, you don't
play
allow her to
Caitlyn
take
Nidalee.
these all-ins. They
Caitlyn
can, of course,
Victor.
wait to see what the support pick is for C9, but it's going to be Caitlyn Victor, two pretty long-range, good area
Is it just an Akali game?
champions
Oh, I
here
do
to
like
answer
Jarvan.
this early Kalista.
And two characters from Arcane, the hit show.
Oh,
by
Kalista
Riot
was
Games.
not on TV ever.
That's tough. That's tough for
I
Kalista.
do like Jarvan.
Team Arcane looking pretty good here, but Jarvan actually
They have to pick
is a champion
support
that can put
here.
a lot of pressure onto Victor.
I mean, it
so
would be nice to
maybe
pick
we'll
like
see
Lee Sin or
Blabber
something, but I
going
think they have
for
to pick support.
Some very aggressive early plays. This is a theme for Cloud9.
Which I
They've got
presume is
super
Lux
aggressive bottom
or-
lane with an aggressive jungler
or what,
here. They want to
Leona?
push the tempo. They want to keep the action going.
Blitzcrank?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you have Jarvan into this
Not
Victor
sure.
here, who obviously can't get out of the Cataclysm without Flash. You know,
Right.
that is going to be
At
difficult
least
to deal
support.
with. And you throw down that Cataclysm, you
Wrap
have a
it
hostile
up, just
takeover
send
coming
C9
over
to
the top.
MSI, just send
It could
C9
also
to
be a
MSI.
least support potentially. So
Just send C9 to
support
MSI.
as an answer. If you hit the cocoon, you can follow it up with the trap. You know, that of course is a lot of upfront damage. Yes, there is the Renata to deal
I
with
love
that
Teemo.
100-0 kind of angle
Security.
that you're looking for
Escort
that
them
burst.
out.
But Elise definitely has a lot of power, and Busio's super comfortable on it. I've seen him play it a ton in solo queue.
That's exactly what I was going to say. He loves roaming champions from support. So not only does Elise fit the Caitlyn lane as far as these trap combinations that you always want to have, this poke damage,
Ben.
but also he loves roaming, especially to top lane, and that could be another way that FlyQuest wants
I think you
to
just
keep
knock out
Thanatos
Inspire
under
champs,
control
right?
and
Like
attack
Lee Sin,
one.
is that a good
I will say
knockout?
it's very dangerous though, because Elise, if you get caught by the Jarvan, like Elise will also get popped and die.
Watch that bug.
I mean,
Squash the bug.
it's a pick that is so
Don't pan
heaven.
down.
Skarner
Don't
could
pan
knock
back
out.
up.
This is
Pan
such
back
What
a
the
difficult
fuck are those
pick
legs?
Because you are saying I have confidence in myself over anything else. If Elise falls behind,
I
if Elise
think
doesn't get to
Jax
play
is a
her
good
game,
champ for
worthless
FlyQuest against
champion does
C9's
not
comp,
do
but
anything. You're saying
guess
that you
Bwipo
are
doesn't
ready
really
to
play
answer the
Jax.
Kalista Renata challenge. I love the confidence, and I can't wait to see how it plays out.
Absolutely, and I think Busio has earned that confidence from his teammates. He's played an incredible split. We do have to say there's a tiny, tiny chance that it does go
Akali
jungle,
Ben?
and then they try to really flex things around. Because we've
What
seen
do
them
you
cook
have
up some
into
crazy
Victor?
stuff
Is it
where they
Aurelion
did-
Sol?
Last time they played against C9,
Yeah, there's
remember
the
they
Lee
did this,
Sin, Ben.
oh, we're going blind
Is it
Rumble
Aurelion
top.
Sol?
Turns out it was a Rumble support. They were putting Volibear top, so I wouldn't put it past them to try to flex things around and
Aurora.
really surprise them.
Exactly, because they are red side, so they want to have the surprise at
I wonder
the
if
end.
C9 just go
Don't get baited,
Ornn
don't get
Aurelion
baited by the
Sol
hover
and just
crowd.
play.
Hold it in, hold it in.
No way. Ain't no way we get a Shaco in our finals.
Oh my
I
god,
don't
it's Neo
believe it.
Kha'Zix.
Masu is a known troll, so I do not react to his hovers.
Yeah,
But
the
this
Masu-
would be
we
hype.
did react.
Oh, we got the
let's
Kha'Zix.
go!
Holy
This will
fuck.
be, you can see right there, one pick so far this split. It is a 0-1 champion. but
Caitlyn Elise
inspired,
Kha'Zix.
We're going double bug for
What
FlyQuest
are
in
they
Game 5.
cooking?
And it's really interesting because both the Elise and the Kha'Zix, single target damage, all kinds of bursts. But you're
What
into
are
a
they
Renata.
cooking?
You've got to be so
I
picture
think
perfect with
just
your engages,
fucking
100 people,
bro, you can pick
and then
Galio
get out
mid.
before they can get
You
that
can pick
bailout.
fucking
The way that
Aurelion
these two
Sol.
are the most dangerous,
You
though,
can
is
pick
not
Hwei.
even team fights. It is
Just
duos
put the
linking
Ornn
up
in the
and going
bag,
for
please.
invades. That is a 100%
Please, but they don't have a side
2-0
laner if they put the Ornn in the bag.
combination. It's
I
a
feel like
dream
Galio
world
was
for
a better
Kha'Zix
champ
to have an Elise to play
against-
with. It
against
almost never
Kha'Zix.
happens because both are typically jungle champs, but we're going to get it. Should be very aggressive.
But the thing I'm looking at right now, there is
Cassante I like.
legitimately zero front line on the FlyQuest
But
side.
Bwipo's gonna
You're
play
talking about
Urgot
them
into it or some
invading,
shit.
setting up these traps, playing these like small skirmishy ambush
probably
type of
gonna play Urgot.
situations. And right now, that's about all they can play because they don't
feel
have
like
any
Galio
way
would've been a
to
bit
engage
safer.
a real fight or front line a full 5v5. Back on the other
then they would
side,
need a
it'll be
damage top.
Hwei in the mid lane for Loki, control mage answer to Victor, and then the pick for Thanatos, the
Gragas
Cassante
top
in
into
Game 5.
Cassante.
Yep,
I don't
and
like
Cassante coming
FlyQuest
through.
draft
Gragas
at all.
is up and available. That would
Chat,
be
I'm gonna
something
run
to
ads.
engage.
If
This
you
is
wanna
a
avoid
Bwipo
ads, you
classic.
can use a
He's
tier
very
1 or a
comfortable
Twitch
this pick.
Prime, subscribe to the
Just
channel.
checked,
You do not have to
5-1,
sub if you do
taking
not want to.
4-1
Back for the
all-time
game
there,
time.
4
Because
inspired on the Kha'Zix, so he does have some experience.
I'll see you in a sec.
playing
If you sub now, you won't get ads for
This is
MSI.
going to be an explosive game here. These two compositions have got to fight. Range is
Gragas
relatively
into
limited,
Cassante.
on both sides, especially for the Skalista. Kind of has to get in the action. The Elise and the Kha'Zix have got to get involved early and often you don't want to just sit back and try to scale as Elise. You need to get way ahead of the pace of the game, because if you just show up to a 5v5 on even gold against this Renata, Renata's going to get so much more done.
What's really interesting too is that, because everyone always focus on the identity of Kha'Zix as an assassin, but it also can support siege comps in some times with your W evolve. It is super high priority for pro play. And when you've got a Caitlyn plus an Azir, even Elise and Gragas, lots of long range stuff. So possibilities of these sieges here, definitely an extra wrinkle for the macro.
I really like, the point out there, because not only do they have Caitlyn traps, they have the Victor W. You can drop a Gragas Q. You can be spamming Ws here, from the Kha'Zix. Like, they have so much zone control. If FlyQuest get first to an objective, it is going to be really hard for them to deal with. Non-subscribers will see you in 30 seconds. So I do think the setup here from Cloud9 becomes so important.
Yeah, C9 have got to figure out how to deal with these crazy
I feel like C9's draft is more reliable, but
meanwhile for
FlyQuest is playing Kha'Zix into Hui.
On Bwipo in particular, as the only one who can really be a front line for this team.
I don't really like the Gragas pick.
Blunders from Bwipo. We saw a lot of frustration on his face when we looked at the player cams, but we also know that this is a man who has played in the World Finals before. This is a guy who has been playing professional league for a very long time. He's someone who specifically talks a lot about the mentality of being a pro player, and I want to see how well he bounces back in this 5th and final game.
And I want to see where is Busio going, because he started with a sweeper. That's what I like to see from Elise support. He is going to be getting into the brush early.
Oh my god, FlyQuest draft is fucking freaky, isn't it? It's fucking freaky.
For your burst combos, and maybe he'll be able to use that sweeper to get out of lane later.
Okay, nothing happening just yet, so let's take a listen to Cloud9 discussing the stakes of this series.
Did you guys know that game 5 is the most important game of the series? That's crazy. I actually didn't know that.
You know, great statistic, the team that wins game 5 always wins the series.
What?
Yeah.
No way. That's a crazy stat.
That is a crazy stat.
The team that wins
wrong.
game 5 statistically wins the series.
So the Vibes are good on the C9 side. They just lost that game. They don't care.
Okay, so C9 have gone for a map split
there, the
bot.
bottom lane and the jungle, they went for the invade. They're splitting the map. Splitting the map when
Or
you
is
have
it a
a
split
volatile
map?
matchup
Blabber's
like this
crossing.
is so critical. Okay, he's not going to do a full split. He just takes the blue and then out.
I want to watch bot side, though, because Masu and Busio knew they weren't there. They hard shoved this wave as fast as humanly possible, knowing that they could be coming behind them with this split map situation. So they bounce the wave super fast, so then they can back up and receive that bounce if there was a concern about Blabber coming. And I just think that's really smart stuff.
I like both of the kind of ideas. You know, the response there from FlyQuest, also the original idea from Cloud9, because Jarvan has so much better early gank potential than a Kha'Zix.
You might have to flash.
Oh.
That is big.
Yep. So if you can take
Good
away
trade.
some camps from Kha'Zix early and get Kha'Zix a little bit slower in scaling
Kha'Zix
up and
is
getting to
not
the
gonna get
threatening
level
point,
4.
then you can create a lot better plays there. As the
Busio
Jarvan
is level
has
1
CC
standing in
to
a
pull
bush.
off a lot of these ganks.
And this is
A bit
Cloud9's
useless.
record in finals. As the first seed, they are 5-2. As any other seed, so second and below, they are 1-5. Of course, they are not coming in as the first seed this time around. So looking to get, their second ever finals win here as a number 2 seed or below.
But that also works directly against our other stat we talked about earlier, where C9 is the only team that wins from the upper bracket. So this could be...
all the stats this game.
Yeah, we got a lot
So
of
Jungle's going
numbers
to clear his
we're
top
cranking out
camps.
here
They should know Kha'Zix's
Thanatos
bot
has
side.
control over this top side wave. You can see a little bit more stats we got on the screen for you. In game 4 and 5 of a series, Zven has a 60% win rate, just about there, 59.3. Wait, isn't that? That's exactly 60. It's what? 3 out of 5. That's
Don't
60.
do math on broadcast.
What?
Whether you're right or wrong.
Okay, all right.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I've had enough numbers anyway. We don't need any more numbers unless they are KDA. I want to see these bugs start making a couple of plays. Kobe, you were talking about these two working together, the Elise facilitating the Kha'Zix. When are we going to start to see that?
Okay, let's go Silver Scrapes.
Basically, you have to
promised us blood, Kobe.
TP back.
Well, you can do it
Masu
really
has
early,
Ghost. I
but
like the Ghost tech.
usually you want to
Ward on respawn and base, so Blabber's kind of +1 camp, which is good.
Either unlock the mid laner, you're going to unlock the support. In order to get that, you kind of buy your time for Busio to get those recall timers.
Battle pass kind of deal.
Exactly. Yeah. So they got to buy Busio the battle pass. First thing, they got to shove up their lane, get their pressure here, and then give him an opening to go roam with.
Okay, Hui immediately getting a little bit of damage with the Baby Rumble ulti that he has on his Q as Quad arrives back into the mid lane. That is both of our mid laners now having used their first
Thanatos, I feel like, is eating so good in this matchup. I remember Baus playing this matchup, and he said it wasn't that good, but it's fine. But
there's a bit of a cocoon.
Baus,
Lots of burst damage down to
what? He's dead.
Headshot is out.
That is big blunder. Trying to cancel bases,
you can
dying.
See the idea. Oh, yeah, they're probably recalling right now. Let's stop the recall. But if you face check the brush, the burst damage there from the FlyQuest duo is
well, the
insane.
Elise might
easy
be
to
useful.
land that cocoon, easy to land the full combo there with the trap, with the E as well from Caitlyn,
Trap,
from Masu.
cocoon
and they
into
finish
trap.
It. They get their first blast. Battle pass acquired.
There you go. And you could tell that Busio was desperately trying to give that kill over to Masu. He walked away.
Oh, Quad's
the
playing
last
the
tick
Roa
of the Ignite
build.
was the last instance
Full
of
scaling.
damage during that bailout. So you have to get the last hit, and because the Ignite was still active, pretty hard to time in between Ignite ticks there. It's kind of just a 50-50. Busio walks away with it. But if there is a support to give that kill to, it's Elise, because this champion is so strong from ahead. Like, you get early sword boost, you get early proto belt, you go around
Level
the map,
6
and
Cassante.
sometimes you are just 100-0ing carries.
Exactly, and you can see he did just that. You know, he
BF
bought his
sword
boots,
first base for
very
Caitlyn
early
is
with
cinema.
that money, and then he always kind of
Whippo
resets
TP'd
from
on top of their
Fountain
bot lane.
through the mid lane, and they're coming bottom. The double gank is here.
Yep,
Uh-oh,
Whippo taking a
too
lot
deep,
of damage
Vulcan.
there, turned into a pin cushion, but Busio
Way too deep.
immediately ready to follow it up with the cocoon, and Inspired is right behind him. Vulcan is down.
Way too deep.
FlyQuest now with 2 kills on Busio's Elise support.
He's unlocked one of the first rewards with that battle pass already.
First tier.
Another kill, and this is why I love it so much. You know, from the jungle perspective, you basically get
There's
to
no
have
dive
another
here.
ganker with you. Busio
Crash the
goes
wave.
for the flash, hits the cocoon, and they get their lead. Let's see, though, with the response from Jarvan, because it did start out with stealing away blue buff. And so Blabber does have this little bit of a jungle camp lead
So
over
Elise is
Inspired.
there. They have double
But
Sentinel.
on Vision now,
Sven's
and
mana is a
probably
bit
shouldn't get
low, but Dragon
surprise
would be a
plays,
nice
so it'll
force.
be a start on the Dragon. It's actually very dangerous when you have the slow from the Ocean Dragon. Makes it easy for cocoons to hit.
Busio chunking him a bit. He has
They're
the honey
walking in.
fruits.
I mean, Quad does have mid lane
They have a
prio,
bit of
but
bot
he's
push.
kind of out of mana, and he has no TP. So if he comes, he's going to have like 1 round of spells, and Whippo's getting chunked out. So it's
Getting
a bit
that
of a
honey
difficult
fruit would be
approach
great
for
for
FlyQuest.
Sven's mana.
Whippo's chunked out. Thanatos also has his TP ready if FlyQuest wants to try to commit to the
Bomba
fight.
knocks him away,
Whippo,
cleanse.
He's not going to get a lot done here as Vulcan is ready to counterattack. C9 still staying on top of the Drake for now. Quad hit with a spiraling despair, but it's not going to be a ton here just yet. Drake still low, down to about 600.
They get the Drake. No level up for
Secured by
Blabber.
C9 going to get the objective
Still a little bit away
for
from 6.
themselves. Vulcan goes for a handshake.
Busio, no
but
flash.
Busio goes for the repel. Now in a
Nice
little bit
flash
of
by
danger.
Blabber.
Flashing right
Oh,
back out.
clean by Sven.
Wants the kill.
Very
and he's
clean.
got it. Busio is squashed as C9 equals up the gold difference and takes the objective.
Yeah, that's a
Perfect
big kill there.
damage
Busio, of course,
calculation by
missing his
Sven.
flash from the flash cocoon earlier.
Holy shit, it's
He was
OG
able to
Niels on
force
Kalista.
the cleanse early on Sven in that fight with the cocoon, but then couldn't find the angle to
OG
get a
Niels on
re-engage
Kalista.
there. And Sven is able to get in and just barely finish him off. FlyQuest solo laners just kind of didn't have the resources to really fully commit to the play. You know, Quad was stuck kind of out of mana. He didn't have any mana purchased up. You know, he's just on a double Ruby Crystal at this point. So great, he has the push, but he can't really do a lot with it.
Yeah, and then we're going to see how it all started out. So the wrap around over to the Tri-Brush. Sven, I will say here, with his both of his sums, very effective with each of them. He knows he can play on the front because he has the cleanse. So he's up by that Tri-Bush. Like you're talking about, he cleanses it off, the Whippo ultimate goes down, and then they know they can actually section them out.
Blabber.
Loki fires off
Really
the
good
way
flash
ultimate
by
to
Sven.
keep Quad up on the outskirts.
Yep,
I feel like
exactly.
Sven played this
Quad
pretty
just
well
kinda
in
throws
zoning
that
away
E,
the
throws
Kha'Zix
LT
as
to
well.
try to help in some way, but he can never walk through Loki. And Inspired can't really walk into the rest of the team as well. Blabber, great flash back after the flagging drag to avoid that body slam for Whippo, and that just buys the space for Zen to go in and get the kill.
Yeah, Sven, nice Q flash auto here on the Kalista. The longtime Sven fans will remember OG Sven, Kalista main. Maybe I should say ancient fans nowadays, as it has been quite a while, but he was an
OG
absolute
Niels,
beast.
baby.
Yep, he definitely is. And these two dynamic duos, a lot of games.
Elise
put
is
together
level
from Zen
4.
Vulcan,
She is
SPR,
getting
Novan.
outscaled
They were
every
back on
minute that goes
Cloud9,
by.
years ago, and really successful together. 213 games played, 122 now for the other side, Masu and Busio. And you can see both of them having reached a number of finals already. Maso and Busio coming into the scene and having success already as FlyQuest is looking for a fight.
Okay, FlyQuest, Busio in danger though as he gets hand shook forward.
EQ
Blabber tries to
misses,
finish off the
ult
kill.
onto
Cataclysm's
quad
right back
flashes
on the
out,
quad.
he's a bit tanky.
FlyQuest staying safe enough for now.
Masu
Still
a
in
bit of
control
damage
the
with
growth
Ghost.
pit As C9
Whippo
with their
shifted
jungler
up, I
so
think they
close
give.
to death's door, have to back away. It's one grub to
Cassandra
one
gets a
so
plate and
far,
sucks.
and it looks like FlyQuest
Or-
is going to come
or-
out on top.
or Busio no
Inspired with
flash.
a little bit more damage to secure the third. He'll get it as C9
I
try to
feel like they
reapproach,
could've
but the objective is already gone.
A bit of a concern for Whippo is he has really been
Cooked
roaming
the Elise
heavily
a bit
to try to
there.
answer the team. He moved from bot to try to come up and help. He got pushed off of multiple waves. He's down 20 CS, and
What is the
Thanatos has
combined
taken some
age of
plates
Caedrel and
and
Dom?
has, a good half level
Probably
of
about
experience
206.
advantage as well. So, Whippo needs to make sure, yes, it's important to help your team, but at the same time, you have got to stay relevant in that 1v1. And Cassante can be a problem if he gets too far ahead.
Yeah, Whippo here, trying to neutralize, going to neutralize mode here. He's got Phase Rush Gragas, so focusing now on the minion waves. Let's see as far as this next move from Blabber. He's got his red quadrant to go to. Afterwards, though, like my sights are completely on this Victor with no flash. When Quad has no flash, Quad should be a target early on. Inspired, though, he's going to try and help out
I think
in
if
that
the game
by
is
going to
not
seek
messy,
out Blabber.
C9
There's
should
one
win.
thing as a jungler.
Didn't get the
Wait,
smite
still gets
there.
the smite. Nice job there from
Yeah.
Blabber. Blabber actually secures his own, even with
No
the
invade.
But one thing as a jungler, when you have a laner that has no flash like that, oftentimes the best way to keep them from getting ganked is not even like match 2v2. Go seek out the enemy jungler in their jungle to get vision on them and to keep your pressure on.
Kind of a random
Thanatos
fun
Jack
fact
Show
that,
first item.
Production just hit me with. Last
Production?
time that we actually had Kha'Zix and Elise in the same game, together as a duo, 2014 in NA.
Huh?
And that is a long time ago, and it's only the 12th all-time in the region as well. So obviously was played together, as a duo a long time ago.
Why did that huh sound like the huh emote?
These champions have not been seen in over 10 years in North America.
That's a long
So you
time.
said, was it together on the same team or
On the same team, I believe.
Okay.
As a duo.
Because 2014 was back when Kha'Zix could be played mid. It was back when you could have mid.
Yeah, like Alex Each.
Yeah, Alex Each, mid, Kha'Zix, Muramana,
And high.
Yeah.
Maybe it was high. Somebody call high right now. Cloud9, I know you have his number. All right, back to the actual game at hand, though.
All right, let's see
Drake
what we've
in
got
20.
here. As it is the 2-1 grub advantage for the side of FlyQuest, but C9 secured the first Drake for themselves. FlyQuest 1 kill away from securing the feats of warfare. But we're at the point in the game now, gentlemen, where an explosive skirmish could
Alex
be too
Each.
fast.
Man,
Even
I remember
instant
watching
kills
Alex Each.
for either side. So everything's pretty much still on the board.
I even remember him playing in
And
Renegades.
This advantage
What
has
the
not
frick?
really
Ooh, onto a
extended
trap.
whatsoever. Blabber in some trouble.
Now Blabber goes over the wall, but immediately finds himself eating one of those cupcake traps. Takes a headshot from Masu. A little bit
I like
of damage from
cupcakes.
Inspired there as well. But the Drake has already begun by the side of
It's
C9.
another game plan for C9 where they have to stack
as they're also
Drakes.
going to secure that Scuttle Crab first. They've got everybody down here. Thanatos
It's crazy. This
also
time,
rotating his way
12
over.
years
He's
ago,
level
everyone in
10,
League of
right as
Legends,
that
when
minion wave dies as he passes
in
by.
2012, when a
And
jungler
FlyQuest,
clicked into the enemy
although they
jungle,
have
people were
plenty of
like,
players around the area,
wait,
they're not going to contest for this objective.
can
They know that
counter
C9's there
jungle?
first, and C9 take the
What
Drake.
the
This time, though, it is actually Thanatos that is going over, and Bwipo stays by his lonesome at the tower. So Bwipo
He
here
just clicked
does catch
into
up
his jungle. It's like when people
individually,
discover
and he is now
fire.
ahead in goal. Look
He
at that
just
turret
clicked
play
into
money.
his jungle.
Yeah,
What
he's
the
farming plates.
fuck?
He's going to profit top lane while Thanatos makes that roam, but it is 2 dragons now, 2 Cloud9's name. And we haven't seen this Elise Kha'Zix duo really amount to much, even with these early kills from Busio. Has not been able to kind of find any action after that. And if I'm playing, Vulcan side of this matchup, every minute that passes without Elise doing something is a minute that I am very, very happy about. Elise in a 5v5 is just so hard to pilot. It's really tough when Cassante is there and Jarvan is there to find cocoons on priority targets. And if you just rappel into the backline, you're going to get exploded.
Exactly. That's why right now he's roaming around into the jungle. He's trying to find those skirmishes, trying to create those aggressive plays. And I do think it would be really funny because Meteos is now a co-streamer. If the duo was actually Meteos and High, as the last Elise and Kha'Zix was.
We'll ask
was them
Meteos.
two.
We're doing the dive after this. So.
Perfect.
Yeah, hit him up.
He is.
I'm really curious
He's
now.
driving in. Okay, so will he actually be able to find one of these burst
He's
plays?
driving
Because
in to do
Kha'Zix
the drive.
with the Ghost Blade is at the first really
Damn.
nice break point. You have lots of lethality here, and you have lots of move speed to go pick off isolated targets.
Whippo also went Rocket Belt, which is pretty atypical for Gragas. Going more for that playmaking. Normally you see Cosmic, a lot more common. So instead, he's just actually sitting on this Lost Chapter in towards that Rocket Belt. Really going to be looking for that X factor here.
All right, let's see. 14 minutes about to strike the clock. That means that the plates will fall. FlyQuest with a very modest gold lead of only 600 here, as our next Drake is still 3 minutes away. C9 with the 2-0 lead on those.
In Season 6, you discovered you could cancel
Mauser
Herald.
I
mean, I knew I could do it. I just didn't think I would.
Some kind of a battle for those. As
All right,
Whippo,
Blade on
now
Kalista.
with turret plates no longer a factor, will be able to easily secure first
What is
turret
Blabber
for the
looking
side
for
of
here?
FlyQuest. Now, Blabber is waiting around in this pixel brush, but if he face checks Whippo, he doesn't know that FlyQuest has extra firepower nearby. They saw Inspired out of the fog there for a second.
Big pick by Inspired.
Uh-oh,
Kha'Zix, baby.
Are here, and there's no way
TPs
out
are raining in.
Now FlyQuest is still ready to keep fighting his
Oh, no flashes. Oh, nice. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Vulcan. Vulcan just smurfed it. What the fuck?
A triple kill for Loki, and Vulcan just hit the perfect Renata ult.
The bugs attack first, but Vulcan squishes both of them with one
big
button,
kills for Loki.
And that's going to be the Rift Herald here for Cloud9.
Yeah, they're going to be able to
What?
get
Vulcan
this,
just
and
did he just
Loki
handshake them
getting
into an
all
ult?
3 kills is really tough.
Blabber's
This
ult was
way
good to
is
force
going
the
to
flash.
be a problem here. FlyQuest, it started out so good, but hostile takeover, so tough to deal with. We've talked about it a lot throughout this cast. There it is. Perfect example.
And as you say, it's very important that a lot of this kill money does go directly onto the Hui, the one that actually has long range on their team and actually has the ability to deal with that siege. But here we go. That was the bugs attack. Nice job there. They use their invisibility and they jump through. But here it is. Blabber actually
Oh my God, that was so well played by Vulcan.
He
ulted, flashed over Whippo, and queued the Kha'Zix into it.
Vulcan, he gets the handshake, pulls them back in, snaps them together. Beautiful.
We're already back to live. Hold on.
Elite support. Elite support. Level 6. Kill it. Elite support. Level 6. Mid 16. Hello. Hello.
Continue their retreat. C9 defending well against the attempted invade.
Elite support. Level 6 at minute 16.
Okay. The action
It's
maybe
GG.
calm down a little bit here because it is getting to
At
that
least at this
pace
point,
again
it's
where
literally
Cloud9,
just the
you know
7th
they
jungle
kinda
camp.
thrive
That's
in
it.
This, and they're stacking dragons
Just
once
fucking
again,
kill it.
so they do have another out here later on. It's only 1 minute until that next dragon, and if they're the ones that have Prio
Spider
there
camp.
first, then they don't have to worry about what we were talking about earlier with all the Caitlyn traps being set up and Elise having brush control and Kha'Zix lurking around without vision. So the setup preemptively towards this objective is going to mean a big difference in the ability to actually take the fight.
It absolutely will. I mean, we talked about all the power that FlyQuest have if they're first to set up, but C9 have a lot of power as well. The zone control with Hui, trying to walk in through that. And if you're trying to walk
The
through
feats
Thanatos
bugged.
as
C9
these
got the
squishy
feats.
assassins here, the Elise and the Kha'Zix, it is going to be nearly impossible to
What are you
do
on about?
that. And the job is going to get harder for FlyQuest as time continues. Of course, they do still have always the playmaking, the potential to find that perfect Gragas assault. Here they go.
There it is. Whippo with the flash body
that was
slam
clean.
into the cast backwards.
Ooh.
A little bit more
Ooh.
damage gets it done. Whippo takes the kill.
Ooh,
the
that
pick
was
on the
clean.
Loki, the shutdown on the 3-0 way there.
FlyQuest
Big
got
for
3 kills
FlyQuest,
first.
But C9 is going to use the Herald mid at the
Did
same
they?
time. Normally the Cupcakes are a great defensive layer, but the Herald still gets past them. It won't do enough damage to secure the tier 1 turret. C9 setting up a potential death brush here in the line brush towards the bottom side.
spectator bug or not?
Has Inspired, goes back towards Bucio,
Or is it a known
towards
bug?
Whippo, who's still putting in the damage on the tier 1 in the bottom
They're
lane.
gonna fight this
Whippo
without
will
Loki.
claim that structure, and now C9 is starting up the Drake, but they've only got 4 men alive. Loki does not have teleport when he respawns to try to participate here. Thanatos gonna get stunned up here at the very start. Inspired's gotta be a little bit careful, still looking to maybe try to steal
It's
away.
such a
Right,
horror
Thanatos
for
down to
C9,
about
isn't it?
1/4 HP.
Isn't this just a
Dragon
fucking
still in
horror?
control from the side of
They
C9.
got it at least.
They will secure it, but what about the rest of the fight? Inspired gets away, but Quad's got the kill on the Vulcan.
Oh,
Blabber
Blabber
goes to
solo
the
killed him.
wall and
Holy
takes
fuck, Blabber
Inspired
smurfed it.
out.
He's dead
Blabber
though.
now still on the run, but the
Kinda
ace in the
smurfed it.
hold guarantees he's not going
Bomba.
to go. Whippo with a beautiful explosive cast.
Sven
to
is
stop
just
the
going in
escape
and dying.
For Thanatos and Sven.
I mean, they did get
Cassante
Drake.
and Kalista might be tough, but it's hard to get
Fear,
away from one
big
of
burst
these.
from Hui.
A perfect all out through the wall.
You know, it's
from
not that bad
Thanatos
for
to
C9. They
make
lost
sure
a
that
lot
he
of
takes
gold, though.
Quad
A
with
lot
them.
of gold was
It's a
lost.
bloodbath in the
But they're on
bottom
soul
side of the
point.
map as C9
I think they
reach
went
soul
into this
point.
place,
And
C9,
Whippo
knowing they're
handled
gonna die.
so beautifully in this play. He is rejoining, but remember, Whippo had no GP, so couldn't actually base. He stayed bot, he killed the tower.
I wonder if
he
the
joins
bug
up. They
for
got so much
feats
chunk
has
down on
something to do
Thanatos,
with
but Inspired
Renata.
is by himself and can't really find a way in here. Quad and Bucio and Mazo are stepping forward, but when that turn comes from C9, they put this pressure onto Inspired. He has to get out of there. Quad flashes in, and then C9 are able to get this kill onto Inspired, but watch Bwipo in this next play. He baits out the Pathmaker with his Rocket Belt from Thanatos, saves the Body Slam, and then is able to herd them in. Look at this. Goes forward, uses the Proto Belt, goes back, then the Body Slam comes in. That was just so clean from him. A nice bait from Bwipo.
And from the other top laner, then Thanatos still finds a play. He's able to hit Quad, knock him in towards the wall, and still trade another kill for his life.
They can't leave. I'm behind them. Play slow, play slow. Yeah, go in there. We killed them all.
He's into it.
And we're out of the replay and Bwipo's die.
Takes Bwipo
Bwipo is die.
But now
Big burst though. Holy fuck, that Victor.
FlyQuest hitting back hard as Thanatos
nice blast cone. Masu is strong. Masu is very strong.
Squad. The blast cone
very, very powerful. Nice block by Loki.
Critically blocked there by Loki as Blabber is dead for the next 20 seconds.
How is Elise level 9 now? She was level 6 a second ago. What the hell?
And that's where FlyQuest is going.
Exactly. There's so much riding on this because while FlyQuest have over a 2,500 gold lead, Cloud9 have all 3 of the dragons, so you know they are going to force on the next dragon. Here's a look at the origins of that play, and Bwipo got his ultimate off, but Vulcan got his as well.
God, the lethal tempo Caitlyn with the Victor ult is scary.
I mean, they do finish off. Bwipo, Masu's free hitting. We gotta go back to live because Vulcan is here. He's
Atakan is
spotting
down.
this, but Blabber is so far away, it's just gone. There's no chance of a fight. There's all the Caitlyn traps in a line, blocking them out.
I think they threw too much gold away.
They're up 3K nearly, but C9, they're on Soul Point. It's been back-to-back-to-back dragons for Cloud9, and you get Soul.
Can
that
they get the next
eliminates the power of that gold lead. So Cloud9 by no means are out of this yet.
Neither team is out of it. FlyQuest here with the Otacon. This is a team that's focused on getting all these kills with the action of this game, the pace of this game. Now, when you get kills with the Otacon buff, you're going to get the extra power of another petal every time too. So they get value there. And look at Caitlyn, 3 kills.
It's crazy that
for
Elise is level 10
here.
suddenly.
Infinity Edge
Like,
is
what the
done.
fuck?
The headshots are going to be painful.
And talking about, you know, the Otacon helps you snowball when you're looking to get these fast, snappy kills. Over on the other side, though, C9 are on Soul Point on a Chemtech Rift. Now, normally
Level
this is
10.
one of the souls that gets more overlooked, but
yeah, the feats bug is a bit weird. Why does C9 have feats?
Against resisting that quick 100-0. And if C9 can earn
they
it for
had 3 kills first
all of a
and
sudden,
first blood tower.
Elise and Kha'Zix's job became even more difficult than it already was.
It absolutely does, but Inspired passed level 11 a while ago, so he has the Evolve Spike Racks, he has the W Evolve, so he can poke and slow and use that to have some value without actually having to fully commit to that fight. If you get tagged by that, the slow is actually so powerful. The follow-up of things like a Cocoon or a Gragas ultimate are so much easier to hit.
Yeah, exactly. And Victor lasers, all the poke that FlyQuest has.
What do you think Riot would do if FlyQuest paused and said, why do they have feats? We got feats first.
For them later on. This mid tower
would they offer
is still
a remake
available,
or what?
so FlyQuest could try and use that power there.
How do you fix that?
It is usually critical.
You can't just
to
chrono
get that
break
mid tower before a fight,
because that's not going to fix it, is it?
Because it makes it so difficult to actually get your mid prio and have a good setup to the fight. So Cloud9 defending it.
What do you do? Just play on, sucks to suck?
Because
I'm convinced if they chrono break it, it's not like
on this Caitlyn.
Something will fix it suddenly.
Remember back to some of FlyQuest's greatest moments. When we think back to Worlds last year when they took Gen G to 5 games, Masu performing mechanically was a huge reason why they could do it. We talk about the pressure of finals. We talk about who can rise to the occasion against the nerves and the stakes. And I feel like Masu, this is just another great chance for him to prove that he's that guy.
Sven also just finished the Rage Blade and barely back in time. 15 seconds until Dragon. He is here. They're on their 2-item power spikes. This could be the fight that decides the entire series.
The series, the split, everything could come down to this battle for the Chemtech Drake. C9 grouped up as 4, trying to make their approach. Masu on the Caitlyn. Keep your eyes on where he wants to lay down the traps. Currently blocking off the approach from the Tri-Brush. Thanatos is hanging around nearby. They knock Thanatos over the wall into the pit. They wanted to destroy that blast cone so he doesn't have it as an angle to enter when he wants to. Bwipo currently being zoned away by C9 as Vulcan engage after the Gragas.
Bwipo caught big time.
Down. The hostile takeover flies out and doesn't get a lot. C9 has lost half
Victor ult is on cooldown too.
Oh,
he got the dragon. Inspired saved it. Oh, Inspired saved it. Holy shit.
Oh my god, barely in range there. He got the smite
Holy
off as
shit, he saved
and
it.
the W. I'm not sure if it was the smite or the W that took it. He was barely in range there. Blabber flashed in.
That is a hard smite.
That is heroics from Inspired.
Heroics in a Game 5 of finals here in the LTA North. It was Vulcan who made the pick though. Vulcan out of the bush on that Renata with the handshake here with his flash, and then FlyQuest are panicking. They're like, oh no, we have to burn it down. He jumps out. He turns around. The fadeaway.
Fucking hell, it's with Caitlyn Q.
400 HP
Smite
left.
with Caitlyn Q.
Under pressure, game 5 of finals. That is what matters. It is those critical plays.
That is a big time play here from an MVP and who is looking to become a finals MVP potentially. Has been a long time since we have had an MVP win the finals, win that finals MVP. And Inspired has been playing an incredible year for FlyQuest. Last time it happened, 2015 spring for Bjergsen. Only time we had
maybe
an MVP
the refs told them about the bug before the game started.
Then win the finals MVP.
Yeah, hey guys,
Inspired,
you know feats of strength, yeah, it's completely RNG. It doesn't matter what you get, you might not get it. Okay?
Get this one done
okay, you may start the game.
A
what
very
the fuck?
Close game. FlyQuest may still have their gold lead of 1.7 thousand, but C9 still has soul point status. Now,
yeah, if you kill the tower, there's a 50% chance you'll get the gold. But anyway, let's start the game.
Now it's that much more intimidating if somebody's caught out of position. If you give away a free kill or have bad positioning, it's very easy for the other side to now put you in a real tough spot.
And Flowers, we talked about the Otacon earlier, but the kills have kept up, and so you see all of these stacks with the pedals. Not only is it burst damage for the champions, but look at these levels. Baron. Look at the level differences.
Yeah, they've got a lot of extra adaptive force and EXP. FlyQuest
They're on
approach.
Baron.
C9,
Why?
They've got the Baron down to 10,000, but that's not low enough. Not at all. Inspired fires off a couple of rockets. Whippo into the back line. Sven's only got 200 HP remaining. He tries
Whippo's
to pull
dead,
Vulcan back to help him. Whippo going to be the target now for C9.
Just fucking
they
into it.
assassinate the big man.
Tried to go for the bomb bat, didn't get it.
Health
Well, I did
bars on
kind of get
C9
it.
are injured, but FlyQuest
Sven
are
can
in a
heal up a bit and get top
4v5.
tier 1.
Yeah, they're going to be able to turn
I think
their
they can
sights
just chill
towards
here,
this top
C9. No,
tower.
just get
Sven
top tier
pushes
1.
the wave. That thing's going to drop. FlyQuest don't really have a response because without the Gragas, they don't have a front line. That
they might
play
lose
is
mid tower, but they got
that
a kill.
Is a gambit. They sent it on trying to assassinate that
Losing some camps, not the best.
All in trying to knock him in. They didn't quite have the burst damage, even with the Kha'Zix there. And so Cloud9 were able to get the top tower.
Boots
we're able to
upgrades
survive.
coming in.
FlyQuest
Feats
still
that aren't
at least
deserved.
finally get the mid one, though.
And critically, yes, they got the flash off Sven, but that was the flash from Inspired and Whippo. So that is 2 for 1 you're trading there, and you don't get that kill. And it's going to mean Sven is that much safer in the next fight because now those primary people on FlyQuest side that can threaten him, they don't have their flash. They don't necessarily have the ability to get in on Sven. So we'll see if they can make it happen here. FlyQuest trying their best to find these angles.
Inspired is on a losing win rate.
Like a difficult problem to solve.
All I remember is Gen G series and Rogue Mad Lion
in their
series.
battle lines with this massive front line of Thanatos with Vulcan behind them protecting the team.
There is one other player who can make a snap flash play on this team for FlyQuest, and it is Busio, this Elise that is so squishy.
That was close.
Yeah, it's so risky for Inspired to check these brushes. If he gets caught out, if there's CC waiting on him, that Kha'Zix, I mean, look at the inventory. It's all damage. The Tunneler, the only thing with any defensive properties in his inventory.
I mean, you want to talk about an aggressive build. Look what Whippo has. He went the Proto Belt, and then he went Horizon Focus here. He's probably going to get like a Ludens or a Death Cap or something next. Like, he is going full squishy Gragas, all burst. This is not like a pseudo-tank style Gragas. There's no Zonias. It is all aggression. Your engagement
Little bro thinks he's boss.
You are useless.
Exactly. This team
Little
is
bro
all
thinks he's
damage,
bossy.
and so that's why the flashes are so critical, because you have to make the snap play. You have to get that kill onto the enemy carry.
Something pretty big, though. Edge of Night now finished here for Inspired, so that is going to be helpful to absorb that initial CC that would be coming out. If you can get in there with an ulti and eat that first CC that would hit you, something like a Wayfear, it really can change the math in these fights. You know, eat a handshake, eat a hostile takeover. It can be critical as long as it doesn't get poked off.
Okay, back to contesting for the mid lane wave. It is 20 seconds until the Drake spawns again. Inspired barely secured it last time around.
I wonder if C9, yeah, they're going to go towards Baron.
Not take possession of the Chemtech Soul. But now, C9 is threatening, hey, if you want to go for the Drake, go for it. We'll take the Baron instead. This was not an option on the last Drake spawn, and now C9 is just going to start up the Baron yet again.
Kha'Zix.
The DPS isn't particularly fast, but they've got it down to about 10,000 once more. C9 defensive positions. Bwipo right back where he was.
Game could be decided here. A lot of Kalista Spears. A lot of Kalista Spears. Inspired is zoned. What do? Do you play for the finish? They got it. It was close though. Blabber's dead. They gotta get out. They gotta get out. They gotta get out.
Looking for another angle. They've got a 5v4 and they want to use it for a punish.
Bussin. Baron for Jarvan is worth, but they will lose Drake as well.
Will claim the Baron in trade for their jungler.
And might be in trade for that dragon.
Why didn't FlyQuest go on them? I guess they couldn't.
Quickly here. That would be Soul if Cloud9 had some sort of contest, but nobody's going to go over. They are going to say, fine, we will just take this Baron.
Victor no flash is big. LDR on Masu.
I was a bit surprised when I saw Quad flash there, though. Quad flashing to chase just for a little bit of laser damage, you could tell they also got super hyped. And they were like, maybe this is the opportunity. We chase them down, we get more kills, having Blabber down. It is not going to be quite that comeback, though.
Rabadon's so close for Loki.
And now it's really scary because Jarvan has flash, Thanatos has flash. You have no flash as this very vulnerable Victor over on the other side. No way out of the Cataclysm. That could be devastating if he gets caught. But I agree, you know, they just wanted so much more because Inspired never could actually get to the pit.
If you go back, you'll see all of C9 sidestep their own Hui's QW.
And then they're saying, okay, well, at least we have a Spike Rack slow. We could maybe chase and try to get all the kills. But they overforce, and Quad is going to be so vulnerable as a result.
C9 now with the Baron for the next minute and a half. Remember that the default bonus gold of Baron is plus 1,500, 300 for every player.
Look at them all here.
And they're only at plus 200 right now.
QW.
Thanatos gonna find himself in the middle of a FlyQuest ambush. He wanted to go all out on Masu to try to get some sort of a counterattack.
What did Blabber just do?
He can't get it. Ace in the hole flies in over the top, but Blabber does a great job protecting Thanatos. Meanwhile,
and Bwipo dies.
thought he had an angle, but he gives it away for free. C9 turn the play around.
You try and pick Cassante. Cassante picks you.
And it ends with Bwipo dying.
He's alive, and now Cloud9 with the Baron buff. They will wipe these towers off the map.
Mid-tier 2, bot-tier 1.
Even with Masu
Rabadon's on
Bwipo.
No, he refunded it.
Team. It didn't matter. They didn't have the damage to get him. Blabber did flash in to try to get in range of Masu for a Cataclysm. Couldn't get it. So that is another flash gone for C9. But they are really picking up a lot of gold. Now, it was 300 was all they got from the Baron. Now it is going to be up to 3K very shortly
Cassante
here.
is
and
unkillable at this
just
point.
trying to wait for Bwipo to respawn. He TP'd in. He got caught out. He's going for a very risky build. Does have the Zonias now, though. So he will at least have that in the toolkit.
Here's another look. The triple super blast cone. But it's onto a Cassante, and you can tell they scrambled. Nobody wants to get close to the wall. Masu uses his summoners just to make sure.
Oh, here I think Blabber tries to flash ult, but then he realizes, nope, can't do it.
That, they still can't kill him. Those honey fruits.
We want to see the Hui dodge. Okay, here you go. Look.
The super fruit
look
there do mean he can survive, and the other tail is the other top laner that was coming up through the jungle.
Full AP Gragas, not as squishy, turns out.
He looks big.
Oh, he actually changed it to he changed his Zonias to a death cap. So he actually undid that purchase. So he's going full in on it. He is on death cap. He's level 16, has his flash, so there will be an opportunity for a potential 100-0 play.
Has him on the
He's saying, you know what?
For a while.
Whether I have Zonias or not, it's not going to change anything. I'm going to get one
Wait,
spell
why did it say
rotation out. We're going
first
to win the
MSI?
fight. We're going to lose the fight just like that. He's putting all his eggs in that one
Really?
basket. And I think it makes sense based on the compositions.
We'll see if Bwipo can hit his target on the big man bazooka, because so far in this game, it's been close, but not close enough when we think back to the attempted play around the Baron the first time around. That play there, not working out the way that he wanted it to, but all it takes is one when you've got that explosive force. 2 minutes until our next Drake is alive, just about the exact same timer on the next Baron.
I would say all it takes is one, as long as that one's not Cassante. Pick anybody else.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Pick anybody else. They should definitely, you know, look for this full damage, you know,
Shadow
pick
Flame
and try and
support.
win the game that way, but do not full send on Thanatos.
And while it is really risky, think back to last game, to the position it looked like FlyQuest was in. They had that one fight where they turn around the game, they find a pick, they believe in their ability to make these outplays, to make things happen, but it's C9 now with the gold lead, with Soul Point. Both these teams, of course, at match point. We are in game 5. Only one can hoist the LTA North Trophy. Only one can go to Vancouver here to play at MSI. And it is going to be all down potentially
the
to
LTA
one
North
fight.
Trophy.
Inspired level 16, you can see his armor changing from silver to black, means that he has evolved the ultimate for the extra cast in the middle of the fight. Could also be a big difference maker in terms of being able to keep the aggro low enough to survive the initial explosiveness that these fights have shown us so far in this 5th game.
And look at Sven, you know, you want to talk about targets to pick? Well, he has the
The
cleanse,
Spring
he has the
Split
flash, Jack Show
LCS
completed,
champions
plus
are
he has the
decided
tournament, so
in the
now
next
he's
5
getting pretty
minutes.
tanky. He also, of course, has the Guardian, the heal, the bailout, all of the protection that Vulcan is going to afford him. So things are going to be really tough for FlyQuest. It feels like the engage has to be picture perfect, or it's going to fall flat on its face.
Baron
All right,
timer is
30
not the
seconds
best for
on the Drake, 45 on the Baron. C9 still at soul point. FlyQuest have got the last 2 Drakes, but considering they had nothing before that, C9 can still afford to give away this next one if they want to trade it for the Baron or something of
this
value
feels
elsewhere.
deep,
Masu
deep,
escaping from Blabber. The hostile
Why don't they just do Drake? What the fuck are they doing? Oh my god, they're throwing the whole game. They're throwing the entire game. Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, it's disgusting. He just walked on 2 traps back to back. Oh my god, C9, what are you doing? Where are you reaching?
Cloud9 chased too far. They wanted to punish Masu.
Just let them
well,
come
his
into
flash
you.
was still
Where are you
down, but they go
going?
too far. Now, FlyQuest, what can they do afterwards? Can they chase them through this dragon?
Okay,
Teleport comes.
you got the
There's
teleport
no way
from
you're
Quad
gonna
back
lose
into the
like this,
fight.
right?
He's ready to rejoin the rest of the team. FlyQuest are going straight in for the
Okay,
Drake.
C9's
Blabber
still
is
fine.
dead for
They
the
lost
next 20
Drake. They're
seconds
against
still.
Soul Point themselves
Drake
now,
will
but they
be
don't.
claimed. No
Maybe they will
fight
lose Baron, you know?
for FlyQuest. Baron's
Oh my
3-3
god,
on
they're gonna lose
Drake,
Baron
so
as well.
FlyQuest is marching straight over to the
Oh,
Baron.
Santos does
C9.
have teleport, so when he arrives, he will be able to teleport there.
Loki's going to try to delay.
There's a super blast comp.
What the helly?
Okay. FlyQuest going forward
fuck
towards
off.
the Baron.
It's gone.
15 seconds on
Fuck
Thanatos,
off,
but yeah,
bro. You had
got a
such a
3-item
fucking
AD
good
carry.
game.
You've got a Kha'Zix. You've got a full AP Gragas. It looks like FlyQuest, off the back of Cloud9's overplay, are going to stop the Soul. They're going to take the Baron. They're going to take the lead yet again.
And then his back-to-back fights, Blabber just barely cannot get in range for ultimate on Masu. Masu was
But
barely
why
in
are we
range
going
when he was
into
going for
mid
that
to
big pick onto
EQR
Thanatos,
him on
and
his
then again
fucking
here, they're going to be
Raptors?
engaged. Masu just runs
Dragons
it out,
in
stays
10
away,
seconds.
outruns
Where the fuck
the
are we
ultimate
going?
from
Just
Blabber
do
and
the
outruns
dragon.
the hostile takeover. Look at that.
Do the
Quick
dragon.
picking, gets out with the E. The 90 caliber net creates that space, dodges out, and then they get the ultimate there from Whippo, knocks Blabber back in.
They have
gets
to
the kill
face
onto
check
him.
into
And yes,
you.
Thanatos is
Why
tanky, but with Kha'Zix
EQ it?
threatening behind, the carries can't support
Oh,
Thanatos at all. So eventually, FlyQuest gets the damage to knock him down. We are now 3 dragons apiece. We
Oh
are now
my God.
500 gold, the only thing separating these 2 teams in a Game 5 finals. It can't get closer.
They have to remain calm. They
Well,
have
at least
to
it's gonna
show
end on a fucking
poise
screamer
on
moment.
This stage, when all of the pressure is mounting,
It's gonna end on a banger
The entire
moment.
split comes down to this.
30 petals for FlyQuest
Someone
versus
needs
the
to clutch
6 of
it.
Cloud9. Inspired just now ticking level 18.
Maybe
Blabber
FlyQuest
still
can get
level
top tier
16.
2 with this
Soul
Baron.
laners on both
Maybe.
sides, also max level. But
They're just kinda
Masu's about to tick
five-manning mid
18
right
before
now.
Sven even hits 16. The level advantages
It's a bit of an
are a
NA
very
run.
real deal. Here at this stage of the game, 37 minutes in, we've got 3 minutes until the Drake spawns. And critically, gentlemen, it is not synced up with the Baron this time around. There's no way to try to just pull attention
When
to
Victor
somewhere
gets
else on the
Rabadons,
map.
he's at
I
a
think
break
this
point.
one's going to get bloody.
Look where Blabber is. He is trying to look for a potential flanking angle. The side waves are both pushing in the favor of FlyQuest right
he
now.
took their blue buff.
Inspired is top lane, pushing that in. Mid lane is being escorted in here by Blippo, and the team is going to move towards top to try to take that last tier 2 outer, and that's worth a lot of gold.
Blabber with his Guardian Angel going to step up there next to Thanatos, but continue his journey towards the top lane as FlyQuest, with their 4-man squad, look to put the pressure onto the tier 2. Inspired, just poking them
Nice,
with those
top tier
rockets,
2,
those
good job.
spike racks, as Masu takes 1 shot, but it doesn't matter. He'll clear out the tier 2 turret. FlyQuest will claim that one, now turn their attention back elsewhere.
Again, the siege for this comp is so good with all of the range tools that FlyQuest have to them. And Cloud9, it's all about the burst engage.
Oh my
Guardian
god, I think
Angel there there for Blabber.
Fucked, you know.
They can choose their moment. They can full send
I
with
actually
an
think
extra
C9
life.
is fucked. Look at Sven level and look at Masu's level.
One more shot from the cannon minion. FlyQuest committing a few resources right there. They know that there's no objective they're going to have to fight for soon. Those cooldowns are going to be back up in time as long as they don't get caught. So they just want to use the momentum, take that extra tier 2, get that extra gold, sweep through the enemy jungle, and take everything they can find.
Exactly. Keep on sieging. Use that Baron power. Use that range. So many resources here gained before the next fight.
Rabbit on base
triple
as well.
tier 2 if they can get it. Looks like they will base
Look at
before they
Masu's
actually
items,
get that
QSS.
bot lane one. But this is a lot of gold injected into them. You can see some critical items being finished. There's a QSS grab for Masu. So now finally he has an answer to the hostile takeover. He can actually position more aggressively, be able to eat that and continue the fight. Death cap done now for Quad. Full Void Staff now completed for Bwipo. Again, just continuing with this full damage build. But on the other side, Cloud9 is looking just as lethal. Death cap's been done for a while for Loki there. And
Maybe
he is so ridiculously strong. One full combo from Loki is death from any of the carries here on FlyQuest side.
Yeah, FlyQuest does not have a Cassante of their own. Nobody on this squad can frontline with Bwipo's very damage-heavy build. So we'll see
Bwipo
if
can
the
just
C9
fucking
carries
smash
can
every
find
button and just
those
get a lot of
big
damage
hits.
out, and it's enough.
Speaking of big hits, part of Masu being nearly full build now, 100% crit on the Caitlyn. Every shot is a backbreaker at this point. 45 seconds on the Kim Drake on what is guaranteed to be Chemtech Soul. C9 got the first 3 Drakes of the game. FlyQuest have got the next 3. And it all comes down to lucky number 7. Blabber's going to go ahead and drop a quick smite onto the Scuttle Crab in the top side of the river, but he will have the cooldown back and ready to smite fight for the Drake right after. A standoff in mid lane is going to favor the range of FlyQuest's AD carry as the Cupcakes are in a position to allow the rest of the team to continue stepping forward. Thanatos takes a bit of damage there, losing about 1/3 of his HP to the poke from Masu.
As we crest almost 40 minutes here, Bwipo and Masu both playing Gathering Storm. The only players in the game with that. That is a massive amount of power this late in.
Okay, 10 seconds until they get the next upgrade on that Gathering Storm. The Drake has spawned. The rockets fly over the wall. Explosive cast, just distracting C9, but gets very little value overall here for Bwipo. FlyQuest starting at the objective, laying down the Caitlyn traps, looking to draw their battle lines here as C9 goes for the approach. Vulcan coming around from the side, looking for an angle.
This
for the
looks horrible for C9. This looks so horrible.
Walks in between the traps as Busio already has to cast the repel.
They have a bit of space.
Wants to position himself here on the front line as Bwipo is wrapping around the back, but he still doesn't have the explosive cast.
No flash Loki.
Nearly killed by Inspire.
Thanatos no flash. Hostile takeover misses. Oh, Masu. GA. Caitlyn traps no GA. Bwipo bomba. No ult. Quay ult. Kha'Zix dies. Jarvan dies. Bwipo's ulted. Getting chased by Sven. Gets ulted. Has vision. Does he have E? No, he doesn't. It's 2 for 2. They have heal up. They have plant. Vulcan's low. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone.
There's no smite on the map, but Cloud9 just can't get in. It will be FlyQuest, Chemtech Soul.
Masu, be careful on the face check.
But C9 now after trying
Mikhail's
to escape, FlyQuest are not
healing on the wave.
Done. Masu
Sven has no flash. Masu has no suns. Speed.
Loki, Vulcan, and Sven
Quad E misses. Masu's frying a bit, maybe. Bailout. QSS is the slow. Ooh, Loki walks up for no reason. And he lives.
Barely hobbles away.
FlyQuest want to take the reward and just go back to base. They got the
you
soul.
See how quickly Blabber died. EQR instantly died.
Absolutely insane scenes here, man. Just look at the engage they're going for Masu here. They forced his flash early on. At the same time, Inspired forced the flash on Loki. Both of them go for the pressure. Blabber flashes in, but Masu, 90 caliber net, gets out of safety, has the traps to kill off the jungler as he respawns. Then Sven even, he's flashing aggressively. He's trying to get involved.
Oh my god, C9 just said flip Nash.
Go for the Baron.
C9 starting it
C9 just said flip Baron, fuck it.
To get in a position to shut this down. Sven is so strong with so much attack speed. He's trying to control the objective. Vulcan nearly is already dead. Inspired looking for more damage, but he won't find the opportunity to re-engage here just yet. Explosive cast
it's cooked. This position is cooked. This position is so cooked. This position is so absolutely mega cooked. It's the worst position in the world for C9.
Cassante is down. The gates have fallen, and C9 find themselves at the edge as FlyQuest take the Baron.
FlyQuest get the Baron.
Oh, I think C9's best bet is just to try and stall for an Elder fight.
That they need to try to
but I feel like they're absolutely outscaled.
FlyQuest pushing down mid lane as a
I feel like the Victor
four-man
Caitlyn is just
squad.
too OP.
We'll see how
The
far
Kha'Zix
they
is
can
also
go.
so
All
broken.
grouped up as 5 now. They've got the minion wave. They've got the Baron. They've got 30 seconds until the C9 top laner is back on the map. The tier 3 turret will not even attempt to be defended by C9 as they know that is not the place to take a fight.
They just have to
Not
scale for an
4v5,
Elder.
Not in game 5.
And
They
see what
shouldn't
happens.
get too excited. Remember the words of Nuke Duck, their coach, at the end of the previous game. Focus on the win. Do not get too excited. Do not siege for Nexus turrets that just respawn. Go with that Baron, with that Chemtech Soul to siege another lane.
And Masu's sitting on 3k gold. A Seeker's just got bought there by Quad.
Don't
You can see the
look
full Mercurial
Caitlyn
Scimitar
items.
finished now by Masu. So they had a lot of gold in pocket here. They are getting ridiculously strong. But again, Cloud9 still is going to have an opportunity. Yes, there's a soul on the other side, but if you get that perfect front back fight, you can win a fight. Loki in that last one couldn't hit the Spiraling Despair. The ulti whiff just barely on Masu. That couldn't hit. Thanatos was sectioned off. He got killed off. So there's still an opportunity
Imagine
to
if
win
Caitlyn
this.
had feet of strength.
Cloud9 just need to lock in and try to really play to their win conditions. Tracking Inspired. Don't allow him to get in the back line and create so much chaos.
There's a soul. There's also 27 flowers of extra adaptive force. There's also the 2 players running Gathering Storm for all the extra adaptive force. There's the entirety of the Rift controlled by FlyQuest. All of the intangibles are in their pockets.
Bot tier 2 is
You
kind
might
of dead.
love the stats, Flowers, but I love the magic. Let's see if there is any magic left in this finals, because FlyQuest want it to be theirs.
Masu nearly 500 AD, and Bwipo just crested 900 AP on the Gragas.
All right, FlyQuest, they'll continue their push. They have less than 1 minute remaining on the Red Bull Baron. 50 seconds to go. They've already got the
500
inhibitor
AD
down
Caitlyn.
in mid lane. Thanatos will try to just absorb the pressure
What
from
the
the super
fuck?
minions over there. FlyQuest, you can see here, look at how close the traps are placed together by Masu. They're in that corridor, wanting to guarantee nobody from C9 can use the path.
Bwipo just rocket belted the Banshees off of Loki as
Oh
well.
my
so now
god, he
he's missing that
auto-attacked
tool.
Sven once.
Okay, Sven down to half HP from the poke. The explosive cask nearly kills him off. It makes enough space for the tier 3 turret to be bulldozed here in the bottom lane. The inhibitor falls. 15 seconds left in the Baron. FlyQuest continues going forward. Sven still had to heal back in the fountain. FlyQuest ready to crash 2 waves of minions into the Nexus turrets. But again, being careful, being mindful, not to overextend. The pressure continues as the Baron Enchanted Siege minions continue living up to their name. The Nexus turret's down to about half HP. Inspired loses his Edge of Night Shield. FlyQuest
Towers
gonna
are gonna
continue
die.
their push. Masu with a couple of shots onto the Nexus turret number 1. Should be able to take it down. Can't quite finish the job. Blabber wanted to go in and threaten him. The Hwei will not lock up the
Masu
enemy
spacing.
carry. And Masu continues spacing beautifully. Thanatos, half HP missing at this stage in the fight. And FlyQuest are waiting again on more minions. Explosive
gotta
task
go.
is
Oh, he
right
failed
in,
the
but
secret
Blabber
flash.
tries to go in. He's caught up and shot down. Guardian Angel should not be enough. Haas will take
Oh
over
my
the
god,
two.
Sven.
He's
Oh
trying
my
to
god,
get
Sven.
away from it, but Sven with a
Sven just
massive
clutched it.
touchdown.
Sven just completely clutched it. He just said, fuck it. He just jumped on top of Masu.
Still have game to play
50
here.
seconds on the
That is just
respawn,
putting hips down.
40
They're gonna
seconds
come
on the
up with
Elder.
kills.
Wait,
Can they
did
actually
Sven
get
just
them? I
clutch
think
the whole
Rapid Eagle
finals?
will buy enough time. They should be able to
They
walk
should
this
get
one
Elder
out,
from this.
But this is insane. Loki is looking
Holy
for Bwipo
fuck,
as well.
Sven just went
They're trying
crazy.
to not let them get out of here. That was the last possible moment they had to engage. The Nexus towers were dying, and they
Elder
find
Dragon
the
is so
window to
powerful.
get Masu.
If they could have gotten a chase here,
I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything with the Elder Dragon.
Really
Victor
nicely,
Caitlyn wave clear,
but
no
still,
Baron.
The Elder
This is their
Dragon,
Elder.
the Elder Dragon is going to spawn. They've got 1 tower left at their
Does
Nexus.
Bwipo just
Teleport
TP
comes
top
out
and
here
push?
for Bwipo. Bwipo
They're
has
pinging on that
burst
Nexus
damage.
tower. He's pinging on
He
it.
is going. They are
Uh-oh.
double teleporting. Double
Oh,
teleport for
double
FlyQuest.
send. FlyQuest is trying to get
C9 has
the
no
sneak
GP.
victory.
They have no answer.
Sneak-
What if
C9
Quad
has no
flashes
way.
this
They
wall?
don't know what's going on.
And they just hit the
Doesn't know
tower?
what's happening.
They're gonna get in.
FlyQuest has made their way into the base.
Oh my god,
Bwipo
does it
and
die?
Quad,
They're gonna
the
do
two massive AP threats. Bustio's just going in to waste their time.
It does
The
die.
back door should work. The shutdown on
Oh my god,
Bustio
they're gonna
doesn't
win on the back door.
matter. FlyQuest
Are they going to win? It's over, right? What? Oh my god, they just walked in and killed the tower.
They will
Holy
earn
fuck.
themselves their victory in
Holy
Split 2
fuck, and they won.
their place at
Holy
MSI.
shit. Flash the wall, hit the tower.
Backdoor FlyQuest does it.
Flash the wall, hit the tower.
Insane way
Damn,
to
Inspired
end.
lost
We
his
have the
glasses.
Williams, now we have this.
Inspire's lost his glasses. He didn't even know where the fuck his glasses are.
Finishing off one of the
He probably threw them
finals
somewhere.
we have
He's
had
found
in
them.
NA history. What a finish. What a deserved victory. What creative
Holy
thinking
shit, the backdoor.
in such a high-pressure moment to be able to take the final game.
Wow, Cloud9 fought so hard.
I think Cloud9 had that game.
And at their nexus, getting the kills. But FlyQuest find a way in, and they finish the series as winners.
I really think C9 had that game. They should have had it.
Whippo holding up the trophy.
FlyQuest at MSI, huh?
You know this man's hungry to get back to some international competition. Had a couple of big Gragas casks in this last game. Had the confidence to go for the full AP bazooka build.
I mean, it's just insane. The confidence that they have here. How
I'm not
difficult
gonna
is the
call Dom.
composition to play out? You're looking at
He
it,
must be
we're
actually
nearly 50
heartbroken.
minutes
He
in,
put in
you're
so much
playing
work
elite
for C9.
support, Kha'Zix,
He's put in
full
so
AP
much work.
Gragas that doesn't even have a
Losing
Zhonya's,
like that must be
and you're having the
horrific.
confidence in your players, in your teammates, to be able to execute in this high-pressure moment, to be able to get it done, and they are able to make it
I
happen.
feel so bad for him.
Absolute insanity there. When you go
What a
back to
horror
game
way
4,
to
you
lose.
Look at what they had to pull off to actually win that game from the position they were in.
Crazy
you look at
backdoor.
Game 5, the way that they were able to pull that off. These are deserving champions.
And let's go ahead and hear from those very deserving champions right now. You can see them on the stage, and we got Kangas standing by, ready to interview our Split 2 winners.
What a beautiful
I'm sad for
end
Dom,
to
man.
a beautiful series. Incredible Game 5 close, and we can see the team celebrating on stage right here. Quad, I want to get your thoughts immediately after that one. An insane rush for the Nexus. And I got to say, who made the call? Because it was you and Bwipo going in together, but who was the one that identified you can go for the end?
Actually, Inspired called that. Then I should, but I should base TP because they can see my TP people base. So I base TP and then we end here.
So Inspired's the one that called it, but the team had to commit to it. What was that moment like? What was the energy like in that moment?
TP
Thinking
so they
we can
couldn't
end
see
it
him
right
fly
here.
across the map.
I mean, actually, I have no idea that moment, but when Zaraban EQ flashed in, I think I thought we just win because I think he was hinting, but I mean, must die somehow, so... And then I was panicked because they're gonna get nether, but Inspired the call with double TP and then end, and then I'm just did it, yeah.
What an incredible end to that series again. It was back and forth, and I want to hear your thoughts on C9.
That was a great
they were
series.
your rivals all split long.
That was
and
a
it
great
really did
series.
feel like the top two teams going up against each other. So what are your thoughts on C9 in that best of 5?
I mean, it was bangers, but I mean, also after game 3, actually I was panicked, but I was still confident because I know I'm better than enemy mid laner, so I just telling team I'm better than enemy mid laner, so just play my map to play, yeah.
Fantastic. And I actually have an announcement for you, Quad, because I just heard from production, if I heard that correct, Quad is your Kia Finals MVP. Congratulations, Quad.
Damn, W Quad.
After hearing that, what are your first thoughts?
Oh, sorry, again.
Finals MVP, that's you. Yeah, so what do you think about that?
I mean, actually, I don't know. I get the MVP this series.
Nice, Quad.
Actually, people was really good. I mean, everyone was really good, so I don't think I get MVP, but it's really feels good.
All right, chat. I need to go to sleep.
Well,
if you want to watch the
congratulations
interviews with the boys, you can go check out the LTA stream. I need to go to sleep. It's fucking 2 a.m. soon. I need to wake up. It's Los Ratones playing tomorrow. We're playing our elimination quarterfinals game. So I'm going to go to sleep, prep for that, get ready for it. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? See you tomorrow for Los Ratones. Big kiss. Shout out to the lurkers, bidders, gifted, shout out, Star Wars, donors, resellers. I'll catch you guys later. Stay safe, sleep well, enjoy the rest of your days, nights, mornings, evenings, wherever in the world. And I'll, yeah, thanks for hanging out. Shout out to NA Frogs. Thanks for enjoying the LTA with me. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.